Hello, hello, hello. And Ryan, what was the... Hi. I have a question. What was the command that you put into the program that, checks the version again? I forgot. I mean, I could take a look at it and see what it is, actually. Hang on. Oh, it says hips version. Okay. Yeah. Yep. Zero point 0.2. Yeah. Yeah. Oh my gosh. I am very much looking forward to the point where we can hit 0.1. I want 0.1 to be the point when we can actually like hand it to other people and say, hey, help test this, please. The 54 there is how many commits were done since the tag was added. Oh, oh my god. I'm gonna be honest. I've had moments of just feeling like I haven't been contributing as much to my own code as possible. There was another commit, and I didn't turn the commit on before stream. Frick. Okay, just frick. I forgot to pull changes that you made before I started stream. Well, I could do so right now, actually. Granted, it would mean I'd have to turn off, like, some of the redeems for a hot second. But... yeah. They weren't relevant. Oh, okay. For anybody who's confused, that is just me going through and handling some... Ryan and I have been working very hard on trying to make my stream code generally applicable for anyone to use. We have a lot of things to do, including one thing where it's like, I have to go through and reconfigure the, like, create a redeem thing. So that way, I can create a redeem that would randomly choose between multiple effects so that I could do stuff like, break something and the ping the panty senses. Just trying to script to make getting the dev setup easier, such that it automatically will put stuff in the spot we need to package things properly. Oh, that makes sense. Anywho's us game. Oh, that's the wrong window. Game. That's the wrong size. Game. This is the Python window? Yes, it is. Like, for anybody who's curious, there are a couple of things that are hard-coded in when I was, like, trying to make tkinter work. That. Huh. That wasn't... I didn't expect that. I just look, and I'm like, I had to change the filter a little bit because, like, the chroma key I had was, like, too similar to, like, blue on my model. And so some of the alerts didn't work. But it turns it into... huh, okay, well, I upped the similarity. Some of the redeems might break. Which now I need to test. I've added a new expensive redeem. Because I'm not gonna give it to people for cheap. to know that works. Hi, Jod. Oh, right, yeah, that art at the end is made by Jod. The Kirby sprite I took was from... It was an online repository of the keychains of Kirby in Kirby Triple Deluxe. I think it's either that or Planet Robobot, but, like, those images. And the picture of me was just my... Well, it was my reference, my art reference to my model made by me. Inspired by Princess Trashy. So yeah, Jod, they made the art. Also, I am gonna start the stream with Extract. This is the main story stuff. This is the main story stream. Of course, I'm gonna do like the extraction and the Gamba. And I get nothing. Of course, everybody knows that the inefficient... Yeah, what's the... Oh, it wants me to declare 918. Got it. Okay, well, let's just... No, let's just start. Let's just start. Let's see what happens. I do want to... I want to say something, because I've been thinking hard ever since, like, a little after my fanfic started. I have a scene in Limbus Company where it's like, they eat canned ice cream. It's a very important, like, bonding moment. And then a little bit after that, suddenly, in the main game, they straight up pull canned ice cream and they say it's actually from here. And I'm like... So a little bit ago, I went through and I decided, hey, what if I add something else? In my fanfic, I paid attention in, like, an important moment of, like, specially made handcuffs. And I'm like, If we see specially made handcuffs, we know something's up. Huh. So yeah, we haven't moved from H... Hang on. We haven't moved from H-Corp at all. That is fascinating to me. Usually every single chapter, in between every single chapter, is just traveling to a new location. But this one never did that. Never. Like, just... Because I deleted the VOD, nobody will know what I'm fully talking about. I went through, I covered, like, Spring Cultivation and, like, Chapter 8. And I looked at the endings of both of those and I'm like, they keep on talking about, like, having to leave, and then they don't. So I'm just like, yeah. And Ryan's over here testing all the different stuff in the program, seeing if the Pygame window works. Thank you, Ryan. We tested it a lot off-stream. In fact, Ryan and I had an active, like, conversation, just being like, okay, so we do this, a problem popped up here, here's how we fixed it, we do this, no, we didn't fix it. Yee. So, like, it's just, yeah. We tried, we went. There's a problem made by, like, making everything better. There's a problem with, like, every single redeem under my channel the program thought it had made, so it goes through and it tries to augment it, and then it was like, it brought up an error because Twitch doesn't let like programs augment any redeems that are not made by said program, which is odd restriction. I guess it makes sense though. Odd restriction, but it makes sense for the sake of like whatever.
시작과 끝이 맞닿아 있는 실타래가 있었다.
There is a clue of thread, raveled of a single strand, whose beginning is its end. Yeah, I think the particular like Twitch redeem restriction is just so like programs don't have the ability to like compromise. I guess act as malware. There are some redeems that can't be affected by like whatever program you have installed, so it's like nice.
모든 순간은 시실과 날실이 되어 짜여진다.
Moments become wefts and warps that crisscross into a weave.
시간은 흐르지 않고
And the
한
flow
자리에
of time
멈춰진다.
spools in a single spot.
자, 읽어봐.
Go on, read it. Real
너의 첫울음과 마지막 숨결 사이.
Can't have a program say go and delete all your redeems if someone convinces you to give them access. Absolutely, yeah. Yeah. It makes sense. It's just we had to go and like fix a potential problem. Because the program I was making ran into that problem. There are probably gonna be a lot of other problems that potentially like pop up, but yeah. Oh, for anybody who's curious about why the program would need to do that, it for any of the redeems that go through and cost public imagination points, what my program will do is it will basically like pause them, freeze them when there's not enough points there. Ah, panties. So like if you had less than 400 points in the imagination points at the bottom left, that redeem would have been frozen.
모든 순간의 한가운데에서
Except that was one of the hard-coded ones, wasn't it?
보고 있다.
The hard-coded ones have a built-in failsafe because I haven't been able to get them to play nice with the rest of the program yet. I'm still using a separate window. Yes, it is. In the heart of every moment, my eyes catch a glimpse of you.
아니, 그 글자는 그렇게 읽는 게 아니라
No, that's not how you read those letters.
요시대라고 읽는 거다.
Yoshihide, that's how you say it.
요슈. 이게 더 편하고 이쁘잖아.
It's prettier and easier. Oh, this is Ryoshu's kid. Okay.
길을 잃은 내 아이야. 돌아오는 방향을 모르겠다면
Dear lost child of mine, should the way back home elude you,
가장 아팠던 첫 매듭을 더듬어서 되짚어라.
follow the thread back to the very first knot that hurt the most,
그 떨림이 멎는 곳에는
where the quivering stops.
내가 있단다.
That is where you will find me.
오늘이군요.
Today is the day.
네, 오늘이네요. 팀장님 혹시
Ah, frick. Today's the day indeed. Boss, are you... Okay, LCE research team suggests that those antlers are ego-based and not R-Corp. Otherwise, frick. Dealing with R-Corp.
잠깐 떨리냐는 질문은 하지 말게. 그런 건 스스로의 연구 결과에 자신 없는 범인들이나 하는 행동이지 않나.
Hohenheim! Woo! Hold. Please don't ask me if I am nervous. Only ordinary, unremarkable researchers with a particularly low level of confidence in their own material ever get nervous.
말하고 보니 지난번 학회 때 청심환을 한 줌씩 먹고 3초에 5번씩 손을 떨던 자가 생각나는 거. 아, 솔직히 좀 꼴서 나왔네.
Your unfinished query has reminded me of the last academic assembly. There was this fellow who simply could not stop their hands from shaking with the frequency of 5 oscillations every 3 seconds, even after taking an entire fistful of tranquility boluses. What a miserable sight that was.
아, 그들이 과연 내가 하는 말의 절반 이상은 알아들을 수 있을까라는
Oh, frick,
불안감을
this is a long one.
적당한 긴장감에 다리 정도는 떨릴지도 모르겠군. 그래도 자네들이 한번 검토해 주는
Oh my gosh.
자네들이 이해했다면 나머지 청중들도 이야기 정도는 따라오겠네.
Oh no! Oh, of course. Perhaps the fear that the attendees may not possess the intelligence to comprehend even half of my presentation may source a reasonable level of anxiety, potent enough to make my legs tremble somewhat. But I have been quite relieved of that concern after you reviewed my materials. If both of you were able to understand it, then the audience should have no problem following the general narrative.
적어도 지난번처럼 절반 넘게 숙면을 취할 일은 없을 겁니다.
Hang on a second. At least you won't be dosing the audience chock full of your verbal sedative this time.
그러고 보니 추가 연구를 위한 협조 요청이 왜 여태껏 승인이 안 난 건지 알고 있나?
On another note, have you any clue as to why our cooperation request for additional research is still pending approval?
LCA 연구 개발팀에서 계속 관리하고 있거든요. 하던 연구에나 집중하라고.
LCA R&D team has repeatedly denied our request. Apparently, we're too focused solely on our present research.
까다롭겠구나. 반려한 담당자가 누구인지 아는 게 있나?
A rather narrow-minded bunch, aren't they? Do we know specifically who denied our requests?
지난번 학회에서 청심환을 한 줌씩 먹고도 손을 떨던 그 부팀장분이요. 팀장님이 코웃음을 치셨던 것에 대한 앙금이 아직 안 풀리셨나 봐요.
The assistant manager who simply could not stop their hands from shaking, even after taking an entire fistful of tranquility boluses. It seems pretty obvious that they're still carrying the grudge from when you scoffed at them. Oh dear.
그랬던 건가?
Is that so?
아마 이번 발표가 끝나면 그저도 별말 못하고 승인할 걸세. 기존 연구는 이제 더할 나위 없을 정도로 진척되었으니.
Well, they'll have no choice but to approve our request after this presentation. Our present research has already progressed beyond the point of satisfaction after all. That was an odd point of lag. Of course, boss. Of course.
아무래도 안 되겠군. 개인적인 호기심을 풀이하기 위한 추가 연구이긴 해.
Oh no.
회사에 이익이 될 연구이면 틀림이 없네.
This won't do. Though the motivation behind my additional research request was to sate a personal curiosity, I have no doubt in my mind that it will end up benefiting the company's bottom line.
마튼, 혹시 내가 어제 만든 추가 연구 계획서
Oh no.
예상되는 성과를 눈앞에 들이밀면 LCA에서도 승인하지 않고서는 못 베기겠지.
Martin, do you have our additional research proposal with you? Even the LCA will have no recourse but to approve it once they see the projected gains from its success.
그건 따로 필요하지 않을 것 같아 연구실에 두고 왔는데요.
Oh, that I left it back at the research hall. Didn't think we'd need it today.
그 연구에서 성과를 거둔다면 시설실의 전력 효율도 높일 수 있을 걸세. 안 그래도 지금 하고 있는 실험이 워낙 전력을 많이 잡아먹어서 가용 전력이 영 간당간당하지.
A successful outcome of that research should also be able to boost the efficiency of our electrical systems. I'm sure the need for more power is a mutual concern. We already have precious little to spare with how much energy our present research consumes.
연구실 난방기에 쓰는 전력도 아깝다고 다 같이 추위에 떨면서 실험했었죠. 저는
Oh
에고 장배 덕에
no.
빠듯했지만
Yeah, we know. We even had to conduct our experiments in the freezing cold because we rerouted power from the heating system to save electricity. Well, I say toasty thanks to my ego gear, but... Hydrate. Okay.
아무튼 계획서는 제가 가져올게요.
Ah.
팀장님이랑 마튼 씨는 발표 준비에 집중하세요.
Anyways, I'll go grab the proposal. You two should focus on the presentation prep. Blah! Okay.
지원이
Oh dear, that went
여기
bad.
LC 부서
Oh, wait a second.
YS 보부근 긴급하게 지원 요청한다. 지금이 그러니까 코드
Are we finding out what happened to the Limbus company such that the bus team was just stranded in H Corp for a while? Oh my gosh. I've been wondering. I've been wondering hardcore. Requesting support. This is LCE department. Corridor YS-4. Requesting immediate support. The situation's code. Yeah.
미안하구나. 그렇게 불필요하게 절단하고 싶진 않았는데 유감스럽게도 의식을 잃은 것 같으니 대신
Oh,
전하지.
no.
코드라고 하기에는
Blue.
너무 거창하고.
My brain immediately goes to the Ruina. With blue, like Blue Symphony. Probably not, but still, that's apologies. I didn't wish to so unnecessarily cut him off, but as it seems he passed out, let me be the messenger instead. Though I won't bother with the fancy code speak.
이곳에는 일말의 가망조차 남지 않았다.
The
아마
situation here is
그렇게 말하고 싶었을 거야.
entirely hopeless, was probably what he wished to say. A few hours later. Wait. A few hours later? Wait a second. Nope, that's not what happened. That made them, I'm very curious. A good deal of time has passed since we'd said our heartfelt farewells to Goshishun, yet we still remain stuck in Hongyeon. So this is either like right after the end of chapter 8 and it's gonna time skip over spring cultivation, or this is right after spring cultivation. Or a good deal of time since spring cultivation.
오늘 출발하는 거 맞냐? 날짜 헷갈린 거 아니고?
You sure was setting off today? Reckon you got the date wrong.
그건 아닌데. 베르길리우스 씨랑 파일럿 씨를 데리고 오신다던 소드 씨까지 늦으시네요.
I'm pretty sure I didn't, but even Sod's late. And she was supposed to get Vergilius and Pilot.
홍원 밖으로 이어지는 직통도로가 코앞이다. 소드 그자가 트럭을 타고 이 장소까지 모이라는 메모를 휘갈겨 쓰고 간 것을 볼 때 이번에는 확실할 테지.
Right ahead lies the road that leads straight out of Hongyeon. Given Sod's memo telling us to drive out here with a truck, there should be no room for error this time.
그랬으면 좋겠네요.
Highlight. How are you doing? I sure hope that's the case.
대관원에서 나올 때 문지기 분들이 몇 시에 돌아오는지 물어보더라니까요. 저희가 이번에 정식 거주민이 된 줄 아시더라고요.
When we left Dongguanyan earlier, the guards at the gate actually asked me what time we'd be coming back. They probably think we've taken up permanent residence here at H Court. Home early, work let out. Oh, nice. Happy New Year.
그럴만하지. 지난번부터 계속 떠난다면서 잔치상도 성대하게 2차례나 얻어먹었는데 계속 안 가고 미적지근하게 있기만 하니까.
I'm trying to give like I guess of each until I get tired of it and it's stopping stream too much. Hi Seth. I am going to like let the voice actors speak. It also helps me get an idea of how their like voices are, so I try to mimic it. Not surprising. After saying goodbyes left and right, not to mention 2 farewell banquets, we're still sitting here on a butt without any sign of leaving.
그러니까 이때쯤이면 항상 베르가 의미심장하게 등장해서 다음 장소로 갈 시간입니다, 단테. 하고 말해줬잖아.
Exactly. By now, Burke should have appeared out of nowhere with his usual time to move on to our next destination, Dante. Like he always does.
카론의 내피 출발할게 부릉부릉 하는 말도 못 들은 지 너무 오래됐고.
Oh gosh. Then Charon would say, off we go, Mephi, vroom vroom. It's been forever since I heard her last.
베르길리우스님이 지금처럼 오랫동안 저희를 떠났을 때가 있었나요?
I don't think there was ever a time Vergilius was gone this long.
계약 위반에 따른 추가적인 업무 부정이 있었던 것이 원인일 수
Vroom
있어.
vroom.
그것을 고려하더라도 부재 기간이 길어지고 있다.
The breach of contract may have led to extra workload for him, but even so, his prolonged absence remains unusual.
설마 저희를 도와주신 일 때문에 아직도
All this just because he went out of his way to help us?
그렇지는 않습니다.
Not necessarily.
당시의 계약 위반 사항으로 인한 징계가 남아 있는 것은 사실이지만 H사에서 할 수 있는 LCC와의 업무는 가시춘 씨가 가주가 된 직후에 모두 마무리되었죠.
I am listening to the voices to see if I can mimic them, at least as much as I can, using a different language than what they're speaking. While it is true that the penalty incurred from breaching the contract yet remains, the LCC's operation at H-Core, which he was assisting with, was immediately concluded following Gosh Shun's inauguration as a family hierarch.
다른 이유는 짐작 가는 바가 없구려.
I fail to think of any other reason apart from that. Yes! Dante, you're so easy. Vergilius and Charon would always be away whenever we travel to a new place, but yeah, never for this long.
이번에도 같은 일로 자리를 비우신 걸까요?
Maybe he's just off doing whatever he usually does when spending time with Charon. Everyone turned to look at Faust.
베르길리우스 씨가 자리를 비우는 이유에 대해서 아직 여러분에게 공유드릴 수 있는 정보는
At this point,
없습니다.
there's no information that can be shared regarding Vergilius' absence. Maybe we can ask Vergilius when he gets here.
그 양반이 자기 목적지를 밝힐 리가 있겠어? 우리한테 맨날 어디 가야만 한다고 말하지.
You honestly reckon he'd say a word about where he was? That bloke only ever tells us where to go, never where he's off to.
봤어! 만날 사람분과 둘만 아이스크림 먹으러 가고.
Oh my gosh. Verily, and never hath he deigned to bring any of us on his ice cream trip save young Charon.
불신해하면서 그곳의 특산물을 모조리 섭렵하고 돌아오는 것은
Oh, perchance his path is that of a culinary journey to sample the unique specialties of each district.
이게 무슨 맛집 탐방 모임도 아니고 극단 이유겠냐?
Be serious for 1 second, lass. This ain't a foodie tour.
저희에게를 안내해 주는 것과 별개로
Aside from guiding our path,
베르길리우스 씨에게도 가야 할
it
자신의
may
길이
simply
있을
be that
뿐이겠죠.
Vergilius has a path of his own to walk. I've got no idea what his path would even look like. We're only here to follow the journey as guided by Vergilius. We know neither the path he has walked, nor the path he seeks to walk. Hang on, I can up the volume of my microphone a little bit. Okay, there you go. Wait, that's too high. Ah, yeah, there you go. Wow. Me just continuing trying to get used to new microphone. I wonder if he'll ever share his history with us one day.
길잡이야 껄핏하면 자리를 비우니까 그렇다 쳐도
I suppose he's been in his usual absentee self. But that don't explain why Sword ain't here, does it?
늦어도 우리가 늦었지. 자기가 지각해서
We've been late plenty of times, yeah. But it ain't like the last to keep us hanging.
작전에 변경점이라도 생긴 건 아닐까?
Maybe there's been a change of plans?
보통 작전 중 연락이 두절되는 이유는
When an operative goes dark without warning,
변경이 아니라 변수 때문일 가능성이
it's usually due to an unforeseen variable, not a change of plans. As if to prove Alice right, someone forcefully yanks the truck's door open. Sod!
자기 어떻게 된?
Holly, what happened to you? Sod stumbled into the truck, short of the... Holy cow, thank you, Frugal the Slime, for gifting 5 tier subs. 5 gift subs. Wow! And welcome, Stargazer KG, Saf 126, Paranormal Instigator. Oh, that's a fun name. Kaneko! And Tashag Louie. Hi, Frugal. And thank you for following Frugal the Slime. Oh, that's awesome. Oh, that brought us straight up to like a level 2 hype train. Nice. Good job. Sod stumbled into his truck, short of breath. She was bleeding and covered in wounds, both minor and serious. Her eyes glistened with wild anxiety. Also, you look in the bottom left, Frugal. You wanna know why that number says 6,000? It said 1,000 earlier. You added 5,000 to it. Yay! Good job. A broken pistol hung from her waist. It was impossible not to notice the still fresh gashes and wounds on her. Yeah! Ah, frick. Since you're new here, Frugal, I'll do a quick explanation. In the bottom left of my screen is the Public Imagination Points, which is run by my personal, code that I've been working on to try to make publicly available. But that number goes up when people observe and imagine, when they donate, when they subscribe, all of that. And there are several redeems that only cost 1 point, everybody, that actually use that number. Like the turn off the lights redeem is one of them. And the practice drawing is another. Uh-oh. Dang it. Get ready. And a headphone check. Okay. Everyone, if you're not wearing headphones, prepare to answer questions. And everyone, if you have problems with sounds, make sure to not listen for a second. There you go. That's headphone check. A minus. Woo! That's a good grade on that one. Yes! A broken pistol hung from her waist. It was impossible not to notice the still fresh gashes and wounds on her. The first thing that caught my attention, however, was the stump where her left arm used to be. Oh, holy cow, Sod. You did not have any headphones on. Thanks for the warning. Yeah, I do warn. Finally, we get to figure out what the heck happened to Limbus Company. Continuable. What does continuable mean? Okay, effective identities is Wrath and Slash. That suggests Burn team. This allows 12. So let's go.
일이라
붉고 따뜻하게 혹은 뜨겁게.
I need to level up Rhodia. Or switch this out with a different identity. I don't hecking know. Rhodia doesn't have burn identities. Gonna switch you out with LCCB manager.
해방된 세상을 위해서라면
책임은 뭐?
아이고, 작전 호출.
BRB. 아케.
불꽃을 벼리겠소.
지금 바로 전투를 준비해 주세요.
Prepare for battle. Immediately. Oh, nice. Hot train finished. Yeah.
저는 보다시피
I am
더 이상 작전을 수행할 수 없는
no longer
상황이라
able to operate.
여러분의 도움이 필요합니다.
As you can plainly see, I need your help. Sada collapses to the floor before we even had the chance to ask her if she was okay or what had happened to her arm. Oh dear.
베르길리우스 씨와 접선한 직후
I'm sorry. She collapses before she can explain what happens, and then she can speak. That's a little bit odd. Immediately after rendezvousing with Master Vigilius, I was ambushed.
머지않아
And the attackers will be here any minute. Her want to resolve had not faltered, even in the face of death. A grave look of despair now filled her eyes.
습격 인원은
How many hostiles?
둘.
2. I have a suspicion, based on what we're seeing, and how this occurs, and like how long the bus team has been in H-Core. I suspect that there have been outside forces that have been trying to keep the bus team in H-Core. And that they've been keeping the rest of the Limbus company, like, occupied. Or, like, straight up attacking them. Possibly both. The B team, B for bus, yes. The LCB team. And this is the LCCB manager. They are the clearance team. The Limbus company clearance team, and they're the before team. So they clear things out before the mission. And the LCA team? Or the LCCA team clears it after. Yeah, there we go.
한 명은 베르길리우스님이 맡고 있었고 저는
While Master Vergilius was dealing with one of them,
베르가?
Ferg was... Oh. Wait a second. Wait. Oh, that's not good. Oh, that's not good at all. Holy cow. Okay. Sequence of events. Vergilius is really hecking powerful. The Color Fixer being Color Fixer, the highest grade of fixer you can be. And... Sod managed to get away. Makes sense. Verg is a really powerful fixer. But you're saying we're gonna face hostiles soon. Even with Vergilius dealing with it. Oh, no, that's not good.
그러면 벌써 베르가 다 처리하고 여기로 오는 중인 거 아닐까?
Rodion, that is... Well, then maybe Verg's already on his way back after wiping the floor with both of them. Oh no.
아닐 거예요.
Oh no, what are we dealing with? No, I don't think so.
카론을
It's Charon. What did they do to Charon?
제가 카론을 놓쳐버렸어요.
No, not Vroom. No, not Vroom lady. No, I lost her.
카론을 붙잡고 도망치던 팔이 통째로 날아가서
Oh, they tore off the arm I was holding on to Charon with. Oh,
제가 끝까지 놓지 말아야
I
했는데
never should have let go. I never should have let. I'm sorry, Sod. What do you mean? You never should have let go. Your whole arm is missing. What do you mean you never should have let go? You didn't let go and they tore your arm off. Ah!
카론군을 놓쳤다니 그게 무슨...
What do you mean done? Her arm is missing. One arm bandit. Oh my gosh. Okay. Thou couldst not hold on to young Charon. How? What? Sod grimaced, her expression an amalgamation of guilt and confusion. It was a far cry from her usual collected self.
혹시 카론님이 인질로 붙잡히신 건가요?
Did they take Charon hostage?
카론이
Yes, I
그자들에게 붙잡히는 걸
could not stop them from
막을
taking
수
Charon.
없었어요.
Okay.
파일럿이는요?
What about Pilot?
상처가 깊지만 의식은
Pilot was
마지막까지
heavily
남아있었어요.
wounded, but the last time I saw him, he was conscious. That's good, I guess?
우선 전투부터 준비하죠.
We should prepare for battle. Now.
적어도 목표는 명확하군요.
At least our current objective is
쫓아온
clear.
습격자를 처리한 뒤
Executive Manager.
카론을 구하면 될것
First,
같습니다,
take
관리자.
out the pursuers. Then rescue
적의
Charon.
위쪽은 아직 알수
While the
없지만
exact motive of the perpetrator is yet to be revealed. There's a phantom limiting that can happen where people with arms that got removed while they were holding on to something feel like they can't release the grip, so it still hurt. Oh, yeah.
어쩌면 이 습격이 끝이 아닐지도
We may be
몰라요.
facing multiple fronts.
아까 이곳으로 도망치던
I believe
와중에
we picked up a
본사에
transmission from
무전이
HQ.
흘러들어오는데
We're running this way, and oh, a sudden buzz of white noise breaks through the truck's silence. Oh. Oh no. Oh no, it's the experimentation. The LCE. Limbus Company experimentation. They're the ones that wear the egos. Clerical team. Any station. Respond. Respond. Sod froze up, staring at the radio speaker. Gregor was the first to act in her place.
여기는 LCB. 상황 전파를 한다.
This is LCB. I read you. What's your situation? Over. Yep, research. HQ research facility.
연구소?
Research facility? Under attack. Uh-oh. My darling daughter, I hope you've been doing well for yourself out there. Oh no. But don't you think it's about time you stopped playing and came home? Is this Ryoshu's, like, parent? Utter silence descends as a kindly calling cuts off the blood-curdling scream from the other side. The voice that came through the radio was nothing short of affectionate. And it was easy to guess who the daughter was. Yep. Yep.
시계, 거미줄이 쳐졌다.
The spiders have spun their web, Clock. Web?
피할 수 없는 길에
And it's woven so intricately that there's no way around it. That's when I recalled something Liu Hong had mentioned, the House of Spiders. Thinking back to how intensely Ryoshi reacted then. Yeah. Do you think these attackers have something to do with that Liu Hong guy from earlier?
그럴 리가.
Unlikely.
그놈은 스쳐가는
He was just
선생들
one
중
of my
하나였을
many passing
뿐이다.
tutors. Oh dear. Oh dear. Hang on, I'm gonna adjust my microphone stand. Still getting used to this. Ah! Turns out a lot of things change with your sound setup when you have to like completely change the orientation of your microphone.
그럼 도대체 누가?
Then
다른 것도 아니고
who could have?
본사잖아요.
It's the headquarters, for crying out loud.
모르겠어요. 본사.
I don't know. The
본사는
HQ, it's
침입자들이
it's
원하는
not the kind of place someone can just force their way into. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Give me more information. Give me more information about the structure of Limbus Company, please.
곳에 무단 침입이라니.
Breaking into a place like that was completely unthinkable. Okay, so is it like the library from Ruina? What now? Usually I would use my intuition to choose the best course of action and lead the sinners during a mission. But who would have thought that the HQ, which was meant to brief us about that mission in the first place, would come under attack? Especially while we were left without a guide.
그래. 그들이
Fine.
날 직접
I didn't
찾아올
expect
리가
them to come
없지.
find me themselves.
거미줄을 쳐놓으면
Once the
먹이는
spiders have
알아서
spun their web,
걸려들기 마련이니.
they tend to wait for their prey to stumble into it, after all. Okay, it does make sense that you have the, like... You have a particular ego that relates to this very hard. The plume of cigarette smoke lingered for a moment before scattering into the air. When I looked at Ryoshu's face, what I saw was an expression of strange euphoria. So something fascinating that I think about Ryoshu, I think it was Ryoshu, is actually all the way back to the beginning of Limbus Company. During season, well, for each season, like, Limbus Company will have a, like, here is the primary ego that we show off for the season, right? Here's what everyone sees. Here's what we advertise with and we have the splash screen for and all that stuff. Usually, it's related to whatever, like, character is, like, part of the main chapter. But the first season had 3 chapters, and the banner ego didn't feature any of the characters. It only featured Ryoshu. Ryoshu with flames. Ha ha ha! So I find that interesting. The banner ego for this particular, like, season is different, but still.
류슈 씨, 혹시 당신에게
Ryoshu,
이 모든 상황이
is this all just
그저 재밌는 일에 지나지 않는
some amusing
건가요?
diversion for you? Sod shot an incredulous look at Ryoshu, who was nonchalantly puffing the rest of her cigarette to ash.
그래.
Sure is.
그토록 고대하던 시간이 마침내 제 발로 찾아왔다.
The long-awaited moment has finally found me. Holy cow. Okay. You're telling me... Oh my gosh. This is baffling. I'm gonna be honest. It's like...
두근거리는 게 당연하지 않나?
Why wouldn't I be excited? a lot of the sinners have mysteries. And then you wonder, how the heck did Limbus come to get someone this powerful? Because, like, they got Hong Lu, who was, like, directly related to the head of a wing. The head of one of the most powerful organizations in the world. It's like, what? And then you're telling me that people related to Ryoshu just invaded and attacked that organization easily. What?
그런
That's just...
하지만
But
착각하지 마라.
don't presume.
유희에 대한 기대와
My excitement for the coming pleasure
진심은
will not
별개의
interfere
이유야.
with my effectiveness.
나는 단 한순간도
I've never once
맡은 일을 유쾌하게
let
즐겼지
enjoyment
않자
get in the way of taking the
가볍게
job
여긴 적이
seriously.
없다. 이전에도
Good?
지금도
Not ever. Not now.
곧 이곳까지 올 거라 했지.
You said the assailants will
버스
be here
기사를 데려간
soon.
놈도
Is the one who
여기로
checked the
오고 있는
driver
건가?
coming too?
카론,
Charon.
카론 씨한테 무슨 일이라도
If anything
생기면
happens to Miss Charon, I... Don't worry, Sod, so what?
붉은 시선님을 볼 면목이 없어요.
I want to be able to break myself to face the red case. Nope, that's not what I do. If anything happens to Charon, I'll kill everybody around. And doesn't the meme say I'll kill myself after that? Maybe.
대화가 안 되는군.
This isn't going anywhere.
거미들이 버스 기사를 건드리진 않을 거다.
The spiders won't hurt the driver.
버스 기사는 커다란
She's
먹잇감을
just their
낚기 위한
bait to lure out to
미끼였고
the bigger prey.
사냥감이 아니거든.
So they don't fully understand what's going on, then. Otherwise, they'd be... According to some of the materials outside of Limbus Company, Charon is... Well... She's a product of experiments with... which one was it? Like... It's not the index, it's not the middle... The ring? Yeah, I think it's experiments with the ring, where they were trying to figure out... They were trying to take someone who could have every single possibility from every single other universe just kind of forced through them, so they could be everything at once. Charon is the only survivor of that experiment. Everyone else turned into Picatula, so... That's, Thank goodness Charon fully took on one of the identities, otherwise, she would probably be one of the strongest weapons in the city.
그러니 볼성사납게 떨지 말고 세팅이나
So
하거라.
stop panicking and set us up. It's unsightly.
네?
What?
이 트럭의 뒷문.
The back
지금
door of this
당장
truck.
군사연구소로 연결할 수
Can it
있는
connect us
건가?
directly to the HQ research facility right this instant? Oh, yeah. There's one thing I forgot to share about that particular, like, outside media. The Leviathan from Project being released before Limbus Company. We get a tiny look at how, we get an actual look at the power that a supposedly successful experiment would have. For a brief moment, somebody had the power, and they were able to become a reflection of anybody. Anybody at all, any power level. They are able to become a higher echelon member of the ring to be able to know exactly how to attack someone. They were able to become one of the most powerful fixers in the entire city, just to have an edge in battle. Unfortunately, that only happened for a little bit. They they eventually succumbed to it and entered a cocoon, which later hatched into a Picatula. So it didn't result in much, but still, just the fact that Charon is nothing more than bait tells me that the spiders have no clue what's happening. They would not have Charon just as bait in this case, especially with how much she relates to the Red Gaze, who was there during that accident and wants to protect her.
잠시만요. 가능하긴 한데
But wait, can, but
본사로 직행하는 뒷문 포탈을 이용하려면
to use the backdoor portal that leads straight to HQ,
조금
I need to
시간이
verify the
걸릴
H
거예요.
security code written specifically for each coordinate. It's going to take some time.
곧 내 놈을 쫓아올 녀석을 상대하고 들어가면
Gives us enough time to deal with your pursuer. Assad navigated through the vehicle's machinery with her remaining arm. Oh dang. The sinners all began to keep watch on their surroundings, weapons at the ready.
그런데 본사로
So,
가도 괜찮은 거 맞나요?
are we sure it's a good idea for us to head to the HQ? I feel like we're walking ourselves into a trap here. I do suppose Charon is a good, good hostage to keep the Red Gaze off them. Granted, if they knew what Charon was, they'd be wanting to take Charon rather than, use her as his hostage, but still.
차라리
What if
대관원의
we
도움을
requested
요청하는 건
assistance from
어떨까?
Dog Wanyan instead?
방법은 될 수 있겠지.
That can be a
본사가
solution,
냈던 이상
yes.
친분이
However,
있다 해도
as this
날개
concerns our
힘을
HQ,
발견했다가는
resolving this crisis with help from a wing, even on whose leader we are on good terms with, may require an enormous favor to be repaid.
관리자님,
True. Yeah.
어떻게 하시겠습니까?
Your decision, Executive Manager. We'll head straight to the HQ research facility as soon as Sod opens the portal. It wasn't hard to intuit that Ryoshu's turn had arrived, given her evident excitement. If so, the back door leading to the HQ, which Ryoshu intends to use, should be the path we're meant to take this time. Oh! So, that's the traveling we're taking. Just a straight-up portal. Frick. Ha!
각오하는 게 좋을 거다.
Better prepare yourselves.
이 앞
What awaits us,
나락의
without a single shred of doubt, is ants. Oh yeah, and just in case you're new here, a giant alarm plays when ads start, so be careful about that. This is your warning. It is loud. can have popcorn. Wah! Wah, wah, wah. Ah. Ow. Okay. Wah. Back. Yes. Advertisements are done. Ra-ta-ta. And there in its depths lies something that has always been waiting for me. Money? Sorry, it's just it's ants. There is just this is money, maybe? I don't know. Yeah. I don't seem to get a lot of money from it. I just do that so I can turn off pre-roll. Yeah. Oh, shrums above us. Walking the vehicle's roof. We have been found.
이거 부서지기 전에 일단 널
Oi!
가는 게 낫지 않겠니?
Then shouldn't we get out of the truck before it caves in over our heads?
아니요. 이 트럭은
No.
피사의 특이점이
P-Corp
적용되어
Singularity
있다고
protects this
했잖아요.
truck, remember?
외부로부터 안전하게 보호해
Something
줍니다.
that's supposed to keep whatever's
오히려
inside
안에
safe.
있는 게
We should just lie low in here until...
안전한 건 맞지?
Yeah,
지금 천장에
you sure about that?
간것 같지 않아?
I can see a teensy crack in the ceiling.
네?
Oh dear.
그럴 리가.
A crack.
분명 탄성이 강해서
That makes no
어지간한 힘은
sense.
휘기만 할 텐데.
The ceiling should be elastic enough to bend under most physical impacts instead of cracking. Huh.
차량형 이동 장치 외벽에 피사의
It is
특이점이
true that the
적용된
exterior of
것은
this vehicle
맞습니다.
transportation device utilizes P-Corp Singularity.
그래서 트럭은 밖에서
That
볼
is why
때보다
this truck is
안이
more
넓고
spacious inside than it appears
외부
from the outside,
충격으로부터 방어하기
and has
좋죠.
good defenses against external forces.
다만 피사에서 저희가
However,
탑승했던 실험
unlike the
모델과
experimental model we boarded in
달리 이
P-Corp,
차량은
this vehicle appears to be a
원활한
more
배치를 목적으로
affordable
운영되는
model used
저가형
flexibly
모델을
as a
이용합니다.
shuttle for the before teams. They cheaped out on the before team, and we're gonna suffer for it. Ah!
충분한 성능을 위해서는
That is to say that for a
언제나 그에
singularity
강화점값이
technology
되고
to perform at a
그렇지
competent
않은
level,
제품은
higher level
특이점이라는
investment is required.
파괴될 수 있다는 겁니다.
Budget models, even those with singularities, can still end up being countered.
싸구려라는 거네.
So they cheapened out. Yeah, they did.
거미 집의 아비는 아니군.
Then the assailant is not one of the nurse fathers from the House of Spiders. Holy cow. I can't wait to learn what you mean. What do you mean?
아비 중 한 명이었다면
If it were one of them, the first shock would have shattered this wall into pieces. Okay.
처음부터 강한 놈이 나타나는
I suppose kicking off with the top dogs would have made for a rather bland story. Forget. Ryoshu. No. No. Just because we're talking about breaking the walls doesn't mean you have to break the fourth one.
아비라면 혹시 지난번 뇌횡이라는 자가 말했던
The nursed fathers? Wait, you mean the same people who hung?
사담은 상황이 끝난 뒤에 해도 늦지.
We'll have time for speculations later.
관리자님.
Executive manager,
파괴될 것
the
같습니다.
ceiling's about to cave in. Go for the kill the moment they get inside. Which is right now. Hi. You have a semi-unique design. You're gonna last like a little bit of time, I think.
성원.
At the ready, men. Wait, don't engage. Though we were readying ourselves to skewer the intruder the moment he stepped inside, we had to immediately backtrack on that idea when we saw who he was carrying. Oh yeah, he's carrying Karen.
카론,
Karen!
의식을 잃었을 뿐 숨은 온전히 붙어 있습니다.
She is only unconscious and breathing still.
일부러 저자의 팔만 잘라내고 그
I
흔적을
see.
따라 추적했는데
You cut Zod's arm off so that you'd have something to track her down with. The blood trail? I suppose that makes sense.
예상대로 동료들에게 도움을 구하기 위해 온
And she has
것을
gone straight to seek help from her comrades.
반응을 지켜본 것은
It was indeed a correct
옳은
decision
판단이었던
for
것
us to
같고.
wait and see how she'd react. The intruder continued, glancing towards Sod. As if in response to that, Ryoshi placed her hand on her scabbard. Ryoshi?
너 버스 기사가 다칠 일은 없을 테니
B-D-O-K. They won't dare hurt the bus driver.
그런 시기
So don't make a
난 좀
fuss.
비웃지 마.
Clock.
그게 무슨
Huh?
요시 씨!
What do you mean she's okay? Ryoshu! Ryoshu ignored Sinclair and rushed toward the intruder, her scabbard cleaving through the air.
막았나?
Uh-huh. Parried that, did you?
인질은 신경도 쓰지 않으시는
Have you no regard for the hostage's life?
내 놈들이 죽게 둘 리 없지.
You won't dare let her
인질의
die unless you're
목숨과
planning to incur the
붉은
Red
기사비의
Guide's
분노를 살
wrath.
계획은 없을 테니.
Yeah, no, they don't know what's happening. They have no idea. Like Ryoshi said, the intruder was only defending himself against her strikes without harming Charon. Just as the other sinners were stepping up to join the assault,
전투의 예법을 다하기 위해 한 분씩
I had
상대를
intended to
드리려
face you
했습니다.
one at a time. As a propriety of honorable combat dictates, but
스승님이 올 때까지
unfortunately,
이 자리를 넘겨줘서는
since
안
I cannot
되겠습니다.
let you take her back until my master arrives. Oh no. Oh no. What are those? Oh my gosh, are they distortions? Hopefully they're not just straight up abnormalities, because that would be... The intruder gestured with his hand, and strange, bizarre things dropped through the ceiling with a thump.
빌려온 무기를 사용해야겠군요.
I must resort to some borrowed weapons. They could just be someone experimented with stuff. That is a possibility.
저건 뒤틀림이나 괴물 같은 걸까요?
Are those distortions or monsters of some kind? No. I think they're people. Oh god, they just experiment with stuff. Okay. Ah. Just like the boluses in H-Corp, like... Although, those things looked more surgical, so I do suspect that, like, heavy amounts of machinery were placed inside of someone's existing body until they were changed.
저 자식이 말한 그 스승이란 놈.
His master, Vergilius, is supposed to be handling whoever that is, yeah?
특색날이 분명 카론군이 붙잡혀서
The color, most illustrious, must be deterred from wielding his full might on account of young Charon's capture.
카론을 구해서 본사든 어디든 도망치기만
Let me
해도
rescue Charon and book it to HQ or whatever, wherever. That'll let the guide go all out.
당장 할 수 있는 건 그게 최선인 것 같아.
Yeah, that seems to be the best shot we have at this moment. Still, let's be careful and prioritize Charon's safety above all else. Okay. I'm gonna be looking at the stats for those things.
비록 함께 전장에
What
나서는 건
are
아니지만
you?
저희를 이끌어주는
Oh
건
no!
이번
Oh
소식이면
no!
원하시는 저희를 잘 이끌어 주시겠죠?
They might know what Charon is. They might. The Ring Corporist Auto Mannequin Combatant. Artwork, liberation of bones, contingent on cardiac rhythm, muscular contraction, vascular tear. Yep. These are things made by the Ring. The Ring Nurse Father's artwork. Okay. If the main target has 3+ types of negative effects, final power +1. Oh, that's Well, we don't have... It's not a focused encounter, so I don't feel too badly. Let's go all Wrath. Hang on, what's their weakness? Oh yeah, they're weak to Wrath. Wait, I need to check something. This is Blunt, Pierce, Blunt, 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 Slash, Pierce. Pierce. Okay.
당신의 판단을 따를게요.
We're all good on the affinities, but we're not good on the damage type. Damage type.
놀라운 명령이네요. 적을 완벽히 파악하고 있으신 거군요.
Alright, so the damage type isn't that good, but yeah, let's throw a magic bullet here. Just looking at this, frontal storm is gonna be passed.
해체어가 진행하겠습니다.
Yep, okay. Ow! Just a little tiny thing that pops out and goes doo 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 doo. Murder. Ah, heck. Yeah, no, no. The little tiny doo 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 monster. Oh my gosh.
아이씨, 좀 피하면서 하라니까. 야, 저거
Okay,
정신
let's
차릴
see.
때까지 앞에서 시선 좀 끌어줘야겠어.
You could try doing a counter. Do you have the health for a counter?
잔불에 주의하시오.
211. You could take like 74 damage. I think you can manage that. For ego activation, you don't have any burn on you, so I can safely use that. Okay. For the ego activation on that particular identity, it basically it's either that or a different move that just kills Faust if she has too much burn on her. So yeah. Okay, you're losing health, but the person you're clashing with, yeah, that's a single. So I'm probably going to be able to hit at least before like you attack. If I remember correctly, with like defense, that doesn't trigger their like. It triggers off of their placement in attacking, so they would be able to get off their other attack before they're attacked.
완벽한 한 발을 위해.
Shoot! Bah! Yeah! We got the power count. Oh, frick. Well, at least it broke all the coins, so it doesn't do as much damage, but still. I didn't realize they were blood coins. Dodge. Rah. Yeah.
어떤 사람들은
How does
성장한다고 하고.
your health is far below your stagger threshold? The second you take any like actual damage from something, you're just gonna explode. Oof.
순식간에 끝내죠.
Yeah. Wow. Yeah. Shoot! Oh, there we go. We're good.
벌써
There we go. Took out another enemy. What turn are we on? On turn 6, and all the enemies are out, so let's see what I can throw out to like just go ham. Force for the flames, because this is Ryoshi's chapter. We're gonna use that. And then next turn is gonna be, well, they're not gonna survive for the long. Wow.
완벽한 한 발을 위해.
Yep, and then the blood coins hit me. Ow. Bye, Altus.
끝이 아닐 테지.
Okay. We got defense countered there. That's not good. Okay. Ryoshi gets out her like show off or like Obligasaw harkens the flame this robust earth. There we go.
효과적이네요. 이
Oh
방식을
yeah.
기억하는 게 좋겠어요.
Ooh, what is this? Automated myofiber activity. At 2 stacks, convert all coins as units at. Oh, that's why I'm seeing so many blood coins. Okay, I didn't even read that. Well, it's time for them to die. So let's see. Fluid stack. Followed by representation emitter. Then does anyone else have any? Oh yeah, Ryoshi does. Ryoshi, let's have you thought contempt and awe.
진행하겠습니다.
Fluid attack will heal everybody and also hit all the enemies, or a lot of them at least.
이 전투는 승리할 거예요.
There we go.
여기선 이런 공격이
Got someone who is staggered, so that's good. Oh, you're alive, thank goodness. And representation emitter.
모든 결과들은 파우스트가 알아요.
Faust knows where the closest gas line is. Basically gives everyone, or gives a bunch of people XP. There goes someone else. Oh yeah, this is simple. We're done. Yay! Was the EX mission what I thought it was? The under 10 turns. It's usually been that, but ah yeah, there's the EX. Ah. Oh, that's the good stuff. That's the good stuff. Let's see, just double check. Yeah, it was clear within 10 turns. Why do I not see any progress towards the... That's interesting. Okay. Ah, unknown enemy. Unknown effective affinities. We know you, but... yeah. I don't know the other ones, so I think I'm gonna throw in my generalist team here. Let's see if I can edit teams. You're fixed, that makes sense. Oh yeah, you have Soda. I should probably put in your main one. Also, Red Eyes, freaking, that makes sense here. Fourth Match Flame was also the banner ego of the first chapter, of the first season. Despite the fact that none of those related to her. Let's just throw entirely... No, this one's something else. Is that Envy? Is purple envy? I forget off the top of my head. Regardless, we have lust, lust, envy, lust. But I feel like because I brought up like the red eyes is specifically a spider, like spider bud. So like, you know, that seems thematically appropriate here. Or I guess you don't know, but I do. Let's check. What should I throw in here? Ardor Blossom Star might be good to throw in because of the weakness in red. Pinning Day is good. Yeah, that's everything I want. It was barely Christmas. Yeah, happy holiday. No, Ebony Stem. Ebony Stem is better. Just Merry Christmas. That was days ago. What are you doing? Garden of Thorns, I think. Let's see. Night of Illusion, Cavernous Welling, Efflorescent Corrosion. Actually, I want to take a look at this one. Attack weight of 2 at minus, so it's up to attack weight of 3. It works with Rupture. I know that this one's attack weight of 4, but it works with Poise, and nothing quite like. Unless the Thunder is. No, Thunder is not unique. Like. Yeah, okay. And I forgot to give you your what. What am I doing? Let's throw in Regret instead of Screw Loose Wallop. Let's see. I like these for this one. Everlasting, Flusac, Lasso. Do I want to replace Lasso with something? No. Hexnell doesn't undo. It's not. Dimension Shredder or Foul Bullet is only really useful when I have like a specific. Okay, Foul Bullet is useful when you're in a scenario where somebody can't die. Which I actually don't know what Ryoshu's special thing is for her chapters, so it might be that she can't die, in which case, recommend level 58. Yeah! I am underleveled, let's go! Oh, frick. Hostage situation when clashing with the Thumb Apprentice Lucio, clash power -1. Don't minus 20% damage. Oh, that's. Oh dear. And then you don't have that. Rekindled Acceleration. Deal plus 10% damage. Okay. When staggered, immediately recovers from stagger at the start of next turn to gain 1 attack power once per turn. Okay, so it's not living. But by God, it's awesome. Okay. Let's see. So we know about you. We don't know about you, actually. Frick. Okay. They're all the same. Okay, so I don't know information about them. What about you? What do we see so far? Thumb Apprentice Lucio. Wait, what? What? What do you mean? What do you mean the thumb? That's... Oh no! Oh no! Okay. I can think of 2 possibilities here. 1, multiple associations are teaming up to go after Limbus Company at once, which is not good. Like, 2, possibly more, out of the 5 biggest crime organizations, the crime syndicates, coming after us at once. Or, we're dealing with the Pinky, which I don't know what the heck how the heck to deal with the pinky. Well, I don't know what the heck to think about. La Spada de Palermo. I don't know what that means. Oh, you work on Tremor. Okay. You have an offense level, enemy level -5. Why do you have that? The Nurse Father's command. So you're commanded to go easy on us. Okay. Corporations are very clearly more scary than crime syndicates. Yes, they are, but the crime syndicates are still terrifying. Base power +1 for every burn and tremor. So you burn and tremor. I don't know what this one is. I don't know what this one is. Dual escalates. You show gain scale power and deals more damage with every clash with this unit. Ooh. Expires at turn end if this unit did not clash with a Thumb Apprentice. So whoever has the dual escalates should de-escalate. And you inflict it when you win the duel. Okay, textbook with singular purpose. Gain Nurse Father's command. And again, is a clash against Ryoshu. Clash power -3. Interesting. Convert the coins on this unit's base attack skills into unbreak. Oh, that's interesting. So you lose your clash power in return for always being able to hit. Also on clash, you deal -80% damage and any on-hit effects do not activate. Ah. Okay, sorry. So you I'm sorry. What? What? What the heck? That's so when you clash against Ryoshu, you have less ability to clash power, but you turn all of your like attacks into blood coins. But you lose all of the benefits of blood coins. Blood coins be able to go like hit even if they lose the clash, but you do almost no damage. And you don't hear any of the on-hit effects, therefore it's just... Why? Why? You undo everything you want the blood coins for, what the heck? After clashing, inflict the dual escalates against the target these unit. Ah, so it's not just move, it's anytime somebody clashes. Frick. Oh, and if they lose the clash, it gets 2. Oh, I see. I see. And it's also, Lucio gains skill power and deals more damage with every clash with this unit. Yeah. Heal 3 SP for every dual escalate attack on... Okay, so the dual escalate seems to be what I have to care about the most here. Polymeton style. Gain the following effects based on the target's dual escalates. Deal more damage and take less damage from people with the dual escalates. Increases with more stack. At 1 stack, gain clash power. At 2 stack, also gain base oh my god. At 3 stack, also gain coin power and inflict severed tendon. Base which makes their base power go down. At 4+ stack, gain increased vital power. So that's... If you get up to 4 here, that would mean that in an initial clash, it is +2, plus how many coins you have in your particular attack. And once the clash is over, it's 2 plus however many coins you have. What the heck? Every 3 turns, select a random enemy except Ryoshu. Ha 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 ha. Reduce their speed to 1 and target it with all. Oh, that's. Oh, I see the problem. I see the problem. If this effect could not be activated to use stagger, activate it next turn. Okay, so you can delay it with stagger, but you can't dismiss this entirely. If this unit skill effects trigger Tremor Burst, gain 2 offense level up. Okay, so that's even more damage. I see. If in panic, set SP to 0, that's a standard boss thing. Fix panic, that's a standard boss thing. Okay. And what does your panic thing mean? Low morale, clash power +1. Clash lose, gain 1 fragile at like low morale. Oh. So they become harder to clash with, but you also gain fragile. Okay. And it just doubles the effect at panic. Increase sanity after winning a clash. Increase by 10 after this unit defeats any enemy. And it decreases whenever you lose a clash. Got it. Okay. You have a lot to do. Okay. So functionally, every single time I can, I want to attack you with Ryoshu because things will be easier, but you don't... And Ryoshu has speed. Heck. And you're Why are you struggling? Ryoshu, why are you struggling? Okay, as long as I only clash against these, the counter shouldn't go off. Although it is clashable, so I might want to have it go off anyways. I'm struggling against all of it. Hopeless and hopeless. Okay, you're all gonna attack that one. Favored. Neutral. Neutral. Okay, cool. Nope. Okay.
자, 어쩌겠지. 잘 생각해보라고. 목을 떨궈주마.
Holy cow. Great, so we are effectively facing off against 2 of the largest crime syndicates in the city. My gosh. Well, I could... Right, because the Blade Lineage Intervallo had, like... They talked about the thumb a little bit, so Limbus Company did anger the thumb. And then during Heathcliff's chapter, we did end up attacking a bunch of fake ring people. In addition to that, the setup to the entirety of Limbus Company dealt with like Vergilius attacking and taking down a large branch of the ring. So actually, this makes sense. This makes sense actually. Okay, who has you two? So we shouldn't have you attack. You have the dual escalates. You do not. Can you safely attack any of these? Yes, you can. Do you have the dual escalates? No, you don't. Okay. Struggling on that one, though. You have the dual escalates, so I should probably have you attack that one. Nobody's attacking Ryoshu. I guess that makes sense. Are we just gonna let 2 attacks go off? should probably at least have something like countered. No, you have the dual escalates. You. Yeah, it's favored. Okay. Okay, have Ryoshu's basically going to go hit the Clash because she's not targeting any of the other attacks, so it's gonna trigger the Clash against her. And we're gonna just eat 2 attacks from the... Huh. That was not good. At least we got blood coins. Yay! Blood coins being actually effective. Heck. Well, that was not the best. I am going very heavy on the strategizing right now. Ow. Yeah, you absolutely did target the ones that are clashing, so yeah. Ha! Yep, there we go. And completely meaningless blood coins. Let's go. Okay, it looks like you're doing something else. Let's see what changed. We have more skills available we can look at. Sezio no Tora de Servo. For every attack skill this unit that lost the Clash's turn. Ah, I see. Clash News deal minus 90% damage, and damage dealt by this skill cannot stagger. Clash News loses speed. Okay, so I really want to beat all of your clashing right now. And you have Inflict Burn, Inflict Tremor, Unbreakable coins. So, like, I want Ryoshi to go after this one so that the on-hit can't trigger on this, because if it triggers on anyone else, that's a lot. On hit, on hit, on hit without cracking, Amplitude Entanglement, Tremors, what? Take Wrath damage equal to sum of Tremor potency and Burn potency. So it's a new Tremor type. Oh no. Raise the stagger threshold, that makes sense, that's just a standard Tremor thing. Reduce the count by 1, that it makes sense, it's just a Tremor thing, but it pulls on Tremor potency and Burn. Oh my gosh. It's like trigger Amplitude Entanglement. Yep. Fuses the effects of the Tremor type added by Amplitude Entanglement and the Tremor type currently under Tremor superposition. Oh dear. So it's gonna be normal Tremor plus the Tremor Scorch plus whatever the other dudes do. And then it triggers it 2 more times. And then another 2 more. So it basically burns all of this in the same turn to do a massive amount of damage. Okay, that's not a good one. I don't want to get hit with that. The Cleaving Blade. Oh yeah, I saw that one. Okay, I did see all of these, so... That... That's not good. Do I have higher than 6 speed? No, I don't. Well, one person does, but my gosh, I... Oh. Whoever gets thrown against him is guaranteed to take a lot of damage because of the on-hit stuff. Granted, none of the tremor bursts are gonna go through, but my gosh. Oh. It's a fixed target. It's a fixed target, frick. Okay, let's throw Aisha and Pill there, and then everyone else is gonna try to get all of your other clashes to lose. I only have one person who can win, and the best I could do is neutral. That's... frick. Don Quixote might just be dead. I might... I don't remember the exact mechanics of power counter. If I'm right, it could trigger multiple times, so that's hopeful. They're the same thing though. Maybe. I don't know. Well, regardless. Everyone's gonna have like the dual escalates go down except for Dawn. It's just heck. Heck! Bye, Dawn. I'm sorry. Bye, Dawn. Yeah, there. That's. Oh. Oh. Yep, and also Yising was taken out too, frick. Oh, thank goodness, Ryoshi, you're finally... Ryoshi, you are finally high speed enough to actually, like, do things. Ah. Hopeless. Yeah. Work with your fel- Well, actually, hang on. Merry Christmas. Yeah. Also, have an apple. That's only neutral, but it's the only one that can actually, like, clash effectively, so I'll take it. Dag nab. I keep on forgetting about the applied, like, power down that you do. Haha! Merry Christmas. Wow. Merry Christmas. To your face.
이봐.
Rah!
버틸 자신 있어?
Apple to the face. Didn't do a lot of damage. I think after this turn, I've probably done enough different attacks to you that what the heck? I've probably done enough attacks that I can, like, I could take a look and have a decent spread of, like, what your actual weaknesses are. Frick. Okay, what are your weaknesses? You're normal against Wrath, Gluttony, Envy, and Pride. I haven't checked Gloom, Sloth, or Lust. You are weak against Slash. Well, I have Gloom right here. I can check it. Okay, let's see. What do I need for your special thing again? I need one more envy. Which is part of the reason why I choose this identity. Because this identity has envy and gloom. Granted, the third one is lost, but you can't have everything. See, you have the clashing, so we'll just target somebody else. Can I get this one to be good? No, it's just hopeless, and that's not gonna work because it decreases the power. Okay, representation emitter. It'll hit this one, and hopefully that will like decrease the damage enough. Blood resistance is inefficient, so frick. I can also get Aldous to build up the magic bullet. Also attack that thing, so that like this would be able to hit through like the defense because it won't trigger the defense until like Aldous goes. Unless if you can win a clash here? Only favored. Attack! Nab it! Okay. I'm clashing Clash Power -1, so we're looking at Clash Power -1, and you have a maximum Clash Power of 9 plus 4, so 13, and this one has a maximum Clash Power of 16, -1 is 15. Do you have anything else that's increasing your stuff? Let's see what your offense level is. You're at level 65, so... My brain... So it has -5, so that's 60. But you have +2, so that's 62. And comparing that to you, you have 54. So the skill is sitting at 57. Ah! It's a baddie! I'm doing math! So you lose 1. Hi. Hello, Raiders! I'm the Celestial Cloud. I run the Celestial Circus. Welcome, Hishi's, Phase A's, and all others. I hope you have a good time. Get shouted out, nerd! Ah! Not doing math! 15 goes down to 14. Nah. Okay. Everyone prepare. If you're not wearing headphones, you might regret it. And if you don't like certain noises, you might not want to listen to this. There we go. This has a max of 14. His has a max of 13. Possibly 14. Yeah. That is a dangerous move to make. Always fun to spring that on Raiders. I bet so. Max of 28, minimum of 20. Very similar, so that's just gonna win. Okay. Faust knows where the closest gas line is. It's right here. I hecking love that one. I love saying that. Oh my gosh, 14, 15. I was right. It was close. It was one off. Eh. Flight. Did you type out message deleted, or was your message actually deleted? Yeah. What? Bye bye.
그쪽 방향이 아닐 텐데.
Ah, so close to being bye bye. Okay, we're on turn 6. There's only one wave. Okay, so these guys just respawn endlessly. I got it. Message deleted tabs too. I see what you're doing. Oh yeah, I do have 3 dead people. Which is Don, Yusing, and Don, like Honglu. Frick. Okay. You're doing your super special attack. For every attack skill, and yeah, I need to get you to lose all your clashes. Frick. I have to send it and hope. Demonstrates a slash V command. Both of those are hopeless, frick. Okay, let's see. Is there a possibility you can just hit through and... No. No, there's not. Well, at least you're gonna probably lose 2 flashes. Probably. It's hopeless. Give me a moment, game. I would hope it's not hopeless. I'm also gonna... Let's see. This is gonna be 8, 13. That'd be 13. And this is 18. And I saw the max of this one is 15. This is 11, so the counter is technically better. Probability of losing is still high, but I can try it. Oh, frick yeah. I am ready. I just need to count out the turns. So 3 turns after this. I'd use that. Before because of math. Oh, yeah. Always fun to bring our raise. We were talking about versions of the code before. Everything seems is working now. Does it make sense to call this 0.0.3? I want to do one more change before we get to 0.03, and it's a big one. It's a big one. I lost that clash. Frick. It's a big change. Frick. I want to completely move away from T Kinter before we call it a 0.0.3.
여행엔 목적이 있었지.
It's a big task. Holy cow, my people are not doing good. Duh. Bye.
이건 치명상이네요. 전투가 끝난 뒤 시계를 돌려주시지 않으면 치료가 어렵겠어요.
It's a big ask, especially because I'm going to have to go through and... If I finish this chapter early, I might just end up going through and doing, like, programming a sheep for a little bit. Oh, yes! We can do Heavy Skullbuster! Which is really good. Also, you're targeting... No, you're not targeting. You're targeting other people. Yeah. Yeah! So we're at 7 turns. We need to finish this before 8. that, so I'm just gonna have you defend it. Hang on. Just gotta be able to get your move off before you're attacked and staggered. I'm gonna help defend the person who is staggered. Oh no! No! Lost the clash. That suggests we make our own buttons and other UI stuff, unless you think of adding in a different library for that. Is there a library for that? You might need help and feedback on your writing project. Ah. One of my people just died. Frick.
적확한 한압이었어.
시계 돌리셔야겠어요. 관리자.
Okay. Next turn, you should be doing the big power thing, so... Let's get you, let's get you chained up. Yeah! You just look, and there do seem to be multiple GUI libraries that integrate with the Pi game. Nice! But yeah. We are one step away from advertisements. Let me keep going until the alarm goes off. And then, like, other people will be sucked into the abyss of advertisements. No! And then, I'll just go to ad break anyways. So you'll miss like 2 seconds of battle. Chained up. Next turn you have massive power decrease, which is really good. Yeah! Yeah, 4 power decrease, 5 haste lower. Oh, there you go. Yeah! You just looked, and there do seem to be multiple. Yeah. Multiple GUI libraries. Yeah. Where am I? Hello? Hello? OBS? Why? Why did you do that, OBS? What the heck? Anyways, back to getting my butt trashed. Do you have a passive that says the... No, you don't have a passive that says the battle ends at a certain damage threshold. Which is a very bad sign for me. Anyways, you have a decrease of like 4 power down, and all of your speed is absolute minimum, so... Prepare to get thrashed! Ha 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 ha! Wah, 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 wah. Wait, are you targeting? Oh, you're targeting. You think because he has power down too that you can just beat him? You're gonna regret that. Oh no. That's what that does! Yes, it is. It is what it does. I gotta go make sure you can actually hear that. Because if you couldn't hear that, I'll give you a free redeem of it. I don't think you can hear that. Frick. Give me a second. See, redeem, second clown. Boop. Yeah, there we go. I'll turn down the volume on that for next time. Anyway, let's win. Attack power down, let's go! Mouth filled with hair, icky. Heck. Oh, bye, Gregor. Mouth filled with hair, icky. I mean, my hair tastes like cotton candy too, probably. I haven't tried it. I don't know if anybody's tried it. They haven't exactly wanted to eat hair. I've tried to make it taste like cotton candy, but I don't know. Yeah. Look at that damage. Up to 4. Oh right. Heathcliff brought Gregor back for a turn. Am I gonna? Yeah. Eating here is how you gain one for all. Do I approach this with the silly, or do I approach this with the serious? I approach it with the silliest. One for all. Like, eating hair only gives you one for all. When the person wants you to get one, like, wants you to eat their hair. Therefore, you would get one for all from eating my hair. Wow. You know what? No, you would get one for all from eating my hair. It's just when you get one for all, the previous user just kind of loses it. Which is like a large part of the reason why a lot of people did not like the ending of the My Hero Academia anime. Yeah. Well, not the anime, the manga. The anime pulls so much work trying to fix that problem. It is funny.
그럼에도 애써 묻어내지려 했던 감정. 큰일이네요. 이제 여러분의 죽음이 너무도 가슴 아프게 다가와요.
Now that I'm thinking about it, I'm just like... There's a fanfic idea going on in my head and people would not be ready for it. Didn't the manga have him powerless working at McDonald's or something? Yeah. I think specifically the manga had him powerless working as a teacher. And then because people hated that so much, like later on the mangaka was just like, oh, several months later we're gonna talk about how like Deku got a powered suit several years later from All Might and all of his classmates. And people just kind of hated that because it was like, that was kind of meh. If he got the powers, it's highly implied he'd die young. Yeah. Yeah, there we go. Take it. Suck it. Be chained up, sucker. The way the anime works around it is just, they basically speedrun the entire, like, Deku spends years without powers. Like, they do the entire thing of, like, and then many years later, blah, 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 we're gonna gloss over the fact that Deku was absolutely screwed over, and then we are going to have a moment where it's just, ah! Deku gets to be a hero. Worth it. You already accidentally hurt yourself. Give me super strength to do it with. No. Ah, frick. No. What? Oh wait, no, you're something else. You're not the main guy. Okay, I don't care if I win the clash with you. I need to win the clashes with this guy. Wow. Barely did damage. Good job. Oh my gosh! I barely won that first clash. Whew. Even with the the -4 clash power. Oh. And look, we got to the end.
이러면 포탈이 열려도
He sees back side of the truck. Even if the portal opens, we can't.
상황은 똑같아. 저자를
Doesn't change
처리하고
what needs to be done.
기사 양반을 데리고
We take care of him, get the bus girly, and head off to HQ. One morning, you dislocated a toe, kicking a door open. Fixed your toe, walked it off. Deku getting hurt by his own power is quite relatable. Yeah.
진짜 더 몰아붙여야 하는데.
For fuck's sake, we can't even fight full out. Despite Ryoshi's assurance, the sinners did not share her confidence that no harm would come to Charon. So they were confined to fending off the animated corpses, unable to fight aggressively. Yeah, that's how that fight played out, yeah. Ryoshi was the only one unfazed enough to raise a sword against the assailant in this cramped battlefield. Yeah.
비련한 새끼. 팔을 더 직선으로 뻗으라고. 도대체 몇 번을 말해야 알아쳐먹지?
What's that music? It's so quiet. Hang on, I gotta turn up the volume here for people so they could kind of hear it. Question. What's the question? I'm gonna read this while you formulate your question. Bothersome little half-wit. If the hair gets eaten, is it cotton candy then? Yes. It looks like completely regular hair. When you start to eat it, it's cotton candy in your mouth. Straight, I said. How many times? Just how many times must I repeat myself? I wash it magically. In case that's the question you were asking. My hair doesn't just disappear when I go in the shower. Mostly because I keep it magically there. If I didn't have imagination and I went into the shower, then yeah, I'd be completely bald until the point when I have more imagination to remake my hair. It's a problem. It's a problem. I deal with it though. Straight, I said. How many times? Just how many times must I repeat myself?
그거 맞았다고 엄살은.
Is it clown or is it cake?
안 일어나? 뭘
Why not
잘했다고 누워서.
Water repellent cotton candy? I mean, that does exist. I don't use it, but it does exist. People keep telling me, replace the hair with water repellent stuff, come on. And I'm like, no, I can just clean it magically. And I can keep it magically intact while I take a shower. Oh, stop making a fuss. It couldn't have hurt that much. On your feet. Get off your ass. What makes you think you deserve a break?
꼴불견같이 굴지 말고 다시 검
Quit being a
잡아.
whiny little brat and pick up that sword. Slash
똑바로 구워.
straight. See? That wasn't so hard.
할 수 있잖아.
Can you not just imagine you're clean and skip needing a shower? But I like showers. I can. But I like showers. Plus, if I stop partaking in like any of that, then it completely loses a lot. I completely lose a lot of the comforts of being alive, because I can just imagine myself as having eaten. And I'm just like, no, but I like eating. Yeah. Plus, I have a limited amount of imagination to spend on all this stuff. But, you know. I can imagine myself clean, but I want the shower. Then also, my imagination budget might not be able to survive me completely remaking myself to be clean every single day. Ah. And then I become bald because cotton candy hair.
한 번만 더 엄살 부리면
If I ever hear you whining again, I'll rip your hair clean off your head, so get your act together. Some would argue the showers when the power of imagination is at maximum. Yes, but I need multiple people's imagination to make things. Like, I have a powerful imagination, but I can't just make everything off of it. It's not enough. You.
이 검술에 대해 알고 있고.
You're no stranger to the sword style.
그렇습니다. 팔레르모.
Ah!
저 또한 그
The
검술을
Palameton style. I've been trained in it as well.
발렌치나.
Did you learn it from
매번
Valentina?
술에 쩔어 있는 그놈에게 배웠나?
Booze hound.
그런 저속한 단어로
I must ask you
그분을
not to
욕보이지
insult her
마시게.
with such a crude epithet.
스승님께서
My master
팔레르모를
gave me
전수해
an
주시며
order when she
당부하신
imparted
명령이
this style
있습니다.
to me
당신의 검술과
to temper and
한없이
hone
닮았을
it
때까지
until my
달려라.
mastery of it becomes indistinguishable from yours. Oh,
이제 제 팔레르모는
my sword
검이
craft
집에 있던 과거의
is
당신과
now on par with
비슷한
that of
수준에
your past
도달했습니다.
self, and you still belonged in the House of Spiders.
검술을 배워 이해하는 것도
Learning
아니고
it without understanding
그저
anything,
날 베껴내려
and only
했다.
obsessively copying me.
그깟 흉내내기를 위해 시간을 할애하다니 우습지도 않아.
Wasting time over such mimicry. It's beyond ridiculous. Are we? There's an abnormality called nothing there that is focused around mimicking people. I wonder if we're gonna get a hint of that.
모방뿐이라면
If you're no
검을
more than
쥔
a
손목의
copycat,
각도,
then the angle
두
of the
발의
wrist,
간격,
the distance
검의
between the
무게
feet,
중심,
the balance of the
그
sword
중
itself.
하나라도 어긋났을 때
Every one of these has to be exact, because even a single incongruity.
왜 처맞을 걸 알면서도 자세가 자꾸 달라지니?
Are you actually that incompetent, or do you enjoy the beating? Maintain your stance.
같지 않은 대가리 쓰지 말고
Don't bother your
알려준
stupid little head
방법대로만
trying to be
해.
clever and just stick to what
외운
you've been
것만
taught.
빼먹지 말고 그냥
Take what you
움직이라고.
memorized and move.
하루라도 빨리 네가
The
모든
sooner you
것을
become the
배워낸
blade that cuts
검으로
the wall,
완성되어야
the better. Only then can I.
언제 무너질지 모르는 외줄타기 같은 검술.
Will break your form, make your swordsmanship as precarious as a tightrope rock headed straight for a fall.
너도 저기 있는 인형과 다를 게
You're not
없고
different from those wind-up dolls over there.
태엽 인형이어도 상관없습니다.
Call me a wind-up doll all you want. It doesn't matter.
당신 또한
You,
팔레르모를 제대로
likewise,
기억도
are unable to
구사도 하지
recall and
못한
properly wield the Palameton style,
저는 제 필요성을
which tells me my
당신은
usefulness has not yet
납득하고
run
있습니다.
its course.
같은 자세를 1000번
I must
안
perfect
되면
every
1000번을
form you've been
반복해서라도
taught, even if I must
당신이 배운
repeat the
모든
same
자세를
stance
완벽히
1,000,
구현할 수 있어야만
no, 10,000 times over,
당신만을 위해
find to be a
완벽한
perfectly
교본이 될
tailored
수 있을
textbook
테니
for you.
내
Ah,
놈
that's
같은
what that skill
애새끼
was.
학습지 교본은 필요
What if I
없다며?
said I have no need for childish study aids?
거절은 의미가 없습니다.
Your rejection is
제
inconsequential.
교본으로서의
My
역할은
role as your textbook
이미
has already begun.
시작되었으니까요.
그렇다면
Then I will illustrate my
나만의
very
일생으로
own art for you
형체조차 남지 않게
until you're slashed and
갈라버려야겠군.
cleaved beyond recognition.
아씨, 눈이 다시 아작난 걸 보니까
Wait.
여기 맞네. 우리
Valentina is
티켓
here?
있는 곳.
Ah, frick. Ah, damn, my eyes turn up again. Yep, I landed on the right place. That's my ticket, all right. Oh dear.
내가 말했잖니.
Oh my
그치?
gosh. Ah! Ah! I. I mean. Hi. forgot what all my buttons do. Frick. Hi! Hi! That, hi. Okay. I told you, Lucio.
너는 몇 년을 더 노력해도
You could spend years honing your skills.
우리 요시히데 따라잡으려면
But that still
한참
won't be enough to
남았다고.
catch up to our Yoshihide. The man staggered a little, his head jerking to the side from the impact of the blow.
어때? 직접 보니까 느껴지지 않니?
Isn't it obvious now that you've seen it yourself?
지금 네 수준이 얼마나
How sad and
힘들었는지.
pathetic your progress is.
이래서 전쟁도 못 겪어본 것들은
This is a problem with greenhorns who haven't had a taste of the
한눈만
war.
팔아도 모가지가
They don't
터져버리는
know what it's
곳에서
like to crawl through the
진짜
muck and grime of the
굴러봐야
battlefield, where the slightest inattention can get your head blown clean off.
강자를 상대할 때는 힘으로 맞서지
Faced
말고
with a superior
칼끝을 걸어
opponent,
공격을 흘려보내라고
Don't
내가
just
몇
rely on
번이나
fraud.
강조했잖아.
but redirect the force of the attack to the side by locking their arc with the tip of your sword. I've said it time and again.
다수를 상대할 때는 자세를 낮추고
And when you're
궤적을 가로로
outnumbered,
크게
lower your
휘두르라고.
form and draw wide
내가
arcs with
목이
your sword.
쉬도록 말해줬는데
Did you
그걸
forget
까먹어?
everything I drilled into you after shouting myself harsh?
구석에서
Secure a corner.
한 놈씩 불러들이게
Force them to get to you in a single file.
위치 선정을 하라고도 했는데
Because positioning is everything. Didn't I tell you all of this before?
우리 요시히데가 하나라도 더 내가
If
가르친 걸
Yoshihide is recalled even
떠올리려면
one more lesson from me,
교본에 하자는
the
없어야지.
textbook can't afford to have any defects.
죄송합니다.
Forgive me, master. That is abusive.
그래도 이거 챙기라는 명령은
Did
잘
manage to collect
들었네.
this one as instructed.
아주 쓸모가 없진 않아.
Maybe you're not completely useless after all. Hatred thick in her voice, Ryoshu hissed, "Thumb nurse father," under her breath as she shifted into a blade-drawing stance against the second assailant. Oh dear.
야, 잘 지냈어, 티켓?
Hey, how have you been doing, Ticket?
역시 못 보던 사이에 자세가
Your form's really become a wreck
개풀됐던데.
since you were away. Just seeing that sloppy grip makes me
그딴
sigh.
식으로 주는 걸 보니 한숨도
I had to
안 나와.
beat that habit out of you back in the day.
그 버릇
remember?
바꾸려고 나한테 그렇게 쳐맞았었는데 기억은 나니?
Oh dear. That's dismissing the name and having the name of Ticket. Yikes.
그래도 간만에 제외니까
Still,
기본 예의 정도는
this reunion's
차려줄게.
been a long time coming.
옛날처럼 뺨따기를
So I suppose I
쳐맞아야
owe you a bit
정신
of
차릴 나이는
courtesy.
지났잖아.
You're old enough now to understand what I'm saying without me having to resort to the occasional backhand, aren't you? Holy cow, okay. Everything about this, calling, like, her subordinate textbook and Ryoshu Ticket. Textbook because he's supposed to teach Ryoshu everything back. And Ticket is probably because, like, Ryoshu is her ticket somewhere. It is so abhorrently obvious that she uses everybody around her.
티켓이라.
Ah! Ticket?
날 아직도 그렇게 부르는 걸 보아하니
Still intent on calling me that, huh?
내 놈도 여전히 그 구렁텅이에서 벗어나지
Clearly,
못했나 보고.
you're still just a sad sack of shit, stuck wallowing in a sinkhole of your own making.
네 놈?
Did you just
지금
call me
나한테 말한 거지?
sack of shit?
이제는 위아래도 모르고 기어오르네.
Pitch. You should know your place before barking at your betters. Ah! Sensing a sudden presence outside, the so-called thumb nurse father snatched Charon into her arms and swiftly assumed a fighting stance. Oh no. Oh, hi, Vergilius. Yeah, she's afraid of Vergilius. Oh! Yeah, and he's holding back because of Charon. Okay, I very much doubt I got the EX there. I think I went 11 turns.
이번 일에 대해서는 미안하다는 말을 전해야겠군요. 관리자 단테.
Manager Dante. It seems that I must apologize for what has happened today. Vergilius.
저의 개인적인 일과 과거에 다 풀어내지 못했던 것이 남아 있었던지라 생각보다 돌아오는 것이 늦었습니다.
Unresolved business from the past.
베르, 상처가...
Berg, you're hurt.
저들에게 입은 상처는 아니니
They're
쓸데없는
not
걱정은 하지 말고.
So don't worry needlessly. Holy cow, we can see Vergilius's like ego played out. Oh.
공교롭게도
Although not the ego suit,
저들과
but still.
대치하기 전에 골치 아픈 일에
Just so
휘말렸을 뿐이다.
happens that I was involved in a rather troublesome matter prior to encountering them.
죄송합니다, 붉은 시선님. 제가
It's not my fault, Red Gaze.
끝까지 지켰어요.
I should have protected Sod. Stop. Your arm got torn off. Like, what are you gonna do? What are you gonna do? You were holding on to her, and then they tore off your arm. Like, that's not... What even? Sod's voice trembled as she apologized profusely to Vergilius.
아니, 내가 저놈을 제대로 붙잡아두지
This happened
못했기
because I
때문에
couldn't stop him from
벌어진
going after
일이다.
you. Okay, Vergilius kind of gets it. It's like, nope, you did all you could. He cut off your arm. What do you expect?
하필 팔이 잘렸나?
And of course, he had to go for your arm. Yeah,
상처가 점점 벌어지고 있군.
that wound's looking worse by the
상황이
second.
종료되면
Go get it treated the moment
곧장
we deal with
치료부터
this
받도록.
situation. I will. Yeah, that's not good. Vergilius met the thumb nurse father's gaze head on.
엄지. 겉으로는 명예를 앞세워도
The finger
비겁한
that makes
수단
up for their
없이는
incompetence
제대로 된
with
임무를 수행하지
duplicity and
못하는
cowardice,
손가락.
only to then hide it all behind their mask of honor. And they're working with the ring, so like,
본사 연구소가
it appeared exactly as we
습격당했다는
received the
연락을
transmission
받은
that the
동시에
HQ research
당신들이
facility was under
나타났다는 건
attack.
인질이라는 고전적인
Then your
방법을
purpose here must
써서라도
be to stall me by
나를
any
어떻게든
means,
묶어두겠다는
even if you have to
건가?
resort to an old and tired method, like taking a hostage.
그 반응 역시 내가 제대로 찾았네.
Yes! The way you reacted to this, I nailed it.
이게 당신의 케이크였어.
She's your cake.
티켓
You
기억나니?
remember Ticket?
네가 교양 없이
Remember when I told you
입가에
when you
크림을
so immodestly
덕지덕지
stuffed your
묻히면서
face with
처먹었던 그날.
that cake and smeared
내가
cream all
했던
over yourself? Ah, they very, very clearly do not understand what Charon is. Otherwise, they would be going about this significantly differently, trying to like force Charon into a different shape. At the very least, like, come on.
그 더러운 꼬라지로 내 앞에서 웃고 있으면
Smiling like an idiot in
케이크를
such
바닥에
filth
쳐박고
makes you want to
싶어지니까.
smash that cake to the floor. You're horrible. Yeah.
케이크가 아무리 달콤하고 맛있어도
So don't you dare
내
let on
앞에서
even a hint of
안달난
craving
티
for that
내지
cake
말라고.
while I'm looking. matter how sweet and delicious it might be.
내가 말했잖아, 티켓.
Holy abusive. Okay. What did I say, Ticket? What did I say?
자꾸 질 거면
If you're gonna start
내가
trouble,
눈치 못 채게.
you better not show it on your face.
표정 관리부터 완벽하게 하라고.
Else I'll catch on. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh.
지랄하지 말고 똑바로 말해.
Stop fucking around and tell me straight.
한 이유가 뭐야?
Tell me why you are.
아니. 그냥 말하지 마.
You know what?
계속
Be like
그렇게
that.
입 다물고 있어봐.
Keep mum
한 번.
and brood in silence all you want.
직접 그 찾아서 버릴 테니까.
That brrrr, I'll find that brrrr, and I'll split brrrr.
내가 이 눈으로 너 하나 못 막을 것 같아?
You're not getting past me. Do you think this eye is just for show?
글쎄, 발렌치나, 네가 그 눈을 얼마나 신뢰하고 있는지는 모르겠다만.
Valentina. I don't know how much confidence you're putting in that eyeball, but
반쪽짜리가 된 그
I doubt you'll
유물로는
stall me for long with that
내 시간이 그리
half-functioning
오래
relic of
허비되지 않을
yours.
것 같군.
Oh dang. I'm guessing it's a covered up eye, right? A trickle of blood had begun dribbling down the intruder's cheek from her covered eye. Yeah.
아, 이거?
This? But she grinned without a care.
그래. 티켓이랑 가까워지니까
It started hurting more and more the closer I got to
욱신거리기
Ticket. What is it?
하지만 곧 괜찮아질 거야.
What
티켓은
is
이제 여길 떠날 거거든.
But it's gonna get better. Ticket's about to leave this place, you see.
내 놈, 날
Shithead.
죽이는 게 목적이 아니고.
You're not here to kill me, are you?
근데 이 새끼
Ha! Shithead?
아까부터 자꾸 건방지게
bitch.
꼬박꼬박
Have you forgotten all about
반말을.
manners? Wow. The hypocrisy. Wow, that's a lot of blood. Holy cow. The hypocrisy on display here is immense. The woman seemed to be having a hard time holding her hand back from striking Ryoshu. But after a few deep breaths, she visibly relaxed and continued on. You were such an abusive person. Holy cow.
그걸 알면 뒷문이 열리는 대로 여기서
Glad you finally
꺼져.
figured that out. Now fuck off as soon as that door up. Holy cow! Huh.
다른 아비들이 기다리고 있으니까
The other nurse fathers
거기
are
가서
waiting for
예의
you
있게
there.
굴고.
So show some proper Oh. Frick, they're HQ.
아, 머릿속이 뒤죽박죽이라
Oh.
바로바로
Or is that brain
떠올리기
of yours
힘들
too
텐데.
messed up to remember who's who and which is
기다리면서
which?
다른 아비들에게
Why don't you take
말이라도
the time to
준비하지
think of
그러니?
what you're gonna say to them?
잠깐만요. 그냥 보내줄 생각이라면 당장
Hey,
카론 씨부터.
hold on. If you're gonna let us go anyway, why don't you let Kara
나가리.
zip it? The thumb nurse father muttered viciously.
나는 버릇없이 주제도 모르는 게
hate
끼어드는 걸
Presumptuous
제일
idiots
싫어해.
who don't know their place, butting into conversations. You lay off of Ishmael. She's gotten over her own manipulative, abusive, gaslighting, figure. She's not gonna take it from somebody else.
티켓, 네 친구들이니?
Friends of yours tickets?
그렇다만.
Yeah,
그래?
that's so.
뭐 그럼 다 보내도
And I don't
괜찮겠네.
suppose there's anything wrong with setting them all there.
먹잇감들이 알아서 날아오겠다는데
Why discourage
굳이
a swarm
막을
of
이유는
flies from flying
없으니까.
straight into the web we've spun? Her eye fixed intently on Virgilius. The thumb nurse father slowly backed away from the back door and opened the way for us. The back door to the HQ hasn't opened yet. You have to rescue Charon first, then.
망설이지 마십시오,
Don't
단테.
hesitate,
당신이
Dante. That
수감자들을
is indeed
데리고
the
가야
path
할
we must
길은
bring the sinners
그쪽이
to.
맞습니다.
Virgilius continued coldly, as though he was reading my mind.
오히려 당신이 저자의 뜻대로
You should go
뒷문을
through the back
통과하는
door,
게
like he says, if you want to help
가문을 위한
Charon.
일일 것입니다.
Oh,
이건 저만을
this
묶기
entire
위한
circumstance at the
상황이고
back door has
저건
been engineered to hold me
당신과 사본
and
수감자를
only me
부르기 위한
back.
상황이니 말이죠.
And what awaits beyond the back door is what they have orchestrated to summon you and sinner number 4 there.
그 말대로야. 차가운
Correct.
거미줄에
I would have
붉은색이
wanted a dash of
걸렸다가
bread
기껏 엮어둔
to snip our
그물이 다
elaborate
끊어지면
web to
곤란하지.
pieces. So they're using Charon as bargaining chip because they know that Charon matters to Red Gaze. They just don't know why. My gosh, they just They know it can work. They just don't know why it works. If they knew why it works, they would have gone about it completely differently because they're like, hang on, we should care about actually taking Charon, just straight up. Try to force Charon into a version of Charon where she was, you know, where she took Ryoshi's place. Like, come on.
분사까지의 포탈 전개 거의 끝났어요.
Portal connection to the HQ almost established.
그런데 이건 도대체
But every
분사로
firewall
연결하는
protecting
보안망이 전부
connection to the HQ
뚫렸는데
has been bypassed. What?
보안이 무너진 뒷문을 통해
And
침입한
it
것인가?
must be via the defensive back door, or back doors, through which the intruders have broken in. Wait. They got a hold of Mephistopheles, didn't they? Frick. Mephistopheles with the back door that just has portals going everywhere. Frick.
본사 연구소와 연결됐어요.
Portal connection to HQ established.
따라올 텐가?
Coming with.
파우스트가 가면 이 뒷문 조정기의
Fast
사용법을
goes.
숙지한 사람이
I'll be the
저밖에
only one
남지
left
않아요.
here who knows how to operate the backdoor calibrator.
저는 베르길리우스님이 카론을 구출할
behind.
때까지 남겠습니다.
At least until Master Virgilius rescues Charon.
그럼 먼저 가지.
Then we'll go on ahead. As always, Yoshi did not prolong the conversation. She did not bother to impart even a quick goodbye. As she walked into the shadows that awaited us beyond the corridor, I gave Sod a nod in her stead.
단테,
Yeah! There it is. Dante.
4번 수감자의 실은 팽팽하게 당겨져 있습니다.
The fourth sinner's thread is pulled tautly.
언제 끊어져도 이상하지 않으면서 동시에 어떤 날붙이보다도 예리해 닿는 것을
It is
끊어버릴 수
precariously
있다는
close
점을
to snapping, but it's
명심하시길.
also sharper than any blade. That it might sever all that it comes into contact with. You must remember that. What kind of thread is Virgilius talking about? Snapping, severing. I wasn't yet sure what exactly he was referring to, but it won't be severed. Not when the chains bind us together. I replied, absent-mindedly rubbing the area where the chains that connected me to the sinners had burst out of. Yeah, that did happen.
가시죠.
Let us proceed. Dante. whispered aliases words, hanging heavily over us. We made our way into the back room connected to the HQ research facility. Yeah. Okay. And all of that to tell me I'm gonna have to fight that again because I did not get the EX.
정도로는 주군이 원하는 바를 다 할 수 없어요. 더 몰아치고 더 타올랐어.
Yeah. Okay, let's see what I. Yeah, I cleared it within 11 turns, and it doesn't give me effective affinities. We almost learned everything about Lucio. We didn't get the sloth, but it also looks like Lucio has normal resistance to every affinity. It's just Slash that he's weak to. In that case, actually give me a second. See what my Slash team looks like. Yeah, my Slash team is all Kurokumo and Blade lineage, but they're incredibly underleveled for this. Including Kurokumo Ryoshu. He's level 46. Looking at this, the highest level is level 50, and the max, the cap has been raised up to level 60. Let's see. Oh right, it went over to the next season, so everything, all my shard resources got cut in half. That being said, each box gives an average of 2, so if you do 25, it should get me really close. Like 50, so if I get exact, it's gonna be 69, nice. But I'm not gonna get exact, it's gonna be close. 48, I was 2 off. This does feel like the identity that most fits Ryoshi for this particular, like, chapter with what I'm seeing, so, like, I could probably just go for it. Do I have something else? It's still giving me the I can level up, but I'm not seeing anything I can use for that. Must be a default thing. I'm not gonna spend too much time on this. I'm gonna skip battle.
조금 불안했는데 무사히 끝나게 되어서
처리했으니 장부에서 한 줄
Skip battle
그어도
a few
되겠군.
times.
가벼운 산책을 한 기분이네. 이제 돌아가면
This. That's a lot better. So now that I have that, let's see. To place you with the thematically appropriate Ryoshu identity. And then... Ha! Yes! It's not H-Corp, it's somewhere. Oh, I like that. I like that. Okay. But let's see if I can do this. Wow.
예리한 검으로 하는
Well, the
예술을
average
보고
level is
싶었나?
higher. Probably because I put Ryoshi at level 57. So.
이상한
Okay, now that I have you better, let's pull the slash. Unless if it's actually Pierce
싸우자는
that I
건 아니지?
did it. It's Pierce that I did everything wrong. Frick! It's not a Flash identity. Dang it. It's not a Flash identity. Okay, just whatever, what have you, what have you, whatever. Let's just Then let's get everyone to attack and hope I'm not making a mistake, yeah? I think that works. Yeah, here we go. And to be high show packs. Dang it. Well, there goes your counter. So now everybody can hit just normally. Yeah!
피어나라.
Stop for it. Yeah! Yeah! Good job. Now if you get that sanity lower, not to negative 0, because if you get to negative 0, it's gonna be, well, negative 45 is just gonna pop up to 0. But if you can get that sanity low enough, like, you need to lose all your classes this turn, and then that'll make it easier to fight next turn. Slash resistance death. 1.35, let's go. Okay. And obviously gonna throw Yoshi at you. Neutral control, probably not gonna work. Let's see, who doesn't have the clashing? Dawn and Sinclair. So you can hit neutral. You have neutrals across the board. We have Dawn pull out La Sangre de Sancho, the blood of Sancho. Favored, but you also would increase the clashing power by going against risky move, but I'll take it. I'll do the other one instead. Okay! Let's make sure I can get up. It's struggling. Neutral, got it. Throwing a neutral here, got it. Neutral here, let's hope it works. It won't, but I'll help. That almost worked. No, but your sanity's going up. No. Next turn is gonna suck. Your sanity is almost at max. Dang it. That went so bad. And then in comes Dante. I'm Roshanante! Again! Until the enemy's blood is within our grasp! Ah. Until our team is within our grasp. But it's still, it's fun to say it's like enemy's blood. No. Yeah. No. Yeah. Are you kidding me? Oh right, you completely ignore the stagger. Okay. Well, at least I can get like. You need to go on that. I need that. You don't have enough flashing, but I can only get 2. What is this kind of stuff? Okay.
예전부터 한 번에 되는 일이 없었지. 대관원을 나선 이후부터 언제나 줄고. 그러니 될 때까지 피를 흘리고 치고 박으면 그만이다.
언제나 티끌 하나 없는 끝은 없을 테니.
봉오리가 벽구려
And then I'm out of
결실을
modules.
맺은 게로지.
Unless if I decide to go ham with lunacy and just use that to get a lot of modules. But what I can do is this is the most fitting. So I like taking the most thematically appropriate one, despite the fact that slashing would be the best here. Okay, so level 60. I'm gonna have to overhaul a bit what this team is made of. Let's see. I like having the magic bullet. It's really good for crowd control, but let's see. Blunt, blunt, slash. Blunt, blunt, blunt. My gosh. Slash, blunt, blunt. Outis. Outis? Really? Blunt slash blunt? It is at this moment that I realize. Oh, slash, slash, slash. There you go. Barber. Okay. Maybe. I'll think about it. Blunt. Holy blunt. Okay. What if I switch out the team to be like the high show pack? Maybe I can make that work. Because you do focus on slash Q. And like all the high show packs have synergy with like the Pong Glue, very powerful high show pack, so I uptied these to tier 4, or at least the ones I can. Also level this one up. And then throw in high show pack here. Sorry, Spice Bush. Sorry, Spice Boy. I'm trying out the high show pack here. Maybe I should throw in the name of love and hate here. Right, I didn't actually manage to get all the high show pack identities. Did I get the Rodion one? Yes. Yes, I did. Let's see. I cannot use any of the level. I don't have any levables. Words. Words. They suck. They are amazing, but they also suck. Let's do 600. Oh, right, that's the amount of modules I would use. That's not the amount of a Keflin I'll use, that's the amount of modules I'll make. Never mind.
흑수는 그 새를 물러라.
정의, 실현! 자, 이제 경보도 꺼졌으니 얼른 그
nice.
친구에게
I also leveled
돌아가서
up
이번
off that
지역의
one.
하이라이트에 대해 떠들어볼까?
That's a good one to add, right? Thank you.
탄화는 계속해서 만들어지고 방아쇠도 계속.
몇 명 놓치긴 했지만
좋아. 이걸로 성공한 임무만
Okay.
90번이 넘었어.
So if I primarily focus on high show pack, it should be able to get me through a lot of things. And there are a bunch of high show pack identities with slashing on them. Plus it kind of carries over from the previous, like, chapter, so... Yeah. Do I have any bronze? I don't have bronze, okay. Let's get the level 55 minimum. I should probably also do like a level 55 minimum. Let's see. I'm going to keep Aldous like this. Do I replace you with someone else? Heathcliff identities tend to be heavily dependent on having other people to make up for like shortcomings. So if I'm not just using him as the using him for his ego, he's kind of not that good to dig in. Okay. Focusing a lot on high show pack. Gotta check. Is there a high show Heathcliff? No. No, there is not. And Ishmael has the freaking... Yeah. Okay, let's see if I can do it this time. Focusing more on slashing and having the high show identities. Let's see. Have you go later.
잠깐. 이번 임무는 내가 나갈게. 괜찮지?
Gonna start with you in the running.
Everybody get down! Let's go for cabins! 준비는 항상 되어 있습니다.
Those two words in the title don't complement each other too well. What are they? New Year, also Limbus Company. If Limbus doesn't ask... New Year? New Year and Limbus. I mean, yeah. That is funny. That is funny. Hang on. Advertisements. I don't even know if you can hear this. Oh wait. I just remembered that, like... Oh, I was unmuted. Well, I'm thinking about the fact that I watched a video where, like, somebody talked about the ability of L from Death Note to solve any mysteries from the JoJo's Bizarre Adventure universe is entirely predicated on somebody explaining to L what a stand is. Otherwise, L would be, like, completely lost. L's immediate survival would be predicated on whether or not
만곡된
he could
직선을
manifest a
직선으로
stand.
질주하겠소.
Because the second he learns what stands are and that you can only see them if you also have a stand,
가서 할 수 있는
he
건
would
다 해보고
go
오라고.
and immediately
보다
work on
한주먹거리도 안
manifesting
되는
the stand just so
놈들이니까.
he can do something. If he had the fighting spirit, because I thought he's just a dead man. Oh yeah, that seems to work better. Everybody's struggling. Frick. Back at the reach view. Frick. I just burped. Gross. I burped eternally. Ah! Who are you targeting? Ah, you're targeting that one. It's only neutral, dang it. Who are you targeting? Frick. Okay, you target you. Who are you targeting? Same one! I mean, it's kind of true of everyone. Like, it's going into a new world with different rules unless someone explains their poop. I mean, yeah, but, Light wouldn't be in, like, not Light, L wouldn't be entirely screwed over. L would have to, like, go through a ton more hoops. If, like, you know, you can't see stands. Ah, frick. No. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, there we go. Watch that SP go down. Yeah.
효과적이네요. 이 방식을 기억하는 게
Dang it.
좋겠어요.
Not that enough. You do have a concussion, though. I love how the status effect that someone does is just that, like, I show these things does is just concussion. It's kind of funny to me. Like, actually ask anyone though. Light Yagami is somebody else.
자,
L
맞서보죠.
is
우리들에게 이깟 파도 별것도 아니잖아요.
L could ask you for help. Sometimes does. Multiplying the amount of stagger special raised by Tremor Burst and Rupture damage. Yeah! And what is Haisho Pack good at? They're good at Rupture. L would be more likely to ask, yeah. Light Yagami, on the other hand, would be... Actually, I find that fascinating. Because if we're talking about Light Yagami, I feel like the JoJo's universe would be imminently much more prepared to deal with, like, Light's whole DS. Like, Light Yagami would be less of an issue for them. Simply because, all they would have to say is, oh, it's a stand. Sure, that works. Might be a bad lit. It's interrogate name. Sorry, Light. I am talking about a different Light from an anime. YouTube has been feeding me a ton of like recommended based off of JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. Which I'm actually kind of okay with, because it's freaking JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. It's awesome. Are you kidding me? Dang it. Yeah, this isn't looking the best.
자, 맞서보죠.
You can barely hear, only hearing dings and bashing sounds and...
별것도 아니잖아요.
There. I'm sorry. Should I raise my microphone? No, I need to lower the game. That's just the long of it. Fight Yagami are always calling me different. Yeah. So are the sound effects a bit. That's probably the biggest issue here. Hopeless, frick. Well, you have your thing, I just can't quite use it. Who's being targeted? You're being targeted. So you have to go on that. But I will change what you do if, like... Oh, that's actually neutral. Dang, okay. I will change what you do if I can't get everything else, like... Okay, that is at least favored. Dagnabbit. We're gonna chain a little bit early. Throw you here, but see who we get you, so we go pra. JB more of a oh right, it's blood coin, it goes through anyway.
아, 여기선 이런 공격이 잘 먹히는군요.
Yeah, there we go.
수많은 것들이 옥죄어 온다.
Yay! So now you lost clashes, but that might not be enough to let Faust win. Nope, it's not. Dang it. That is... Yeah, that is... That is bad. Okay. Well, we survived, so it's fine. Mostly. What are we missing? Missing Gloom. I can throw Gloom out easily, I just need to get it to hit. Actually, you can throw out Gloom. If I double up on fighting this dude, I'm gonna have to take the hits from these, but... How much health do you have? You're sitting at 96 away, and you're being attacked by something that doesn't look like it'll do 96 damage. Let's see, it is very high priority though. And it triggers a lot of... but it uses blood. No, it uses Pierce. It uses Pierce. Of course it does. Okay. Yeah. let's try to raise up everyone's SP and also get a hit on this guy. You immediately eat up 2 of the attack power, but 1 of the attack power still hits somebody else, so that's good. That's only neutral. It's all only neutral. Let's see if I can do that. Get it down to favored. Okay, you up to favored. Hopefully that doesn't result in you winning anyways. Anything that hits you is struggling. So we're gonna power guard that. It's a blood coin, so like even if it breaks, it's still gonna defend a little bit. There we go. That's what we're gonna try. And Mersault's just gonna get out out the gloom anyways. So next turn Mersault can gloomify the main enemy and yes! The blood flame worked! Yay! I forget what the blood coins are actually called every single time. I just think of it like that's a blood coin. And then it's like, what is it? Like, unbreakable? Immortal coin? Yeah, I don't know. Blood coin makes more sense to me. It was introduced with the vampires, and it's also just kind of like, man. Also, you managed to block one of the enemy's attacks with the shield. Nice. Ah. Okay. Ow. 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 Now next turn, you're gonna do the mega powerful thing. How about you go chained? Get chained. What if I were to throw on like... No, that's just struggling. Do you actually suck? Do you suck? Do I need to switch out this Yoshi for someone else? You might suck. You might just suck. Dagnabbit, you might just suck. Well, let's try to get SP up a little bit, I guess. It's favored. Okay, we have 2 attacks that both look like they're targeting the same person. Who is it targeting? Actually, one is targeting Yiseng, one is targeting Honglu, but they look like they're going the same person. They're not. Let's try defending at least. Favored. That's good to know. Struggling. Dagnabbit. Yeah! There we go. Win! Yeah! Oh! Look at that! The block went. Oh, frick. You just hit straight through the. Well, good thing it hit straight through the chains. Words. They matter. Slowly but surely, one by one. You're not taking on people one by one. You just kind of suck at that. Anyways, let's do this. you have massively decreased ability. Of course you're targeting him. You're targeting him, and I might lose. Dag nabbit. Send it. Wait. Nope, send it. No! What? Duh, you're kidding me! You failed to get the coin. You have 35 SP. Ah! Jack nabbit. Okay, Result might die. Can't be ruptured. Well, can't be like staggered before. Wait. Was that the restriction? Or was it a different restriction? Was it that, like, you can't be staggered on the turn? I think that was it. Oh. Result got staggered anyways, it doesn't matter. Granted, 22 damage, that's a lot, but I still massively decreased your ability, so good enough. Let's see, if I go super ultra gluttony, does that help me? Yes! They're all favored or higher. Nice. Super gluttony powers go! Ah, we got the stagger. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. And then more of these enemies are gonna spawn. Ah. Yeah, Faust has a natural counter. Nice. Okay, we're sitting at 8 turns. I can make it through. Damn it! Why are you targeting that one? Stop targeting that one and target the one I actually want you to attack. Yeah. Just so I can prep the chains, you know? Actually, we're gonna do the thing next turn, so maybe I shouldn't care about that and just care about like doing as much damage as possible this turn. Yeah! Oh, there we go! We hit the damage threshold. Yeah! And then we're gonna see Red Case come in. Wow! And I got the EX. Wow!
길일 뿐이지만 세월이 지나면 홍호는 그제야 알게 되겠지.
Okay.
이 홍로가
With how much I'm just messing around and having fun with all this, I'm just like, maybe this will last until New Year's. Maybe. If not, fanfics, other games, maybe programming. Ah! Arriving at the LCE department. Boy. What in the... Ah, frick. This looks a lot different than when we did the checkup, like it's been demolished. The site that greeted us was nothing like what we remembered from our last visit for the regular checkup. Yeah. We're too late.
본사 쪽에서
I
제압하는
thought
중이거나
HQ's reinforcements would be holding the
적어도
line,
교전이 진행 중일
or
거라
at the very
예상했는데
least, that I'd walk into a battle. Yet there was nobody left standing, much less making a run for it. All we could see were bodies slumped along the floor, filling the corridor in motionless silence.
이렇게까지 처참하게
This is just awful.
예상 못했는데.
I never thought the ship would go down this badly.
파우스트 씨.
Faust,
LCE의 전투
have you got
가능한
any
인원의
idea how many of the
어떻게 되는지
LCE
아시나요?
are actually combat ready?
직원들이 착용하고 있는 에고 장비 또한
The ego
전투에
gears
활용할
they
수 있는
wear are
수준으로
researched and extracted with
연구와
combat
추출이
purposes in
진행되어
mind.
있죠.
You're... Oh my gosh. Wait. Huh. That's... And they wiped out the entire facility? Oh dear. That's... Oh, that's really... That's... Huh. They had a combat-focused ego that were extracted from abnormalities. Just... All of them did, and they lost. That's...
LCE는 다른 연구 부서에 비해 전투 테스트 및 실험 빈도가
The
작습니다.
LCE tends to encounter more
그렇기에
combat trials and
직원
experiments
대다수가
compared to the other
기본적인 전투
research-focused
훈련을 이수한 뒤
departments.
입사했습니다.
The vast majority of its employees are required to have completed basic training pertaining to the aforementioned. Oh
착용하고 있는
no.
에고 장비 또한
As for the ego
전투에서
equipment,
충분한 성과를 거둘 수 있는
although the
수준으로
current research and
연구와
extraction
추출이
process
진행되었지만
may be sophisticated enough to see some considerable results in combat,
계획적인 급습을 원활히 대비할
it would
수는
seem that they
없었던
were
것으로
ill-equipped to
보이는군요.
handle a pre-planned ambush such as this. Yeah.
실험실 속 샌님들이 거미들이 뛰어다니는
Fat
실전을
chance those
막아낼
lab
수
nerds
있을
could do
리가.
anything in real fights, let alone against the spiders out on the prowl. Yep. The memories came flooding back. Researchers jotting down our checkup results on piles of paper, and Hohenheim with his droopy, tired eyes leaping through the files. How dead are they? Also, this chapter started with Hohenheim being like, I'm doing a presentation for this, and it's like, what was that about? We'd barely exchanged goodbyes when he rounded up the burnt-out lab staff, who were already pulling the hair out from the share-level stress to oversee another experiment in progress. Result, if you happen to notice anyone who looks like Hohenheim, let me know ASAP.
신원을 파악할 수 없는 시체를 세고 확인했으나
I have identified 3 bodies in various states that make immediate recognition challenging. However, their stature and attire make it extremely unlikely that any of them are Hohenheim. Okay.
시신의 상태를 보니까
From the looks of it,
대부분 제대로 저항해
they
보지
probably didn't
못하고
even get the
다녔구나.
chance to put up any meaningful resistance before they were killed. Okay, so it wasn't an even battle. That at least, like, benefits. With a glum look in his eyes, Gregor examined the bodies strewn across the floor.
32구의 시체 중 26구의 시체가
Out
동일한
of 32
내상을
bodies,
보유하고 있습니다.
26 show identical physical trauma. Okay. Identical? Identical? Because if it's very similar, then we're looking at like a single fighting method. But if we're looking at identical, that's either a perfected fighting method or something else.
공통적으로 흉부
Like
중앙,
something abnormal.
심장이 있는 위치에
Every one of them has a spiral-shaped perforation at the center of the chest, over where the heart is. Their cause of death seems to be the same type of spiral weapon they're holding in their hands. Managed.
이 나선 이분들이 스스로 뽑아낸 것 같아요.
These spirals. I think they pulled them out themselves. But why would... Okay, that's very abnormal then. Oh! League of Nine were here, I think. They used their own other ego. I think one of them specifically has like Spiral of Contempt. I think the name of it is. So it's like, yeah.
부드럽군.
Soft. Ryoshu cast her gaze down, quietly eyeing her palm. From the cryptic words and the contemplative look on her face, I could easily guess that she was taking a trip through the shadows of her past. Okay, it might be a perfected fighting technique. Touching an invisible object with her palm and feeling its texture in search of something that should have been there in her hands. And I've been through enough to know that we would be revisiting her past together. However... Huh? Oh no! Her memories are patchy. Oh no. What I witnessed was completely different from the memories of the other sinners I'd seen so far. The vision I saw was completely fragmented. Why is the music so quiet? As if a blade had cut up her memories into pieces. Ah. Within Ryoshi's memories, something did indeed rest in her palm. However, is that Ryoshi or is that Ryoshi's kid? I couldn't even make out whether its hue was closer to black or white. I mean, you kind of see the handle, but like, nothing else. The handle seems more like brownish gray, I guess. Was it some kind of food? A weapon? Or something else entirely? Even the expression that crossed her face when she saw it and the words that slipped from her lips in that moment escaped me. Oh, frick. Well, to be fair, this looks like what she was holding earlier, so, yeah. Maybe it wasn't Spiral of Contempt that went through and killed everybody. One thing I saw for sure, though, was that the person who, in all likelihood, had given it to her, yeah, if it was Spiral of Contempt that killed them all, then this wouldn't exist within Ryoshi's memories because LCE wasn't researching stuff like that far back. That would have been like, what? Library of Winna, maybe Lobotomy Corporation time, maybe even before that, so, yeah. Things happened really fast in this world around that time. Dang. Was letting out a lazy puff of smoke swirling into the air. Watching Ryoshi's reaction in complete ease. I gazed back upon the cryptic scenes of Ryoshi's memory that flashed before my eyes. Ryoshu? Is there anything you remember?
사루.
Ah.
기억나는 건 이름뿐이군.
That name's all I can remember. You mean,
시계.
as you
너도
see,
들여다봤듯이
clock. My
내
mind has
머리
been
안은
hacked to
만도질
tatters.
당했다.
Okay.
순서도 모습도
The
제각각
sequence and the
엉켰지.
shapes. Everything is in tangles.
그러니 나는
There is nothing I
기억에
can
대해 설명할 수
explain
있는
about
것이
my
없다.
memory. Interesting. Okay.
상황 파악은 어느 정도 된 것 같군.
It seems we've gotten the gist of the
이곳에서
situation.
일어날 수 있는 최악의
The worst
사태는
case scenario here would be
외부의 침입과 함께
a breach from the
환상체가
outside happening
뒤틀린
while
최종들이
abnormalities, distortion,
동시다발적으로
and catching
탈출하는
up, great
상황이다.
containment all at once. Yeah.
와, 그건 진짜 상상도 하기
와.
싫은데. 침입자들을
Now, that's a
상대하면서
situation I
탈출한
really
괴물들까지
don't
같이
even want to
제압해야 하는
think
거잖아.
about. We'd be fighting trespassers and all kinds of monsters broken loose. Yeah. I'm sorry. We'd be fighting like trespassers and all kinds of monsters. Yeah. That's exactly what the Red Mist did. It appears there weren't any Red Mist like people around here.
그래. 그리고 우리는 지금
Precisely.
그 최악의 사태에
That sums
휘말렸지.
up our present circumstance.
그렇구나.
Right. I'll just waste no time to deliver the conclusion that'd kill everyone's morale.
순서대로 나열하자면
Let's start from the beginning.
1차적으로 이곳 LC 부사가
First,
정체불명의 세력에
the
기습을
LCE
받았다.
department found itself under attack by a
시각은
group of
지금으로부터
unidentified
약 2시간
hostiles
전.
2 hours prior.
연구원들을 살해한 무기는
The weapons used to massacre the researchers.
일정하지 않고
not
다양한 무기를
uniform.
사용한 것으로 보이는군.
The victims appear to have been killed with a various assortment of arms.
딸,
Ah, my gosh. My darling daughter.
나를 보렴. 가장 긴
Eyes on
궤적을
me.
그리는 직선의 무기를
When using
사용할 땐
strange
말이지.
weapons that leave the farthest reaching arcs.
나를 보렴. 작은
Eyes on me.
상처로 목숨을 앗아가는
When using
무기를
weapons
사용할
that
땐
kill with
말이지.
the tiniest incisions.
나를 보렴.
Eyes on
닿은
me.
것을 으깨버리는 유연한
When using
무기를
flexible
사용할 땐
weapons
말이지.
that crush anything they make contact with.
그놈답게 엉켜있군.
What a tangled mess. Just like that bastard.
어떤 무기들이
Hard
쓰였는지
to tell what kind of
파악하기도
weapons were used here.
쉽지 않은 거군. 이거.
Damn. Ryoshi whipped her hair back, furrowing her eyebrows in annoyance.
최소 3개 이상의 무기를 능숙하게 사용하는 자라고
Safe to
봐야
say
돼.
that the killer is adept with at least 3 different types of weapons.
다시 이어서 말하자면
Moving on.
침입자들의 기습은 예측할 새도
This
없이
was a
순식간에
surprise attack.
수행되었고
Carried out without any delay
LC에서는 제대로
whatsoever.
된 반격조차
And
이루어지지
the LCE
못했다.
had no time to even plan a
학살에
counterattack.
가깝다고 볼 수 있지.
It was, for lack of a better word, a massacre.
주목해야 하는 사실은 여기에 있다.
Now, here's something that demands our attention.
이들이 환상체의 격리실 문을 개방한
It
것은
appears the invaders had the abnormality
습격이
containing
성공적으로
humans
종료된 이후로 보인다.
open. Only after they confirmed that the surprise attack had been carried out successfully.
이상하긴 하네요.
That sure is fishy.
보통은 그
Why would
반대로
you-
하려고 하겠죠.
I mean, shouldn't it be the other way around?
먼저 격리실 문을
Unlock the containment
개방시켜서
units first.
상황을
Let
혼잡스럽게
the
만들고
monsters
나면
wreak havoc through
그
the
혼란을
facility.
통타 마무리를 하는 것이
Then
더
swoop in during the chaos
수월할
and
테니까요.
finish off the stragglers. That'd be the easier course of action. Interesting.
그래. 일반적으로 할 법한 전략은 아니지.
Indeed. The enemy strategy is highly unusual.
이런 변칙적인 수를 둔
As for
이유는
why they resorted to such an unusual
두
move,
가지 정도의 추측을 해볼 수
there are
있다.
two plausible explanations. Yeah. Why release the abnormalities?
첫 번째로는 이들은
Firstly,
양동작전 따위가 필요
That
없을
the enemy
정도의
may be
실력자라는
comprised of
것.
fighters skilled enough to forego a diversion tactic.
트럭에서 카론 씨를 붙잡은
You mean there could be more
그자 정도의 실력을
who are as
갖춘
strong
이들이
as the woman in the truck
여럿일
who
수도 있다는
kidnapped Carol?
것이겠네요.
두 번째는
Secondly,
일종의 후속 대처를 위해
that the enemy may have
일부러
purposely
환상체를
unleashed the
탈출시켰을
abnormalities from the cages
가능성이다.
as a follow-up measure. Oh, have the abnormalities kill the stragglers. Interesting.
후속 대처?
Follow-up
그들이
measure?
습격했다는 사실을
Aren't thou
숨기기
implying those
위해서라는
villains
말인가?
sought to disguise their vile attack?
아니 위정책은
No.
가능성이 낮다.
The chance of a cover-up is
시체를
almost
집어먹는
non-existent,
환상체가 있었다면 모를까.
unless they had precise
이렇게
knowledge of
특징적인
scavenger
상흔을
abnormalities that
남겨놓고서
could
할
devour
만한
the
기만
corpses
작전은
clean.
아니겠지.
The enemy would never have left such identifiable wounds on their victims.
좀 더 타당한 건
It makes more sense that the
우리와
goal was to
같이
delay
후속으로
HQ's
진입할
main
본사의 지원군을
reinforcements and keep them
지연시키려는
from reaching
목적이
the
있을
scene
거다.
on time as we did. Oh. Oh, okay. That gives me a much better sense of what was actually going on. Okay, their actual power. It was a surprise attack, and if Aldous is right here, then they were doing a lot of different things to delay the response. Because they wouldn't be able to handle the full response, right? This is a facility that is full of people who, if they could reach their equipment, it can, well, harness massive amounts of power to be able to counterattack. Right? They have ego gear, extracted straight from abnormalities. That is pretty strong stuff. So, they took a surprise attack on a bunch of people who were probably in, like, within and without the ego gear. It still would have been tough, but not as tough as if it was a coordinated response. They delayed the coordinated response by basically, after having seen the surprise attack go through, releasing the abnormalities to be able to delay the reinforcements. That way, possibly so they could like more easily take on the reinforcements. The reason it kind of falls apart at that point, like, the reason it falls apart, because at that point, you're just stuck back at like the initial thought of release the abnormalities, have them take out all of the reinforcements, and then go after the stragglers. Or it could be that they are confident they can do whatever they need to in the time it takes the reinforcements to handle the abnormalities? Either that, or I guess what actually happened is gonna be, it's gotta be based on like if we come across one of the enemy already. Like if we come across one of the enemy, then either like they did option A or B. Take out the stragglers, or they have time. They believe they have time. Option C is we don't come across like some of the thumb/ring people. In which case the abnormalities got out and slaughtered everybody after the attack went through.
시간을 끈다는 건 그렇군요. 뭘 찾고
Delayed
있나 보죠?
tactic. I see. Maybe they were looking for something.
그래. 분명한 표적을 갖고
Possibly.
침입했을 가능성이
They must
높다.
have had a specific objective in mind when they broke through.
저들이 찾는 것이 이곳 어딘가에 있다는
Which means
거겠군요.
whatever they're looking for should be here somewhere.
찾는데 오랜 시간이 소요되는 것이어서
Something elusive
저희의
and so
발을
well
묶어 놓아야
hidden
하는 걸 테고요.
that they had to distract us just to buy themselves some time. Ahem, ahem, calling it right now. Golden Bow.
서둘러야겠어.
We need to hurry then. Oh my gosh, why do you show... to show what it normally looks like. What? What? That's... And it just goes past, huh? That's worrying. Level 55, we should be able to handle that easily. We have a bunch of Picatula. Yeah. Holy cow, we have a ton of Picatula. It looks like... Hang on, is this level 3 Sloth? No, this is level 2, okay. We're only dealing with up to level 2, like... Yeah.
사랑과 정의 이름으로
Only up
지금
to level
이곳에
2.
그대들의
Focus,
면면이
focus. Okay.
밝고 생기롭군.
I forgot to look at what the EX mission is, dang it. Whatever. Woo! I like this music. I still don't know what Sloth is for this one, but Fatal to Lust and Gloom. Gluttony and Gloom. Oh right, a lot of them are like... this one's Gluttony and Envy. Wrath and Lust. Wrath and Sloth, got it. I have... Holy cow, I have... Ah, this music. Woo! No, you're not us. This one's lost. No, that one's lost. Holy cow! Sorry, I'm just like... This freaking music! Ah! Oh my gosh. Game, you don't have to go this ham. Oh my god. This is like the first battle. Come on, game, you don't have to go this ham. Oh. I'm just... They oh. Oh my gosh.
일기당시비 설계명 이 앞에 숨쉬는 자.
I'm listening to this music. It's just holy cow.
예스치가 않는데? 아주 작사를 내놨어.
다들 첫 여정을 시작했을 때보다
This music did
정말
not have to go
강해지셨네요.
hard.
매일 보아왔는데도
And they decided, hey, what if the music went really hard? Oh, thank goodness. Ah, heck. Oh yeah, I should first switch out for salt for the fronts. I like bringing out more salt for bosses,
근방의
but
싸움은 우수했어.
not for like group battles. First salt is generally applicable because of like because of his ego, but yeah. Get out that one. Right. You're at the Lust and I'm... Yeah, so that one there. Your Wrath and Pride. I have a couple prides I can throw at that one. I'm just... Holy cow. This music goes hard. Yay! For all that I was just calm and like theorizing about the lore and not trying to it's like and I'm like, oh my gosh, let's go.
훌륭하오. 이외 특별히 첨언할 일도 없군.
Yeah, there we go. Got one out.
아무튼 놀라운 한 방이네.
Got two out. There we go.
최고의 선택이었어. 관리자.
4 out of 11, so we're not quite close, but we are hitting our stride, and that's a good sign because hitting our stride means. Who did I hit with Pride? Not you. I hit that one with Pride. Hitting our stride, getting our SP up means we can do more damage and hit more effectively. Also, we're getting our more status effects out, so like. Also, maybe they could say Ryoshi. No, Ryoshi doesn't have a specific thing this time. I'm excited for when we finally get to see Ryoshi's like Ryoshi's chapter specific buff because everybody, almost everybody, gets a chapter specific like thing for them. Although to be fair, sometimes it's been a debuff.
저 해충들을 도려내라.
쪽 방향이 아닐 텐데.
Sometimes they get a character specific debuff over the course of like a chapter.
이런 건 몽둥이가 약이지. 배로 두드려 패.
와. 와.
방금 전에 위대한 일격을 기록하는 중이라네. 이따가
We're at
버스에서
4 turns.
회고해야 하지 않겠는가?
I'm checking what color the attacks are shining because I remember that when it's like when they shine white, it's just normal natural damage. There's no like increase or decrease. When it shines red, they take less damage from whatever attack you're looking to aim. When it shines yellow, they take more damage.
자, 어느 쪽일지 잘 생각해보라고.
I am very much a fan of this music. Yeah! And go whoosh! Followed by whoosh!
효과적이네요. 이 방식을 기억하는 게 좋겠어요.
Okay, let's see. Yeah. No, that's...
불가 위야. 막아내지 못하리.
I think that's hard to like remember sometimes. Like Picatula is that all of these Picatula
마음 놓고
are
열어줘.
people
바람
who
불어오는데.
부위 한쪽이
well,
떨어져라.
they're people who hit the conditions to like distort or manifest ego, but they didn't have the willpower to manifest ego, nor did they have the dreams to like
하나
distort
눕혔네.
into something
이렇게
like
눕혀가다 보면
into an
어디서
actual
끝나는 게
unique
싸움이지.
entity, so they became mindless Picatula.
가지고 발톱을 걸어.
이제 깨우치시게.
그쪽 방향이 아닐 텐데.
Yeah! Which is fun to think about. For all of that, it's actually kind of terrifying also. There's a worse place you can end up than distorting. And that's becoming a Picatula.
가을 일서 모이만 뿌려주신다면
Yeah!
저희 두 개는
주군께서 혐오하시는 그 어떤
Okay, so
벌레도
this red line is just
모래판에 남기지 않아요.
going through.
두 개의 쓸모는 증명했어요. 그러니 죽은 부디 저희가 외칠 다음 전
내 명을 들은 시비수
Ba-ba-da-ba-da-ba-da-ba-da-ba.
오, 니네들 기분이 좋아 보인다. 뭐 재밌는 거라도 봤어?
The good thing about my generalized teams is they tend to have a lot of different. Well, they don't tend to have a lot of different like damage types right now because I replaced them mostly with high show. But yeah. There, you there, and then we're just gonna take this attack. Deal more damage to some of the individual entities around.
목을 떨고 주마.
Something I've learned from Pikachu is that with you're fighting other enemies, you really do care about what damage type you're throwing out against them. With Pikachu, you care about the affinity. Because that's where most of the damage against Pikachu is going to come. Like, the affinity.
오, 현명한 판단이요.
Ow. Ow. Ow.
저것들 너덜너덜하잖아. 일단 정신 못 차리는 놈 대가리부터 뭉개.
That's gonna have someone else also attack, so that's good. Let's see. How's it gonna use him to get a counter on that one? There we go. And then let's do some cleanup of other ones like that one. And then I focus on you.
일기당천. 뱀으로 꿰뚫어 저 해충들을 도려내라.
그쪽 방향이 아닐 텐데.
Ah, so close to taking that one out. Nah.
사여, 넌
There
푸름을
it
키울
is.
수 없게.
If they had taken that one out early, then the last attack would have directed at someone else. Which would have been really useful.
물 넘고
Last Eggy of 2025. Quick! Everyone, Eggy! Eggy! Put out the Eggies before 2025 is over! That is dreadfully important. Eggy!
이건 예상 못했나 봐.
이 풍진 세상에서 힘껏 살아가느라 수고 많으셨어요. 이제 모든 짐 놓으셨으니
Can I have a large enough,
그 끝에 고요한 휴식이 있기를.
game or less gloom enemy? You try to take care of that one. That'll help us get rid of others. Okay.
불가 위압
Wow.
막아내지 못하리.
But yeah, those are gonna be the end of the year Eggies. Frick, why do I feel sad about that? It's not like I'm going away for the next year.
한쪽이 떨어져 나갔더니 과거 본인의 모험에서도
끝이.
I guess I'm partially sad about it because I wanted to at one point I was just maybe I can make streaming able to be a full job by the end.
적확한 한압이었어.
Or make it be able to fully support me, and then it didn't. Would it be worth it to try for 2026 eggs?
이 풍진 세상에서 힘껏 살아가느라 수고 많으셨어요.
I would say so.
이제 모든 짐 놓으셨으니
It'd be funny.
그
And I do
끝에
plan on
고요한
streaming
휴식이
for an especially long time this stream. I'm gonna finish this, and then I'm gonna go until New Year's in my area, and then I might go on farther beyond that, just to be first stream of the new year. That being said, first we have to deal with ads. Everybody get going! Let's see advertisements! That's fascinating. Some of your egg spam didn't make it. Wait, 42, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30. No, that's 30. That's 30. 42 plus 30 is 72. Put even more eggs in chat messages that didn't even get to the on-screen chat. Oh. That's... I mean, at that point, that's just Twitch limiting you, I guess, which... Nah. They're sitting here in your chat box still. Nah. What? That... Now I'm vaguely terrified. I feel vaguely terrified now because I'm just like, no! Twitch, don't you freaking dare start just doing the... Don't you dare start just limiting people's chat messages. Because if I can't see people's chat messages, then I don't freaking know if they've been talking, and that's gonna get to me. That's just gonna... It's not gonna be a fun time for me. I have anxiety. They're spamming ones like egg. Okay, I guess that makes sense, but still. I'm just... Oh no. Twitch, I have anxiety. Please don't do this to me.
훌륭하오. 이외 특별히 첨언할 이유도 없고.
Maybe it's using a filter there. Maybe. Yeah.
폴린이 방금 뭘 본 거야?
133 eggs.
엄청나게 강한 일격을.
Wow. I mean, I won't fully say to anybody listening to chat.
효과적이네요. 이 방식을 기억하는 게
I
좋겠어요.
thought to help get the egg count to 2026 eggs, and hope that the program doesn't crash before it reaches that point. Go right ahead. Try your bust. I hear busts can be very squishy.
자, 시비수에게 어쩌겠지. 잘 생각해보라고.
I don't hear busts can be very squishy. I have one. And it is somewhat squishy. It is not as big as I would like it to be.
이런 건 몽둥이가 약이지. 그대로 두드려 패.
Okay, we have 4 more turns and 4 more enemies.
회고해야지 않겠는가?
So we have the full amount of enemies here. I could try Garden of Thorns, but I need 1 more wrath. I don't have wrath. 60 eggs was too many eggs. Ah, I see.
거치적거리지만 마.
30 eggs again? Ah. Yeah. 40 was also too much. Ah, we're finding the limits. So somewhere between 30 and 40 eggs is too much. 32. Aha! So between 32 and 40. Yeah. Let's find the limit of Twitch and eggs. How many eggs will Twitch allow in a single message? Ah!
저들의 사기가 떨어질 것이 뻔하지. 돌격하세!
Less than 38, more than 34, okay. So we're looking at between 34 and 38. Oh, we're looking at a difference of 4 eggs here. 36. 36 and
고작 이
38.
정도 탕류의 허덕이나 넌 푸름을 틔울 수도
예사롭지가
So it
않은데?
could be 36
아주
is the limit.
작사를
It could be
내놨어.
37 is the limit.
깔끔하게 물었군.
35.
다리 안쪽이
37
자칫
is the limit.
잘랐네.
불어오는 무대요.
그러면 이제 맷자작을 피할
빨바라.
방법이 없지.
아봐.
또 한 줄 길을 남겼군. 핏물진 길일 뿐이지만
And we got the EX.
세월이 지나면
38 to
홍우는
confirm.
그제야 알게 되겠지.
Oh,
이 홍루가
frick.
무얼 바꾸었는지를.
That is 38. Between 38 and 40, I guess. What is the limit? Ah! Ha! As we were battling our way through the escaped Pikachu, Gregor came to a sudden stop.
잠깐.
Wait,
어디서 숨소리 같은
do you
말.
fellas hear something?
좀 희미하긴 한데.
Sounds like breathing. It's faint. So I just arrived to pick you up for a New Year's thing. You must leave the egging to someone else, Daddy. Okay. Have a happy New Year's, Brian. And thank you for being here. Ah.
들린다.
I hear it.
이쪽 부근이군.
In this general direction. Basalt stared at the giant containment chamber door where it lay on the ground, smashed in and knocked loose.
최종이나 다른 적 해체일 가능성은?
How likely is it that it might be a Pikachulam or an enemy combatant?
낮은 편이다. 소리의
Unlikely.
호흡이 불안정하고
The
작은
breathing is unstable and
부상당한
shallow,
인간의 것에
like that of a wounded human. Happy New Year's! Yay! Hi, 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 hi.
이거 오티스 씨. 생존자의 가능성이 조금이라도 있다면
Hey, Aldous.
구하는 게 맞지 않겠어?
It'd only be right that we try to save them if there's even the smallest chance that they're a survivor, right?
본사에 나쁜 인상으로
I
작용하지
suppose that could leave a not so negative impression of us on the HQ. We knelt around the fallen door, slipped our fingers under the debris, and lifted. The door rose with a loud metallic creak. Oh no! Alyssa! No! Underneath the door was a woman, her breathing shallow. Ah!
이분은
Hey, she was one of Hohenheim's researchers who guided us through the regular checkup.
알리사예요. 이름까지는 기억 못하실 것 같아서.
Yeah, I didn't think he'd remember my name. I mean, that's easy for me to do, but like everyone else, yay! Alyssa slowly shared her name. Her voice strained as if she was squeezing the air out of her lungs. She was covering her chest with her hands, overcome with pain.
알리사 씨, 상태는?
Okay, Miss Alyssa, are you...
숨을 크게 쉴 때마다
Every breath
통증이 심해서
hurts so much.
살려달라고
I couldn't
소리를 지를
call
수가
out
없었어요.
for help.
팀장님이
Reminds me of
말씀하시던
what
게
Boss
생각나네요.
used to say.
우리는
We're not the main characters of
주인공이
the
아니게
story. So upon
동전이
the proverbial
던져진다면
coin flip,
앞이 나올지 뒤가
we can only
나올지
wait to see if it'll
그저
land
기다릴
heads
뿐이라고.
or tails. What is it with the fourth wall breaks? I'm talking about the story, like... What? Alyssa let out a brief, dejected chuckle before wincing with pain.
아니, 아프다는 양반이 무슨 농담 따먹기야. 잠깐,
Lady, seems me you're in plenty of pain.
이 말투군.
This is hardly the time to be joking about... Hold on. The stake? Alyssa's hand was grasped around the same spiral-shaped rod that the bodies in the hallway were holding.
무슨 일이 일어났던 거지?
What happened here?
경고음이
The alarm system. What?
경고음이 울리지
The alarm
않았어요.
didn't go off. Oh no! That's not good.
저희 부서는
Even the smallest accidents
조금이라도 뭔가
were
잘못되면
issues.
곧바로
Trigger the
경보가
alarm to go
발동되도록
off
설계되어
in our
있었어요.
department. Frick.
호엔하임 씨가
Boss,
로보토미
Hohenheim
코퍼레이션의 최후를
was adamant about installing that
되고
system.
싶진 않으시다고
Said that
강력하게 주장하신
didn't want to
덕택이었죠.
repeat the fall of Lobotomy Corporation. Huh. A pained grimace crept into Alyssa's expression as he tried to calmly continue her explanation. It wasn't just from what was sticking through her chest.
당신들이 습격을 알아차리기 직전까지도
The alarm
아무런
system didn't
경고음도
go off.
발동되지 않았군요.
Not even when the employees realized that the facility was under attack.
네,
No, it's not
그래서는 안 되는 거였는데.
supposed to behave that way. It wasn't. We waited quietly as Alyssa caught her breath and calmed down.
갑자기
The lights
불이 꺼졌어요.
suddenly died.
이번에 진행하고 있는 실험
thought
때문일
it was the
거라고
experiment.
생각했어요.
We were conducting. Ah, frick. It was in the middle of an experiment too? Oh, that's bad.
전력을 많이 잡아먹는 실험이라고
Boss groused from
팀장님이
time to time
종종
about
투덜거리시곤 했거든요.
how much energy it eats. Oh no.
그때부터
Damn
이상하다고
it.
생각했어야 하는
I
건데.
should have noticed then that something was off. Where's the stake in your body? Alyssa blamed herself to no avail, her voice growing faint. No, no,
그래서
no.
시간이 지나면
Is there anything we can do?
자연스럽게 복구가 될 거라고
So I thought
생각했어요.
it was just a temporary power outage.
다른 직원들도 마찬가지였죠.
No one thought much of it
대수롭게 여기지 않았어요.
because
왜냐면
경고음이 울리지 않았으니까요.
it didn't trigger the alarm system.
네,
Yeah,
이해해요.
it's understandable.
저는 실험실에 가지고 와야 하는
I was
자료가
heading to the
있어서
research hall
그곳으로
retrieve
향하고
something.
있었는데
and
그러다가
that's when I
들렸어요.
heard, oh god, oh, they were able to get in without triggering the alarm system and just start killing people.
어둠
Oh.
속에서 또렷하게
Heard the sound
누군가의
of
구두 소리가
dress shoes
들렸어요.
click clack echoing through the dark hallway.
느리지도 빠르지도 않은
Not too slow,
여유
not too
있으면서도
fast.
절도 있는
A relaxed
걸음걸이였죠.
but disciplined gait. No one
그렇게 걷는 사람은
in our department works like
저희 부서에
that.
없어요.
We're always
다들 바쁜
so
마음에
busy
종종 걸음으로 빨리
that we always
걸어다니거든요.
walk in a slight jog. Oh dear. Oh. Yeah, that makes perfect sense why they all died so quickly. Not only did they never have an opportunity for an organized response, there would have been an incredibly long amount of time before, like, anybody would realize something was wrong. The enemies got into the facility and just started picking people off.
그 직후에는 누군가가 단말마 같은 비명을 지르는 것을 시작으로
Then, a terrible, dying scream followed. And without the alarm that goes off at the slightest touch, then... And with the nature of the experiments they do, nobody would think much of that dying scream.
끝없는 아비 교환이 이어졌어요.
No, but they would think of something like that, yeah. For the massacre began, like a hellish nightmare that just wouldn't end.
무슨 일이 일어나는 건지
No one
아무도
knew
몰랐어요.
what was going on.
살려줘.
Help!
누구야?
Who's there? Hang on, I'm adjusting my microphone again because I'm just like, hang on. Oh, the issues. Oh, the issues. The issues of having a new microphone. Ah. Ah, that's not good. Oh dear.
앞을 향해서 달리는
All I knew
것밖에는
was that
도리가 없었어요.
I had to run. Oh, they didn't even start fighting back. Oh, that's how bad it was. They're all trained with like ego that's good for combat, but people start dying and the morale broke. Yikes. Okay.
그러다가 가볍게 스쳐가는 바람
something
소리가
whistled through the wind.
켜졌고
And
곧 가슴이
felt
뜨거워졌어요.
something hot
고개를
across my
내려보니
chest.
이미 여기가
I
꿰뚫려져
looked down and
있었고
saw it. This thing had pierced me. Okay. I'm inclined to believe spiral of contempt. Or was it gaze of contempt? Whatever. But largely because if the wounds were identical on every single person, then that means that this thing, which is launched, fired, had no degrees of like variation. Despite people who are running and presumably trying to dodge and get away. So, yeah. Unless if we're talking about like some tech that's able to do that. I'm less and less inclined to believe that this is just a person doing it.
잠시 정신을 잃었다가 깨어보니 이미 격리실에 누군가에
Then I
의해
passed out.
강제 개방되어
When I
있었어요.
woke up, someone had forcibly unlocked all the containment units. Okay, so the abnormalities didn't just get out. All the containment units had been unlocked.
온갖 환상체와 죄종에 이어 뒤틀림까지
Abnormalities,
탈출하고
Picatula,
격리실 문이
even
튕겨 나가지는
distortions
바람에
running amok.
옴짝달싹도 못하게 되었고요.
And I was pinned down by a containment unit door that got knocked off its frame. Okay, let me think. We know some of the abnormalities they have, like the flaming butterfly, they do have. And we've seen some of the Picatula, those are generic. Distortions though. I'm trying to think about distortions. We've had a good track record of every single distortion that we come across being reverted. I guess we think the Blade lineage though. The Blade lineage Intervallo. That there was somebody who was close to distorting but didn't. So she could have distorted between now and then.
호헨하임 씨나 다른 분들과는 같이 있지 않았던
So
것이군요.
you weren't with Hohenheim or other people when it occurred.
팀장님,
Boss,
팀장님은 발표실 근처에
boss must
계셨을
have been
거예요.
by the conference hall. Is nobody gonna get her medical attention? Please? Please?
혹시
Or
제
are we
주머니에
completely
있는
unable to get her medical
종이와
attention?
펜을
That's a
좀
possibility.
꺼내주실래요?
Could you get the pen and paper from my pocket? Alyssa drew a simple map on a piece of torn paper.
다른 분들이
I don't know
무사할지는
if the others are
모르겠어요.
safe, but
하지만
follow this map
이
and
방향대로
you should at
가면
least
아마
be able to see for
행방의
yourself
단서라도
or
찾을 수 있을 거예요.
at least get a clue of what happened.
그래, 그래. 대강 알겠으니까.
There, there.
이제 상처 좀 살펴보자고.
We get the general idea. Now let's have a look at that wound. Gregor replied calmly.
젠장, 피가 안 멈추잖아.
Bollocks.
이거
The wound keeps bleeding.
평범한 무기가
This
아닌
ain't
것
your
같아.
usual weaponry. Okay, more and more I think it's like either abnormality wound or hacking. Someone had like ego like that was pulled from like Gaze of Contempt. Which you know the League of Nine has someone like that, so.
넌뭐 좀 보이냐?
Boy, you recognize this? Heathcliff asked Aldous with palpable concern.
움직임이 클수록
Or
진으로
technology. Yeah.
파고드는 구조로 보인다.
From the way it looks, the more the victim moves, the deeper it will drill into their flesh.
살상보다는 제압에
Perhaps a
특화된
workshop
공방 제품
product
중 하나인 것 같군.
designed to stall and take combatants out of commission, rather than to kill outright.
이 정도 물건을 쑤셔 넣었다는 건
If the assailants had the wherewithal to use weapons like
충분히 죽일
this,
수 있었다는 거겠지.
then they could have very well easily killed the victims then and there too.
팔을 묶어두고 싶었던 건지
Was the purpose really just to stall them?
악취밀
Or
건지.
was it some sick fascination? Well, if it's the ring, then it was absolutely some sick fascination. Like, they are focused on art. And death and pain and destruction is also an art to them, so yeah.
가만히 있었기에
It
오히려
seems that
무서웠다.
staying still is what saved your life.
현명한 판단을 내렸군.
That was wise of you.
현명했기보다는
Yeah,
너무 아파서
I don't know about
움직일
wise.
생각도 안
It
들던데요.
hurt too much to even think about moving anyway.
상처를 봉합하거나 치료할 수 있는 걸 찾아온다면
Perhaps art
무기를
that
뽑을
closes
수
the
있지
wound or
않겠는가?
rapidly heals it to be the remedy. Were we to extract the vile weapon?
그래, 영영 저런 걸 달고 있을 순
Yeah,
없잖아.
you're not
빨리
gonna walk
뽑고
around with
상처를
it in your
치료해서
chest forever, right? Let's pull it out, cause that wound treated and
소용없다.
oh no, it's a specially made weapon by the spiders. Oh dear. It's no use. Take this! It's no use! Ah! Ryoshu spat out a reply.
소용없다니요? 혹시
It's no
뽑히지
use.
않는 장치인가요?
Is it the kind of device that physically can't be removed? Honk! Hi, Cortez.
아니, 뽑아내는 것은 어렵지 않아.
No. Pulling it out isn't the hard part.
그러지 않는 편이
It's
나을.
just inadvisable. I suppose it's like a fishing hook. Or like anything that has like a tip, but it flares out. Before just suddenly tapering off into like the thin shaft of the arrow. My mind already went there, yours doesn't have to. Basically when you stab someone with it, the edges of the arrow get caught on the skin that try to close after it. So pulling it out also rips open more and causes more wound. Yay.
억지로 뽑으면 복도에 있던
If
그
we force
시체를
it out of
찾아내는
her,
거야?
then she'll end up like those bodies in the hallway.
그래. 저 나사는
The
반대편에
spiral
도달하기 위해 끝없이
Spiral.
파고들지만
burrows endlessly to reach the other side.
역설적이게도 그
But
자체만으로는
paradoxically,
관통하지 못한다.
It cannot punch through all the way
도달할 수 없거든.
because it will never arrive at that point.
딸, 이건 나선이야.
Ah, frick. Sweetheart, this is called a spiral.
한번 박히고 나면 조금만
Once it is
움직여도
lodged
계속
inside the
파고들기
body,
때문에
even the slightest of
가만히 있을
movements will
수밖에
make it
없단다.
burrow deeper into the flesh, forcing the victim to remain perfectly still.
처음에는 따끔한
It may not
가시처럼
sting
느껴질
any worse than a
뿐이지만
prick of a thorn at first,
빼내갈수록 파고드는 무기지.
but the more you try to yank it free, the further it drills into the body. Oh,
하지만 계속 파고들긴 해도
but no matter how much it
정작
keeps
꿰뚫고
digging
나오진
in,
못해.
it will never make it to the other side.
끝에 도달하려
Okay.
할수록 나선은
The closer it
점점
gets to the
느려져서
end, the slower it becomes.
결국엔 끝에 닿을 수
It can
없어.
never meet its endpoint. Oh, it just keeps going in more and more.
대체하는 방법은 알지?
You know how to unlock it, yes?
네가 일을 끝내고 오면 알려줄
I'll give you the
거란다.
once you return with the job done.
만약
Remember,
없이
if you try to pull that out
오고려 했다간
without the oh my gosh, why is that the piece of information? No,
파고들며 엉켜든 모든 것이
it'll tear out
또
everything it
펴나올 거다.
entangled itself with as it bored through. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, it's a spiral, so it's like it would just kind of, as it turns, hook in, and if you try to pull it straight out, it would just go, ah, here's all the stuff I hooked in. I wonder if whatever device is meant to get it out also turns it at a specific rate. Like kind of like a drill on reverse. You just kind of pull it out, and it would just kind of unscrew out of your body. That is dreadful to think about.
그러니 살고 싶다면
So stay put
지금처럼
exactly as
가만히
you are if you want to live. All I could see were these fragments of her memories, its remnants.
없이
If you try to pull it out without the
짝짓는 숫자도 없이 오고려 했다간
if you try to pull it out without the matching, then once again, I recalled Ryoshi's shattered memories, with the distinct feeling of drawing something up to the surface. Okay. So there needs to be a matching tool for whichever thing got drilled in. Okay. The scenes from her mutilated memories. As it was generally the case, I didn't know how exactly I did it. It just came naturally to me, the moment I wished for it to happen.
뭐가 좀 보였나 시계?
See anything, clock? Ryoshu, what if that spiral needs a certain combination of numbers, like a password? What? What? Wait, what? What? What do you mean? What? I was just thinking about a matching tool to get it out, not a password. What?
그 나선에 엮인 역사를 풀이하려면 그에 맞는 짝이 필요하단다.
To resolve the spiral's paradox, you'll need to find the correct pair.
짝이 맞는 숫자도
If
없이
you try to pull it out without a matching number, then what? What? What are you? How the? Did I miss something? Did I miss something? Like, that's a weapon. It's a spiral that injects its, like, screws in to the body. Where the heck is there a numpad on that thing? How the heck does it relate to numbers? What? Is it like 3 turns of the knife? And so it just boop, pops out. Like, what? You need to know, like, 42 turns of the knife or something.
검과 검집, 음과 양,
The sword and the scabbard.
과거와 미래,
Yin and yang.
나와
The past and the future. Me and you.
모든 건 지독하고
Everything,
지긋지긋하게 딱
regrettably,
띄어져 있는 것도 성이네.
is paired together with an awfully stubborn connection. Okay. Sword and the scabbard vaguely make sense. Because you're talking about a knife that was stabbed in, so it's like, okay, you need to find the scabbard to be able to put it. But then, like, it's paired together with an awfully stubborn connection. It's a number! How the frick does a number What? Even.
죽는다는 게 뭔지 아니?
Do you understand what it means to die? This Ryoshu has a uniquely prescient perspective on death right now.
뭔가를 벤다는 거.
Also uniquely like non-prescient as well. It's kind of odd. What it means to sever something. For a brief moment, an odd expression appeared on Ryoshu's face.
흰머리.
White hair.
말씀하시죠.
My gosh. Okay. Do speak.
나선은 해제할 수 있다.
The spiral can be
시계의
disabled.
말대로 그
Must have
해제는
something to do with
숫자와 연관이
numbers.
있을 테지.
Like the clock said.
하지만
But
정확히
I
무엇이
don't exactly
필요한지가
remember what it
기억나지 않는
means.
것. 거북나선이라는 이름을
Know
가진
anything about a
나선
spiral-shaped
무기에
weapon
대해서
called
아는 게 있나?
the tortoise spiral?
파우스트를 사용하는 방법을
It seems that you've come to
조금이나마
understand,
깨우치셨군요.
if only marginally, how Faust is to be used. Yes. Yes. Faust is a search engine! Yay! Faust is not ChatGPT, which is remarkably useless as a search engine. Like, if you search for something that doesn't exist, it won't tell you, no, this doesn't exist. It'll make up some BS on the spot. So it's a gamble.
제가 해당 장치를 시각적으로
I've never
확인하였고
used it though, so I don't know if
류시
that's true.
씨가 범위를 좁힐 수 있는 단어들을 제공했으니
As I officially observed the
파우스트는 알 수
device,
있습니다.
and Ryoshu has provided certain keywords to narrow the results, Faust can now know. Ah!
사용하는 방법이요?
Did you say how you're to be used? Yes. That, well, specifically, the Gesellschaft, the Faust hive mind Discord server thing that all the Fausts are connected to in the multiverse. Yeah. Ignore the curious looks from the sinners. Faust carefully walks up to a body and unclasps a spiral from their hands.
제논의 거북나선
Xenon's
파우스트의
tortoise
의하는
spiral
해당
is what
장치는
Faust calls
그렇게
his
불립니다.
device. My gosh. You are so confusing. Okay. A quick little sidetrack to be like, why does Faust talk in third person? Every single person in her head that shares a connection to the Gesellschaft is also named Faust. I believe this is not Faust speaking in first person. This is just Faust referring to someone else, whose name is also Faust. Right. After some time, Faust pulled the bottom part of the spiral, opening his hatch. No way. No, wait!
자물쇠입니다.
It is a lock.
배인되는 숫자는 7자리군요.
You're kidding me! There's just a latch with like a... What? With the numpad on it? What the heck? Okay. Just a lock. The spiral requires a 7-digit combination to release.
또한 알리사 씨의 피가 멎지 않는
Also,
이유는
the spiral's infinitely
나선이
burrowing
심장을
nature,
관통하지 못할 뿐
despite its inability to ever
파고드는
penetrate the
성질
heart,
자체는 영원하기
explains why
때문일
Miss
겁니다.
Alyssa's bleeding will not stop. No. If you're trying to argue will not stop until she's out of blood, that makes sense. If you're saying will not stop, period, what? Oh no.
잠겨 있다면 요정으로 열 수 있지 않나?
If it is locked, can't we use a fairy to open it? Heck. Okay. I do not fully comprehend what meaning of fairy they're going for. Because there are a couple in this setting. The first meaning is an F-Corp fairy. F-Corp is a massive corporation organization, like, in this setting that specializes in unlocking things. Those are their fairies. How loosely you can define things and how loosely you can define unlocking, I am not entirely certain. But the other definition of fairy in this setting is an abnormality that goes through and says, like, it's a fairy. I'm assuming out of speed's the first, but considering where we are, it might be the second. Ah, good. Dante's confused too. Fairy?
F사의 특이점을 말하는 것.
Oh, we're talking F-Corp. There you go. She speaks of F-Corp singularity.
잠겨 있는 것이라면 그
If the
무엇이라도
spiral is
열어주는
locked,
기술.
as you say,
좋은
then would
방안은
not a technology to unlock anything make for the perfect countermeasure?
요정으로 여는 것은 가능할 테지만
Theoretically, a
해당
fairy should
나선력에
indeed be
적용된
able to
기술이
unlock it.
어느 정도의 가치를 주는
However, what must
장치일지가
first be considered
중요하겠죠.
is the value of the technology applied to the spiral weaponry.
확실하게 하려면 고가의 요정이 필요하겠군.
Yeah. Then only an
그런
expensive fairy
물품을
would guarantee a successful outcome,
당장 근처에서 구할
which
수도 없는
would be hard to
노릇이고.
come by at this immediate moment. Yeah. Ryoshu and the rest of us stared at the spiral lock with a degree of trepidation. We weren't going to be able to brute force a 7-digit lock. Oh, yeah. How many would that be? 9,999,999 possible combinations, I think.
안 될 거라고 생각하긴 하는데.
And that's
0부터 계속 맞춰볼 순 없는 거냐?
Oh no. Heathcliff. I don't know if you have enough seconds in your life. Frick, I need to look that up now. How many seconds in a year? Okay, it's 3.15576 e to the 7. Okay, let me just pull up a calculator rather than using a search engine and just saying, okay. We have. Oh, frick, you can see the calculator. Nice. Okay, that'll be 9999999. That's how many combinations there are. So if you take 1 second per combination, which would be a heck of a thing to do, then it would take you 166,666.65 minutes. How many minutes in an hour? It would take you 2,777.7775 hours. How many hours in a day? It'll take you 115.74072916 repeating days. That is approximately 1/3 of a year. Well, a little less than a third of a year. If you try to do some really just math and say how many days in a month and just say 30. A little less than 4 months. Yeah. Probably won't work, but can't we just start from 0 and go on and go from there.
보편적인 잠금 장치와 동일하게
As it is the case with most
일정 횟수
locks.
이상 틀린 번호로
A certain number of
입력할 때는
incorrect attempts, but yeah, there's also the. Do they need to do that? No, it take like 4 months of just never sleeping, never eating, just click, 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 click.
됐어. 그냥 개죽음 당한다는
Point
거잖아.
taken. It's death, isn't it? In it. Actually, if they're constantly bleeding out, they'll be long dead before 4 months goes by.
마음 같아서는
Don't
솔직히
leave me alone.
무서우니까
Scared.
두고 가지 말아달라고 하고 싶거든요.
Honestly, what I like to ask. Oh dear. But
하지만
there might
실험실
be
근처에는
survivors by
살아있는
the lab.
사람들이 모여 있을지도 몰라요. 저희
Oh dear.
팀장님 아시잖아요.
You know, our boss
쉽게 당하실
he
분
won't
아니에요.
go down so easily. Oh dear. Okay.
차라리
Just go
그
help them
사람들을
instead.
도와주세요.
Oh my gosh.
하지만 이대로면
What if we leave you like this?
뭐
Well,
연구원이 멍청하게
isn't
죽는 100가지 방법에 나오는
The worst way to
것처럼
go.
죽어서도
This
놀림받는
way, at
상황보다는
least. I won't be
나은 것
going into some
같네요.
trivia book of stupid deaths like 100 dumbest researcher deaths. Give me a second. I gotta look up the Darwin Awards. Okay, I do want to just look up the Darwin Awards real quick. Just to be like, hey, let's see what let's see what I can do. No, not that music. This one. Yeah, okay. The Darwin Awards salute the improvement of the human genome by honoring those who accidentally remove themselves from it in a spectacular manner. Let's see. I see we have Complete Index 2022 to 1992. Interesting that it stopped a few years ago, but I guess that makes sense. I just want to read one particular entry, just when I think about it. Steel MacBook armor. You are wearing body armor in a war zone. You spot abandoned MacBook. You want MacBook. Where to hide it? With quick reflexes, a Russian soldier slid that MacBook into his chest armor pocket, replacing a ballistic plate designed to save his life. Oh no. He was killed in Irpin and his body was retrieved, providing a hearty laugh for all of Ukraine. Instant karma. They reportedly found a stolen iPad as well. Wonder where the iPad was hidden? Next to this sludge. Hang on, that wasn't as funny as the one. Okay. I guess I'll read another one when I feel like it. If I feel like it. But anyways, yeah, this definitely doesn't fall into that category. Like, yeah. Perhaps working under Hohenheim has influenced her to put on a mask of aloofness, even in situations like these. But it was clearly taking considerable effort on her part to maintain it. Were we in any other situation, I would have asked what those 100 dumb ways to die were to alleviate the tension, but... No, I did the job for you. I did the job for you. I held my breath and embraced the painful silence. I did not.
알리사군, 다시 돌아오겠네.
We shall return to thy side, young Alyssa.
네?
What?
반드시 다시 돌아오겠네.
I give thee my word. So,
적들이 다가오는 것 같으면
head as
최대한 몸을
best as thou
피할게.
canst when enemies approach. Thou mustn't yield now.
포기하지 마세나.
I beseech thee. Okay, but don't move. The best you could do is just don't move at all. If someone comes by, pretend to be dead, which shouldn't be that hard. It shouldn't be that hard at all.
참고로 얘는 한다면 하는 놈이니까 흘려듣지 마라.
You'd better listen to the last. She ain't one for empty platitudes. No, she isn't.
그럴게요.
Gotta love her, Don Quixote. Yeah, okay, I won't give up. Thank you.
C485.
C485. Ryoshu quietly muttered to herself.
시계. 방탈출 해봤나?
Clock. Ever play a game of escape room? What?
이건 일종의 방탈출
This is
게임
very
같은
much
거다.
like a game of escape room. Oh, okay.
풀이를 위해서는
To find the
단서를
solution,
모아야 하지.
you begin by gathering the clues. Oh! I just remembered something. Something that I thought was gonna happen here was I thought that the first part of the chapter was going to be set dressing, right? I thought because we didn't have any, we hadn't done any traveling between places, that we were going to have, like, the beginning be, like, travel or instantaneous travel, and then we learn where we are and all that kind of stuff. Partially because, like, chapter 4, chapter 5, 6, kind of 7. Also, Abe did that. I find this interesting. Because that's not happening here. This is a place we've already been introduced to, that we're seeing the damage of. We're getting some set dressing in, like, the spiral and whatever, but past that, we... This is fascinating. To find the solution, you begin by gathering the clues. Game, huh?
저 연구원 놈
You want to
살리고
save
싶은
that
것 아닌가?
researcher, don't you?
그렇다면 저 나선에
Then you'll
쓰인
need the
고유
serial
번호가
number
필요할
on that
테니
spiral.
받은 것뿐.
Ah! How are we gonna work on figuring this out? Every step we took away from Alyssa as she suffered a slow death was painful. I wasn't even sure if we could save her life. Okay, if she's slowly bleeding out, very slowly, and it cannot be stopped because the spiral will just cause more pain, more destruction if we try to move her, which I suppose would also occur if we tried to, like, stop the bleeding as well? Which is also incredibly difficult to do because it's, like, right over the heart. You can't quite stop the bleeding when the center of all the blood in your body is the thing that is, like, standing right behind the blade. It gets very difficult very fast. And you can't stuff the wound? Like... I vaguely remember a little bit of, like... I vaguely remember a little bit of, like, a class I took that sat down and was just like, here's what you do in case of a medical emergency. What they specifically talked about was, if you are looking at a limb that is, like, that has a massive bleed wound, you want to start off by, like, cutting off circulation to that limb. That way, like, the blood will stay in circulation in the other parts of the body and not necessarily go to that limb where it's just gonna go out. Things get a little bit more complicated when you're looking at the legs. It's a little bit harder to cut off circulation. When you hit the trunk of the body, it becomes incredibly difficult. One of the things that you can do when you hit the trunk of the body relies entirely on the idea of, like, you have like a ambulance, or you can get them to a hospital quickly. Which is basically, as long as the wound isn't piercing like a major organ, like the heart, you just kind of stuff it with cloth. You stuff it with cloth, whatever you have on hand, fill the wound so that blood doesn't keep traveling through. Normally, IRL, when there's a weapon that has been put into the trunk, you want to keep it there because it is doing a lot of the job for you. It is plugging up the wound that is bleeding out. So it's already stopping a bunch of the blood. You basically like work on wrapping the weapon with cloth and whatever to like help stop the bleeding further. Based on my limited knowledge, and believe me, that is the limit of my knowledge in like terms of like that kind of bleeding. I don't know more than that, and I don't even know if that's fully knowledgeable. But based on my limited knowledge, that weapon sounds terrifying. Because it's just like, yeah, you can't pull it out, which obviously you wouldn't want to. But you do want to because it's continuing to do damage, and you can't stop it from doing damage. But if you pull it out, it does more damage, which is pretty similar to what happens IRL. But it's just, it truly is a paradox. If you pull it out, you do more damage, but if you leave it in, it'll eventually do all that damage anyway. Basically, if you took Alyssa to a hospital with that particular weapon, she would still be dying. You could have some sort of like, kind of life, just like constantly blood transfusioning into her until she like just dies. Probably from the body shock, actually. Yeah. That's, ugh. The more I think about it, the more it's just like, oh my gosh, what the heck? Okay. Something I'm gonna look at for now is that... Actually, I do want to talk about this a little bit, just because my thought process is going to be influenced by this particular reasoning. It is most obvious in Dream Ending, so I'm going to take a look at the Dream Ending chapters. See, in each chapter of Limbus Company, the titles are written by the person who is going through. It is most obvious in this chapter because in this one, you get all caps, which treats the life and the contracts of the not-so-famous but valiant Don Quixote. And let's see, later on in this one... To continue, and which is discussed the memory necessary to bring to light the clarity of this tale of adventure. Hang on, is there an even later one I can pull? Oh, yeah, there you go. The tale of a great fixer who once reached for the dream. Right. So with that in mind, we see Ambush in the Dark, The Spider's Thread, Textbook, Mutilated Memory, Abikyo-kan, and then just two because like that's just the story continues. That's just the game doing the thing. Paradox of the Spiral, Charm. I think this is interesting because the actual names of all these chapters are very short, very to the point. Let's look at someone who's not Don Quixote and see if, not Yiseng, who would be more verbose? Heathcliff. Is it Would Heathcliff be more verbose? A warm reception. Catherine, the makeover, colors. Here we go. Here's an example. Colors. Heathcliff is, well, vaguely British inspired, so of course there'd be a U. There's no time, and stuff like that. But Heathcliff's not a good example of verbosity, is he? Here's a better example. We don't have a Faust chapter yet. We do have a Yi Sing chapter, and he's been verbose, but he wasn't verbose until the end of his chapter. So, yeah, we do get nothing, screening room, Bud, offer to join, glorious past, urgent call, constellations, whole, raid, reunion, a red line. That's kind of the most leaning towards what we know him as now.
Everybody get going! Let's see advertisements!
Advertisements. I try to find a different example, but I might just be wrong. Canto 2? Ah, here we go. Stop right there. The winner, contestants. Gobsmack. There we go. An overseas welcome, a warm welcome. Bell Era, let that sink. Let that sink in. A performance, slot machines, wish canister. Ah, here we go. Soldiers of Limbus. I might be wrong, actually. I'm looking through the chapter names and I'm not... Oh wait, actually, here we go. To be free from aging and death. That kind of... Hang on. Could be a recent thing? The heart. Ah, here we go. Those who do not decide. Second battlefield. A ridiculous idea. The will to change. Actions of a thief. Justice of others. Momentary power vacuum. The hierarch of Hongyan. To be free from aging and death, yeah. Declaration of participation. There we go. That's... I guess I'd... Okay. I might be wrong in my interpretation, Rick. Location unobservable. The last thought. Yes, you sucked the clown.
Peekaboo!
Peekaboo! Yeah.
Peekaboo!
I guess I'm wrong, cause like looking at all of this, it's like, hang on, if I only consider the story stuff, ambush in the dark, mutilated memory, paradox of the spiral. That's something of like inconsistent. I don't know. I thought I was going somewhere, and then it's like, I might be not. Frick. Ah. Current average level 55. That makes sense because 60, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55.
필기, 출진.
Peekaboo! 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 Yeah. Ishmael, who had been following the route Alyssa had mapped out, stops in her tracks.
이스마일 씨, 왜 그러세요?
Ishmael, what's the matter?
뭔가 의아해서요.
Something about this seems off.
이스가 지도를 보고 있는데 길을 잃을 리는
I don't
없고.
suppose Ishi would ever read the
뭔데?
map wrong. What's the matter?
길은 잘 찾아가고 있는 중이에요.
Yeah,
다만
we're heading the right way. But the thing is, I just remembered something I need to check. I should have done it during the ad break. I just got distracted.
너무 수월해서 문제죠.
This just seems too easy. It's actually very important I see this. What's wrong with
우리가
that?
지나온 길을 떠올려
Think
보세요.
back to the path we took
다른
to get
길들은
here.
별의별 상태로 전부
Every other
막혀
route was
있었어요.
crammed with all kinds of obstacles to discourage us from taking a detour.
좌측의 복지부서로 이어지는
예.
통로는 폐쇄된 상태였고 우측의 통제실에 있는
The
방향은
corridor to the
잔으로
left,
막혀
leading to the
있었다.
welfare department, is closed off, and the one to the right, leading to the facility management room, was blocked with debris.
마치 우리가 한 길로만 가도록.
It's as if they are corralling us down this route. Yeah,
네, 마치 그쪽에서 풀어둔
I can't shake off the
미끼를
feeling
따라가고 있는 것 같아요.
that we're chasing after bait hooked on a fishing line. That would make sense, like, considering that we haven't come across the other enemies yet, and this is a battle chapter, so we're probably gonna see that. In
뭐
this
그렇다고 해서 이곳으로
Well,
가는 거 이외에 방법은
can't say we've
없잖아.
much of an alternative, eh?
찝찝하지만 어쩌겠냐.
A bit dodgy, yeah, but nothing we can do about it.
각오는 해두어야겠구려.
It would be wise to stand wary.
잠깐, 파오. 이것 좀 봐봐.
Hang on, Val, check this out.
환상체가 탈출한 흔적이 보이는군요.
These are the traces of an escaped abnormality. Oh, frick, are we fighting an abnormality?
개체명은
Oh,
요정
frick.
초롱입니다.
Also known as a
거울
Fey
던전에서
Lantern.
몇 차례
We have encountered
조우해본
this
환상체죠.
abnormality more than once in the mirror dungeons. Yes, you're right.
그 나무 원본이
Oh,
이거야?
that Troy thing. So this one, the original. Nah, that's not how it works, Heathcliff, but whatever. I don't think Fey Lantern's the only abnormality that's broken free. Let's take them down and reduce them back to eggs. If they prey on any survivors who stumble in here, that'll be real trouble. How do we lock them back in, though? How do we lock them back in? Like, if the containment units are disabled, then what the heck do we
그대들의
do?
면면이 밝고 생기롭군.
Oh, right, okay. The function the exact same as I don't see. Reveal body, yeah, that works the same as it does in Mirror Dungeon. Body's broken, Fairy has 60% of his max HP upon restoration, that makes sense. Core heals plus 20 more HP when with skill effect, that makes sense. Based on the number of units in the, yep, that makes sense. That's just a charm. Cannot damage core HP by damaging the fairy. A certain skill gains attack weight based on the number of charmed units. That makes sense. Fairy gains 30% increased max HP with each restoration. When fairy's killed, all identities gain more poise. I didn't realize that was happening. Use more powerful skills after the fairy is restored for the second time. I have forgotten that was a thing. And you don't show me any resistances because this is fixed target? Yeah, it's unclashable. Yeah. Oh, good thing you have one. Make sure you attack last, just so that I know it's gonna go last. This is why I have the damage. The damage button. It does damage. Yep, we got the stagger.
예사롭지가
Yeah,
않은데?
there goes fairy.
아주 작사를 내놨어.
Up comes the lantern.
최고의 선택이었어.
Okay.
관리자.
Lantern, growing roots. Yep. Rupture and bleed, and infusing stems does massive attack weight. And it has a... Oh no. It's a blood coin and it does on hit. Deal plus 5% damage for every rupture on target. Frick. Okay, well, I don't have any ruptures, so I might as well just try to... It's all neutral. Frick. Okay, let's see if I can get better with... Absolute resonance. No, I can't. Right, 11 or possible 13. Well, I guess defending and the power guard is gonna be better. I forgot to take out Assault, frick! I suppose this counts as a single boss at least, but... This boss doesn't stay in the same state for more than one turn. If I'm good. That's a mass attack. Yeah,
거치적거리지 마.
No. Dang it.
이 앞에 숨쉬는 자라. 살려보내지 마라.
The complete lack of SP. Oh, thank goodness. He won that.
완벽한 선택이었어, 나리!
Ow.
내 약점이 뻔히 보이는 게로
저 해충들을 도려내.
쭉아닐 텐데.
일반적인 상황에서 선택하지 않는
길을 여신다.
아,
이유가 있을
여기서
수
이런 공격이 잘 먹히는군요.
Ah, you won! Aha! Good job.
이상한 귀기가
And that's
느껴지오.
damage! And let's hope it works. This is the second time, so we're gonna get these special attacks
이
from
정도
it
탕류의
after this.
허덕이나.
Which I should probably take a look at what that special attack actually does.
오, 아 이런.
Oh, hang on.
아무튼 놀라운
Hang on.
한방이네요.
What's going on with this thing? It doesn't feel like the same entity ran into the mirror dungeon. No, it's not. If you are to delve deeper, it appears to mirror the one we encountered in the refraction railway. Oh! While Hohenheim does harbor some interest in the subject, he is not great enough a genius to turn that curiosity into reality. Then why could this possibly be happening? Hold on, someone left this here. Seems to be a torn page of a note. Yay, we get some research on it. It's covered in fluorescent paint, so it'd be easier to spot. Makes sense. That makes sense. Whoever left it couldn't have known we were coming. It's probably a note meant for possible survivors. Holy cow, that's a really... Ha! I like that as a safety mechanism. Like, if the abnormalities escape, the destruction will end up with, like, the papers that detail what the abnormality is getting flung around. And so they're covered in fluorescent paint, so that people will be able to see it more obviously. Ah! No reason not to read it. Observation record, irregularities. Written by Mos. Hello, Distortion Detective. LCD, Limbus Company Distortion Team. On-site Investigative Reasoning Team Leader. This entity abruptly escaped this containment unit during the assault. Yes! Give me more Moses stuff! Yeah! I need that information! Readers of this note should be warned that the entity shows some irregularities that have not been observed previously. Okay. Hang on, I need to... I didn't write this down. just, you know, for my own stuff. Let's see. Moses, LCD, on-site, investigative, reasoning, team leader. Okay. When a high number of employees within the research facility were killed, the Fey Lantern breached containment. Ah. Okay. Under the LCE's abnormality control protocols, such an escape is known to occur only when an employee with inherently low aptitude exhibits an attunement level exceeding 75% with LCE Ego Fey Lantern. And when the outcome of the managerial work is determined to be above very good. Okay. We're pulling a bunch of stuff from Lobotomy Corporation here and mashing it against Limbus Company. This is fascinating to me. The Fey Lantern, whose escape was triggered by deaths around it, has deviated from its expected behavior pattern of preying on charmed victims one by one. Okay. That's interesting. And instead has begun consuming multiple targets at once. Ah, yeah, that's why it's during the mass attacks. Okay. Presumably, the entity must have realized that its food reserves are being rapidly depleted. After Ezra destroyed After Ezra destroyed the luring unit twice, designated as Blue Fairy, in the LCB observation log, the Fey Lantern's aggressiveness significantly decreased. At that point, Ezra was no longer affected by his charm. Okay, that makes sense. That makes sense. For those who don't know, in the Distortion detective story, Ezra is basically... what grade was she? I think she was like grade 3? Like, grade 3 fixer working with Moses in Moses' office at that time. Presumably before joining the Limbus Company. Based on these observations, I was able to establish a hypothesis that anyone who observes the Blue Fairy for at least 7 seconds and then immediately destroys its head becomes immune to its influence. Ah! As this effect applies only to the individual who destroys it, this information may not be of much use to most researchers. However, I shall leave a note for it to be consulted should the need arise. Addendum. When the Fey Lantern identified only a single individual, it did not attempt to charm them, and instead appeared wary enough to simply watch them. Yet, due to the limited sample size, further confirmation will be necessary. There's quite a bit of useful tips. Well, not that I think I've got a rough idea of how to deal with it. Let's refer to this record for the intel and try suppressing it again. Okay.
방금 전에 위대한 일격을 기록하는 중이라네. 이따가 버스에서 회고해야 하지 않겠는가?
Did that add anything? Oh, right, you're doing your big attack. Oh, this is the next one. That's the next one. That's the fairy thing. Is it the fairy thing? Okay. Passive. So based on what I saw, hang on, would that be in the logs? Aha! Here we go. Here we go. There we go. Yeah. The employee fell into panic after conducting insight work on the Fey Lantern for over 40 seconds. This is basically Lobotomy Corporation logs. I love it. Ah! Observation. As soon as the attunement level of the Eagle gear extracted from the Fey Lantern exceeded 74% within the facility, the entity escaped from its containment unit. Okay, but they care about attunement level, which is not in the Lobotomy Corporation. I do believe you'll need to overhaul the attunement manual, boss. The accident would have happened had I provided the employee with a more accurate guideline. Okay. This is the first time we've observed an entity breaking containment using ego gears extracted from it as a medium of escape. Martin, I have failed to properly scrutinize and evaluate the relevant variables. Ergo, if anyone should bear responsibility for researcher Corby's death, it would be me. This is fascinating to me, actually. I have something to show everybody, like, once this boss is defeated. Because it is extraordinarily relevant. Ba, 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 ba. Ba, 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 ba. Ba, 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 brada, ba, 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 brada, ba, ba, brada, ba, 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 ba. Ba, 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 brada, ba, 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 brada, ba, ba, brada, da, 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 da.
자, 어느
야하!
쪽일지 잘 생각해보라고.
모든 결과들은
Rabba! Faust knows where the closest gas line is. Okay, that's gonna bring up
놀라운
everyone's like
명령이네요.
HP,
적을
so hopefully
완벽히
they'll be able to
파악하고
hit
있으신
better.
거군요.
Yeah, there we go. Counts with the defense skill.
하나 넘고 둘 넘고 꺾고 제쳐라.
Once I
이런
finish
건
this battle,
몽둥이가
I do
약이지.
kind of want to bring up
저렴
the
그래.
because this is relating to a lot of other parts of this game,
효과적이네요. 이
and
방법을 기억하는
I'm
게 좋겠어요.
fully using that to just like
저들이 추풍과 같이 흔들리고
delay time
보다
until like,
유리하지
oh, look at
않겠어.
that stagger, yes. Delay time until I'm like, haha! It's New Year's. Yeah.
거치적거리지만 마.
I also need less resources. But then again, don't we all? So, I surmise that when the fairy pops back up, we're gonna get like a special prompt or somebody who's like going to be charmed to like attack it immediately.
와, 다들
No, we
몸에
didn't.
신기한 걸 들으셨네요.
Now everyone knew that it was nothing more than bait. Snag lore. Skills attack rate equals number of sinners with charm, yeah. Unclashable though, so what the heck can I do? Yeah, we can't control those units at all. What does it want me to do? Hang on. Number charred units +1 every time a part is restored. We also have rupture on it. We don't have the conditions for this yet. Also, we're not gonna get more logs from it. Let's have the last one be the one that triggers it to go off, or whatever. Hopefully not. Yeah, they don't do any damage because they're charmed. You manage to stagger though. But it doesn't get staggered. Attacking that fairy again will reveal its truth. And already, yeah, okay. This isn't your first time facing this entity. It won't be as hard as the first. Sinners seem to agree. The fairy simply sat there in near complete stillness, only interrupted by its intermittently vibrating wings, the fake wings. It was as though the fairy knew you were coming. Who answered the bait? Sloth. I can win with this, although it's not Sloth, and I can win with this, although it's not Sloth. Both of them have an even chance of winning, and that's like about 70%, I guess. If we say base of 45, and then Well, base of 50% chance, and then we add 20 onto it. Oh, thank goodness. After light leapt into the air, the sinner swung the weapon toward the fairy. The fairy appeared to scream, but no sound came from his mouth. Wait! You're not charmed, are you? Frick. Maybe it wasn't screaming at all. Maybe it was... Perhaps it was just the swaying of branches. Or were you charmed? The eyes are coming up. Get out of here! Here we go again. Numerous eyes open one by one, gleaming from the shadows. They oscillate as though they'll jump out at us at any minute. So, what now? Fairy is staggered. Fairy permanently gains 5 fragile.
기쁨이란 건 이런 사소한 일에도 슬며시 따라오나 봐요.
I mean,
모두가 노력한 덕분에 업무가 일찍 끝날 것 같은 지금처럼 말이에요.
Fairy is staggered. We kind of already did that.
일기당천.
But we'll...
훌륭하오. 이외에 특별히 첨언할 이유도 없군.
Hang on, I need to check something.
다소 유리하구려.
피로 다스리지.
Deal plus 25% damage to Fey Lantern. Cool, cool, cool. Is there anything? No, you're not permanently... Okay. What about you? You actually kind of...
조심하시죠. 전장에서 촌딱지를
here you go. Cannot be targeted for
피가
charms.
끓어오른 투개에게 쪼아먹힐 테니까.
Keen observation. Nice. Although I lost the opportunity to make sure nobody else could be targeted by charms, so that's disappointing. But it's okay. Cavalry's Vanguard. Also, I need to double check
싸우자는
for
건
you.
아니지?
Do you have anything special? No. That is fascinating that we don't yet see a unique. We don't have a unique like status given to Ryoshu yet. Which I guess didn't always occur for everyone, but when it did occur, it was fairly fast, I would say. Like, fairly close to the beginning of the actual,
막아내지 못하리.
the actual chapter. I have been going at this slow though, so like... Also, yeah, all your blood coins, whatever. I'm breaking them.
적확한 한압이었어.
Let me lower the volume a bit. Wow! Is my microphone too quiet? I hope it's not. It might be. No! Oh. Oh, it took the extra damage at the end. I thought it was just gonna sit there with one health. And I would just be like, no! EX?
몰만 뿌려주신다면 저희 투개는 주군께서 혐오하시는 그 어떤 벌레도 모래판에
Where's this
남기지
red line
않아요.
going? wayward. We have no idea what's sitting here.
그러니 죽은 부디 저희가 회칠 다음 전장을
Yeah, I know. My average level is underneath the recommended level. It's fine. It's fine. Oh!
니네들 기분이 좋아 보인다. 뭐 재밌는 거라도 봤어?
Oh, I guess I should have gotten that from the name, but holy cow, this music! Oh! Oh my gosh. Oh my god. Oh my, holy cow. Oh my, oh my god. Hecking, tonking, booyah. Holy cow, I am loving this. Hecking, honking, booyah. Yeah, hydro pack. Also, we get the counter. What? No counter? Interesting. Oh, it's because it's not. Oh, nope, there's a counter. And then here's the second counter. Yeah. Done. You're like, that wasn't as effective. You must have been doing it on purpose. It's like, no, Don, I just didn't have the resistances. Like, come on. Yeah. Oh. Oh, frick. Right, you do this. Other than the fact that I'm absolute, like, this is a bop. This is a bop. Ha! Yeah! Hang on, how much damage do you do? 30. You're expected to do 26. It has 81 health, so I need to do more against you. I attack with light-colored things because I'm pretty sure they're weak to those. Do that and that. I don't have any wrath. Frick. Okay, it survived. But I think I didn't have something else attack it, did I? Oh dear. That's not generally good. So now we have to defeat them this turn, or we are gonna face a massive penalty for it. Oh yeah, they are weak to those. Yeah, yeah. Wait, do I know it? Interesting. And he's shown yellow. That's... It's hard for me to precisely judge what I'm seeing when I'm just like... When part of what I'm doing is... Bopping it out, cause holy cow! Ah! I'm also gonna take a lot of damage pretty soon here. Can I just take out some of them? Oh yeah, I took out one. I should have estimated. Oh frick! I should have estimated my damage output more. Okay, so it's gonna come out. It's going to come out of the wrath. The wrath one. Oh no! Actually, we destroyed all of them. Which means the Wayward Passenger comes out at the bottom and doesn't gain, like, an extra boon. Oh, here we go. Starting from turn 2, this unit summons 4 random inventions and heights. When all parts are staggered, this effect activates this turn, cannot be staggered when inside dimensional rifts. Here we go. When all dimensional rifts are broken, this unit voluntarily emerges from a dimensional rift next turn. This unit loses 5 charge count, and all of its parts' stagger thresholds are raised by 30. There you go. I assume that this bottom passive is like the downside to not letting it escape. But regardless, we got the upside. Although the thresholds are looking at, we still need hundreds of damage to go up, so like adding 30 to the thresholds doesn't mean too much. Oh, Envy doesn't do a lot to you, and yeah. Envy and Pride don't do a lot to you. Is there something I don't know? No, I know Gluttony. Gluttony's good. I don't know Gloom. I guess maybe I didn't do any damage with Gloom yet, have I? What am I missing from this? I'm missing more Gloom, so... Now we just throw out more Gloom. See what happens. Yeah. Let's see. Rip Space is a pretty, like, powerful one. Let's hit you in a that with. Words. Hecking, honking, what? They are difficult. Gluttony's better against you.
거치적거리지만 마.
Oh frick. Aha! Sorry, I was just vibing for a second there. Me just being like, oh yeah, I like this music.
놀라운 명령이네요.
It's fun music.
적을 완벽히 파악하고
Ah
있으신
no. Oh, this is one that gives the like potential like you could do something about this. Okay, let's see. Yeah, you can likely do all the damage yourself if you manage it. It's normal with that. Yeah, okay. Okay. I suppose the green one's gonna be taken out, and then we can work on the other 3 after? Specifically? Because, like... Oh yeah, we took out yellow. And this is a very powerful attack. Ah, 12 off. Dang it. If that last attack was a heads. Yeah! Attack 2 different ones at the same time.
근방의 싸움은 우수했어.
Okay. So I have 12, 18, 66. So this will take out the 12. Yeah, do you take extra damage from Gloom? Yeah, you're weak to Gloom. And you're normal to Pride. Wait, that's a Gloom? That's not a Pride? Huh. I always thought that dimension was Pride. Frick. Okay. Let's see. It's not gonna do enough damage, so I need to throw something else there as well. And then I need us to pile on to that one. Yay! That was taken out. There we go. Oh! I had underestimated Sinclair. Okay. There we go. Haha! And you just come out, and we don't get the story thing because, like, I wiped out the dimensions before it could activate. Yes! More logs! Wow! The entity rips open and enters the dimensional door in regular intervals. However, it has been confirmed to return should another being entered through containment. Fascinating. Its work preference shifted based on which color dimensional door it had entered immediately prior. Seriously, I won't soon forget that shocked lightheadedness I felt when I saw that the entity had disappeared not 5 minutes after we placed it in the containment unit. I heard that some of our colleagues have been using that property to prank the newcomers. No! We should probably give them a stern warning, Martin. Once again, the combat test result corroborates the LCB's report. Okay, so they got like a report on this from the bus team. Of course, the entity seems to have gained a few new properties that make suffering some damages inevitable, even if we were to do everything right. Must have something to do with boss's redacted in accordance with LCE information confidentiality clause. Research. Lissa. Okay. Theory. So, it's kind of obvious to a lot of people that the wayward passenger kind of represents a W Corp employee and or passenger who got caught in between dimensions, right? That's what the abnormality stands for. sorry, I just looked at him like, hey, National 4, okay. T. Death? No, not death. Whatever. So... Tragic based on the behavior that it constantly returned to the containment unit. I would say that it probably never left the containment unit to begin with. That's my theory. That it always returns and the disappearing act. Like, the big telling of it is that it always returns once somebody enters the containment unit. It's like, yeah, that's probably a big sign that it's not, like, it's not actually leaving anywhere. It's just kind of still there. I don't know if that signifies anything, but, like, it is interesting to think about. Lots of hopelessness here. What? So the kidney. Are you ready for a kidney to the face? Here it is. Hop. And everyone gets healed based on that. Ow! Freaking blood coins. Oh. But I managed to kill everyone a little bit, so it probably wasn't as bad as it would have been. Yeah. Come on, we can stagger it. Ah! Please? No. If this fight's been anything to go by, it'll soon emerge from one of the dimensional. Wait. No, not. It'll go into what? But I don't know. If we get into it, its next point of emergence. Maybe we can deal a fatal blow. Yeah. This is. Okay. Soon the entity began calling out dimensional rift. Yeah, where? Which dimensional rift? Those as the sinners present before emerged. They had enough time to act before Honglu swung their weapon at it. Entity hurriedly closed the dimensional rift as it fled back into its safety. That seems to have destabilized dimensional rift. Opportunity. Rear passenger gets 3 offense level down. Honglu gains 3 offense level up. Okay.
야, 쟤네 완전 수레 꼬른 놈들처럼 흐느적거리는데?
This is. Which one's close to being the left blade? Which is one that, like, does a counter right now, so. Hopefully we can do enough damage. Oh, ow! No, that's not good. That's Wayward Passenger beat Wayward Passenger Ego. And you should branch out a little bit, you know? Okay, let's get the right arm close to like close to stagger as well. No, it didn't stagger. Dang it, counter. Okay, but this one should stagger. This is a very high damaging move. There we go, got the stagger. Yay! I'm just doing this to be silly at this point.
기억 못하게 하려는 길이구려.
Honglu has Wayward Passenger ego, so I'm just like, Wayward Passenger, what's the Wayward Passenger? Ow. Thank you for observing and imagining, John. That's fantastic. That was a lot of... I've been thrown up on. No.
기쁨이란 건
Okay, so we have one stagger.
슬며시 따라오나 봐요.
We might be able to break it.
모두가 노력한 덕분에 업무가 일찍 끝날 것 같은
Ah.
지금처럼 말이에요.
Tremoring Dimension. Pass through the dimensional rift to gain 1 speed. Electrify to gain coin power +2. Yeah, this is what those dimensions do. Hemorrhaging, deal +20% damage. Poisonous, to gain max HP. Okay, if you pass through those dimensional rifts, you get those things. Which one are you targeting? Let's see. If I aim this correctly, I could get everyone to counter something. Oh, I should probably also check what your exact, like, things are. Weak to lust, fatal to gluttony, normal to gloom, endures pride, inefficient damage type for envy, normal for wrath, normal for sloth. Got it. So hit it with a bunch of gluttony. Ah, frick. Try to defend and hope that everyone else does enough damage that doesn't. Wait. Risk it for the biscuit! Attack the staggered arm, hope that everyone else staggers this one before this can go off. Which we're just kind of relying on this one, partially this one? Hang on. No. And this one. Yeah. Wah. Ba ba da. Ba. Ha. Oh, it's so close. It's so close. Come on, it's so close to being staggered. Yeah, there's a stagger. That's what I was hoping for. Yeah. Oh, frick, we're so close to breaking that arm.
여기선 이런 공격이 잘 먹히는군요.
I mean, it doesn't matter. It's only at 91 health. It has 5 speed across the board. So we just go bloop, bloop, bloop. And maybe end the fight too. I'll see because, like... Oh. Struggling. Frick. Well, that's okay. It only has 91 health. If these 3 attacks do it, we're fine. Yeah! There we go. There we go.
또 한 줄 길을 남겼군.
We got the EX.
핏물진 길일
Doubt.
뿐이지만 세월이
Frick,
지나면
which one is doubt?
홍우는 그제야 알게 되겠지.
Is that gaze of a contempt?
홍우가
Is it? I forget which one is doubt. Well, I'll just start the stage. I'll be able to figure it out.
이 경로는 숨어들기 나쁘지 않군 거래.
Also, oh, Ebony Queen's apple. Oh, I see. Oh wait. Wait a second. Does LCE have any encapsulin suppression systems in mind? Because if not, this is gonna be more powerful than. Oh wait. Power up +6. Oh dear. Turn start. Yep. Slash and truth. Roots are broken. Yep. Roots. The roots part gains 3 attack power for every unbroken arm part. What? How did the roots part gains 3 attack power up for every unbroken arm part, which would be the stems, which is why this has 6 attack power up. Okay, that is more powerful than the first time we came across it. So it does not have the suppression. Heck. Okay, roots, you have 415. You need 312 before you stagger. I don't think I have the capability to do that much damage just off the top. Targeting Sinclair, so if I have the Sinclair or Honglu that can target it. Hopeless and struggling, which makes sense. It has attack power +6 on it. And everyone's slowed down by it. No, I'm not gonna do a Sapling of Light. How much do the arms have? 613. With 32... 32 difference. $368 damage until it staggers. don't think I could do that in a single turn. Especially not for both. If I remember correctly, the head has a specific passive, and it only has 89, but it also, like... I also don't know the resistances yet, so... To keep that one. Just struggling, so I'm gonna do a power counter. Let's see if I can power counter this successfully. And let's also throw you at that one as well. Gonna take a lot of damage, but hopefully we find more about the resistances for the head specifically. Ow. Okay, I got close-ish there. Frick. That one didn't go well.
Good.
There we go. I made it mostly do the damage on the fruit. Wow. Oh, right. I can read the log for it. Oh, frick. What is that? The Audacity. Deal plus 20% damage for every... So it does like nearly twice as much damage. Frick. What is the log? Lacking data. After employee Alyssa maintained a steady stream of aggression on the organic matter assumed to be the entity's head, there hereafter the apple, the Ebony Queen's apple mounted a powerful counterattack. The apple, upon its destruction, regenerated after a certain amount of time had lapsed. Okay. An overwhelming majority of employees who registered the sound made by the regenerated apple expressed varying degrees of psychological distress. Hohenheim, chief researcher. Once he destroyed one of his arms, his other arm underwent a rapid overgrowth before attacking us with the increased mass. Oh, frick. Good thing I read this. Though this entity's durability isn't anything impressive, you're going to regret if you rush in to destroy its parts without observing it more closely. So, destroying the fruit will cause SP damage to everybody. As this unit has roots, gain 1 the Audacity. Frick. So, it wants me to destroy the roots. If I focus on the arms, it's going to immediately attack me. At 4 Audacity, uses a powerful skill that inflicts powerful negative effects. The unit does not have roots, neither gain nor lose the Audacity. When the fruit part is broken, lose the Audacity. Well, frick. When is your powerful Audacity attack? Here it is. It is at 3. So, what's the effect of the Audacity attack? The skill does not deal damage. What? Consume all the Audacity on self and resist coins by the Audacity stack consumed. Flash leaves, the skill does not activate. What? I'm sorry. I'm sorry. What? You just... You have a blood coin. The whole point of a blood coin is that even when you lose the clash, you can still do damage. But... there's an effect here that says clash lose, the skill does not activate. Oh wait, clash lose, the skill does not activate. Rupture on target. Okay. It still makes sense. It still inflicts 3 bleed and plus 2 bleed count and 3 rupture and plus 2 rupture count on hits. so it'll always do that. Okay. That being said, ads.
Everybody get down! Let's get over cabins! Why? Okay, let's see. Okay, so for the ending routes, it'll repeat its coins for each of the Audacities 4 times. Unless I could destroy the Vein Fruit very quickly. Vein Fruit has 30 on it. Takes fatal damage from Pride. And everything goes off at attack time 4, so... I want to destroy it before that point.
Do I have anything? Traces to sight and sound can do enough damage. It might do less. I don't know how much this reacts to it. Let's see what I can get away with. Is anything not hopeless on the big attack? Okay. Does anything attack you? No. No, it doesn't. Everything's struggling. Which one do you attack? You attack Honglu. So I could try to counter with this. I don't want other attacks to, like, just straight up be able to win and then go off before the Audacity goes away, because the Audacity deals plus more damage. So let's see, this is... That's not going to be able to do the amount of damage I want it to. Traces to sight and sound might. Heck. But I don't know if this particular team comp is good for this boss. I'm just looking at it, it's like, This team comp might not be the best for this particular boss. If I destroy one arm, the other is going to become more powerful. Also, glowy arms. Dang it. Okay, just tank the damage if you fail. Better chance of doing that. You don't have a power guard. Wait, did I see neutral in there? I did. Is that neutral better with this? No, it is not. So, we have a neutral. Okay, you're gonna guarantee that Apple's broken at some point. 13, and this does 14.
불가 위야 막아내지 못하리.
No! Frick. Well, that was almost successful. No. Ha! Broke the apple. Did it? Did it break the apple? I don't think it broke the apple. Dang it. Ow. It didn't break the apple. Ah, dang it. It didn't break the apple. I'm gonna guess the apple is resistant to green.
특별히 첨언할 이유도 없군.
Oh, what? It did break the apple. What? Then... What? What? When the fruit part gets broken, lose the audacity. Oh. Lose one the audacity. Frick. That's what it meant, didn't it? Yeah, that could have gone better. That could have gone better. while looking at this. I think it's good to take in...
당분간은 고개 숙이고 기어야겠군. 무리한
What would be a good
임무도
team
아닌데
to take in
실패했으니
here?
이번 주고는 오래 보겠어.
Okay, normal, fatal to pride. Normal gluttony, inefficient gloom. Do I have a team that would be mostly pride? I think that would be the slash team. Here's me just remembering that most of my teams are extraordinarily underpowered.
입장을 알리는 음악 소리가 들리.
I'm gonna fail. But I suppose I could fail in a way that gives me more information.
초성이라도 맞나?
Which is worthwhile on its own. Okay, so you attack the apple, the roots gets angry. The roots gets angry. You can destroy the roots, but the roots gets power up from the arms. If you destroy one arm, then the other one gets more powerful. Okay, so... What if I just throw everything at the roots? Suck up the damage. Actually, the damage should be taken by Gregor, because Gregor only has one stagger threshold, and then it's just a lot without stagger, so it's like... It'll take a lot to do whatever. If I have Gregor just doing that, might as well... That's not gonna help. You're not gonna win off of that. It's fine. Oh my gosh! You won! Yeah! But if I tank all the rest of the damage, then I just go for the roots. Yeah. Focusing with, like, inflicting burn damage as well.
걱정 마시오. 최후의 혈구 하나만 남아 있다면.
Yeah, look at that. The roots are almost out. Okay.
보존될 테니.
We are taking a lot of damage, but you're doing root spike. Huh. Doesn't seem the best. I can also take a look at this and say, fatal to wrath. There we go. And the fire team happens to excel in that.
순식간에 끝내죠.
Yeah.
훌륭하고
Okay.
이외에 특별히 첨언할 이유도 없군.
See.
여기선 이런 공격이 잘
Roots are gonna go away. Yeah, there we go. I didn't judge the damage output though, so like nothing else went through. There we go. Now everybody has their actual speed going off. Right, the audacity. The gunshot went through and hit the fruit while the roots were still active. Frick. That's not good. Okay, but now that the roots are gone, I can attack the head. Okay. it has 47 health, it's gonna gain up to 24. So that's gonna be 71. Yeah, 34. There we go. That should be enough for the head to get rid of. To get rid of the head. Struggling. It's not a good sign. I can't exactly focus on the, like, on one arm, because if I focus on one arm, the other is gonna get the power up according to the log. Yep, the arm, the apple went down. I'm hoping that results in... Oh, actually, see, Fragile. Fragile's added, okay. Fragile got added to the effects. Ow. Oh my gosh. That's not good. Holy cow. Okay, but let's see. Did I unlock any new passives? When the fruit is destroyed, all parts are inflicted with 2 fragile. The fruit regenerates after 1 turn. Okay, so that's the one here. It regenerates after 1 turn. Holy. Hi! How are you doing, 30? Welcome to the stream. Let's see. You're doing fine. Yeah, that's good to know. Well, it's all single coin damage. Although the final power plus 3 for every 4 max of 6, so I'm assuming everyone's gonna be basically wiped. I'm guaranteed to survive 1. What happened to my team? I am more or less in the process of learning what to do with this version of Ebony Queen Apple. And I took up the apple, but at the price of everyone dying in a mass attack. Oh, frick. Ah, the apple actually attacks this time. I need to do a mass attack. Let's see what those are. 5 plus bleed plus rupture on target, base power plus 5. If this unit has the other, you don't, you shouldn't. Deal SP damage. Oh right, that's what the log meant when like, what it said. An overwhelming majority of employees who registered the sound made by the regenerated apple expressed varying degrees of psychological distress. That's what that meant. Okay. So that deals SP damage. Power plus 2, if this unit has the audacity, it shouldn't. Clash lose, I should get something good, but it will always take away your SP damage. Okay. Do you have any more passives? Not that I can see. Let's see, I almost have every single affinity resistance here. Fatal to blunt, that makes sense, it's an apple. Arms are fatal to slash. I don't see the exact resistances for the arms because I haven't been focusing on that. Took out the roots already. So I need to do 89 damage to the apple if I don't want it to, like, survive the turn. I should try to win that clash. So... would you like to hear about the Odyssey? There you go, that should... I thought you said favored. I hate it when the game is like, here's one, and then the second you leave it, it's just like, nope, that's not the case. Okay, that should be for the apple. I don't think my team like this particular team is slightly underleveled. I took it in for like experimentation purposes. So they're not quite gonna survive. That being said, I am looking for... Why do you save favored on everything? You save favored and then drop it and you say struggling. Like what? What even? Okay. Let's see, it's 12, 16. Counter is also 16. There's no difference from a Clash perspective, other than the fact that this only needs to roll 1 for it. 4, 8, 11, so it's probably better if I try to counter it. Check what these are. 7 plus 7, 14, 19, that has max of 19. Probably not going to hit it all because 50-50, but still, you don't know. 11, that's good. 11, 11. I see now why it was favored, and then final power plus 3 for every bleed and rupture. How much bleed and rupture do you have? Do you have a bunch of it? Okay, I'm assuming plus 6 then. 11, 17 out of max. This can barely win, but the Ebony Queen can't hit the... Is that Envying Root? Yeah. Or I guess it's the Ebony Queen's apple. The specific part of it, the Envying Roots, the roots are destroyed already, so it shouldn't be a problem. Okay, so I got a counter there. Nobody else has power defense or anything like that. 4, 8, 11, 11, 10, 10, maximum 14. Sinclair has the best chance. And that's why it's struggling, yeah. Let's guarantee a hit by having... Actually, this will destroy you. Yeah, you Sing dies this turn. Okay. Oh, right. Ishmael dies this turn? Ishmael dies this turn.
순식간에 끝내죠.
Yeah, there we go. The clashing counter worked. Ah! Dang it. You didn't get to hear about the Odyssey. And that killed the entire team.
나의 것들은 괜찮은가?
That critical animation on them dying though.
잘만 싸워보면 좀 더럽게 배설될 수도 있죠.
Well, I don't like you. Let's chain you up. Do you want to chain up the root or the apple? Well, if it works with the apple, I just destroy it. So I'm gonna... No, that's not the root, the stem. I chain up the stem. Turn 6. Favored, and it stays favored. Good. Oh, right, I kept the glory on you. I should just change that out for an apple. Whatever, let's throw an arm. Smash the apple with an arm. Okay, let's see. That Copper Yoshi is still alive. Oh, you can counter that. Then what if I counter that? And then you... save it on there. Actually, no, hang on. Do you target anyone else? You target... Yeah, of course you do. And of course you do. Ah! Okay. Okay, let's target some. No, you don't. You all targeting. It's probably something unique. It's just targets like primarily Gregor. Targeting a branch. No, that's not worth it anymore. Targeting an apple is not worth it. You saying it's your turn to die. But I need two things to go off of Gregor if I want the attack to actually go through. So I need to do that. Do that. Gregor will live. Gregor will do the arm attack against the apple. Or against... I messed up my calculations. Oh wait, no, it's being chained up. Okay, cool. Not struggling. Let's go with this one. Neutral. Yay! You saying it's your turn to die. Ah, frick. But actually, no, I expected that. Bye, you saying. I just said, frick, based off of instinct. Okay, chain up the apple. The apple doesn't have as much power next turn. Heck. That didn't work out. Not the best. Yay! Fourth match flame.
이 불 또한 예술의 황홀 경치.
Burn. Okay, that's plus 30 damage. Cool, but it also does this. Ow. Yes! The apple's broken. Does the apple have an attack this turn? No, it doesn't. Therefore, the chaining was worthless, but... still. Gain fragile, and I have more ammo to go against the stems, so that they hopefully don't activate and become more powerful. Why do I think they'll be more powerful? Because I read the log that said that once one stem was destroyed, the other one got more. So I have to basically even out so that, like, there isn't really a time when one is more than the other. You do not have effective attacks, do you? Heck. Heck. Ah, dang it. Bleed damage. Ah! Why is it so good at hitting its coins? Stab. Okay.
매번 기발한 발상을 떠올리시네요.
Oh yeah, the reason I have this Heathcliff on this team is because I wanted to try to even it out for Mirror Dungeons. I was like, why do I have that? Why do I have that one in here? It's like Mirror Dungeons. Bring me Snow White, such a... Okay, yeah. Actually, hang on. What's the... Fatal against Wrath? That makes sense. And nothing else. It's just Wrath, possibly Pride. I haven't checked Pride, but... It's just Wrath. Well, I have plenty of that to throw at the arms. If I throw two at this arm, it's probably going to be, like, staggered next turn. So I don't have to worry about going against that one because this arm will be staggered before that occurs. Maybe? 281. It'll be staggered in 36 damage, so yeah, it's gonna go down. I should target the insolence. Defense? First Negi of 2026. Yay! It's not 2026 yet from my perspective, but like... Time zones. That's just time zones. It is 2026 in our hearts. Ah! This year is our year. All that jazz, whatever. We could do better even if the world doesn't get better for us. We become better people even if the world doesn't get better for us.
단테님, 저분이 방금 굉장히 중요한 걸 잃으셨어요.
이런 건 몽둥이가 약이지.
야.
정지. 벗어날 수 없다.
No, but seriously, like, we can make the world a better place. Let's see. We can make the world a better place. It takes a lot of effort to do so, but it's worth it. 318. And we can make our lives better as well. Like, our lives and the lives of everyone around us. 73 damage. And this is gonna do... You're not gonna do enough damage on your own. But if I go Stigmatize, you might have a chance? I'm gonna throw 3 things at you just in case. And then everything else is gonna focus on taking down one of the arms. Yeah, there's a stagger. Now take out the right stand. Yeah. Turn 10. Frick. I'm not... Aw, dang it. Unless I win this turn. But I don't think I could do 845 damage in a single turn. Let's actually find out. Which of these does the most damage? You do... let's see. And this is why I have the damage button. Yeah, there we go. Oh, and apparently that's the most damaging place for it. Okay. Yeah, no, I'm doing this. Blast hacking, send it! Ah! Can I win on this turn? I don't think so, but we're gonna try.
예술의 황홀경이지. 효과적이네요. 이 방식을 기억하는 게 좋겠어요.
Wow. Besides, we could just go back to this fight if I fail. Ow. Ow. Yeah, we didn't win in a single turn. We're at turn 11. Yeah, heckies. Let's hit damage since we're gonna break the apple before it can attack, so there's no reason to like win rate. Nah. I feel like it's really fitting that like we broke every single part. Yeah. Yeah, everything's broken. I never thought what that move was. Oh my gosh.
That's probably that extra move is probably the destroy one arm but don't destroy the other one move. Probably. Yeah.
아무튼 놀라운 한 방이네요.
Okay, so we're not getting the EX on that. Wait, we got the EX on that? It was 15 turns, not 10. I nearly did it within 10 anyways. Okay, what was I thinking about? Right, I remember something. So, Alyssa said that, like... Actually, when we fought the Fey Lantern, the specific log for it said... Right here. If anyone was to bear responsibility for researcher Corby's death, it would be me. So basically, actually, hang on. Okay, as soon as the attunement level of the Ego gear extracted from Fey Lantern exceeded 75% within the facility, the entity escaped from its containment unit. First time we observed an entity breaking containment using Ego gears extracted from it as a medium of escape. I have something to show you. I think it's Yisang's. Oh my gosh, I look at this and look, it's just Don Quixote in the Sancho outfit. And Ryoshu just covered in blood. Aldous in military uniform. Rodion. Ishmael. Yeah, this insinuates that they were hired pretty close to like the end of their stories or something. Well, except for Don Quixote, because Don Quixote couldn't happen. Florist Ego. Lobotomy Ego. Here we go. No, not that. I think this specific one actually details the event. Dak Nabbit, it's not that one. That's the lobotomy. I got confused. It's the LCE ego. It's not the lobotomy ego, it's the LCE ego. There it is. Okay, this one actually details what happened. And the ego that Yisang has is also the ego that one of the researchers had, so we can presume that the story that we see here is a story of that accident that happened from the perspective of that particular researcher, Martin. Yay! Oh. The researcher ran after the giggling blue fairy, only to realize that he had walked into an unfamiliar place. He whips around, realizing his mistake, only to see that the door locked behind him. Oh no, the door is locked behind you, hasn't it? It seems that you have found yourself mired in my tricks again. The child let out a light chuckle before gloating at the researcher who was lured in by his ego gear. Boss Yisang, for the 17th time, can you please stop using your ego gear for pranks like this? I swear, I keep getting scared that I just walked into an actual abnormalities den. My apologies. The report must be compiled by the end of day today, as I'm availed but 2 hands of mine to complete it. Yeah, and guess how many hands I've got? 2. And I must ask for your understanding. For the longer an ego gear remains equipped, the greater the synchronization of the user and the source abnormality. This is important. For, in addition, these gears are made to transform and change with the fluctuations in the level of attunement betwixt the wearer and the source. I have not the nature of deception. It is but the manifestation of the gear's effects. Well, then take it off from time to time, will you? Yet how shall I, as a proper researcher? This department of Limbus Company focuses on the study of abnormalities and distortions, coupled with managing enkephalin extractions. They are called the LCE. Perhaps it is inevitable that an occupation dedicated to the study of what are essentially monsters would invite a sundry of oddball personalities, but it was particularly pronounced for this department. Oh yeah? If you gotta slowly lose yourself to be a proper researcher, then what does that make me? Interesting. Well, that is not what I had intended to convey. To get straight to the point, this child was one of those oddballs. Fully geared up in his ego gear all day, clocking into work even on his off days, truly an incomprehensible individual. It is merely by need that it must remain on me at all times, for this research report concerns this fellow. Besides, it may be put to use for one such purpose as well, and something I do want to remark. The log itself in the Fey Lantern says any achievement of 75% or higher, but during the fight we actually saw the full log, which said that 75% attunement with the gear, but no attunement with the actual abnormality. Man, I should put in a transfer request to a different zone. I swear, you better watch your back once I get my own ego gear. Very well. Perhaps it shall be understood. My perspective. In no time. Oh, shush. Just tell me what I gotta do. If he despised the child's overbearing trickery so much, he could have simply turned around and left. But he did not. Well, perhaps it was that he simply could not. I must ask you to review the files from AFQ 155564 to 30,000 and rearrange them in order. Are you sure that's doable in a day? Anything can be made possible should we put our minds to it. It's literally, on all physical levels, impossible. The researcher finally exploded at the child. I mean, what the hell were you thinking, making a locking mechanism like that? What could possibly be the purpose of a door that locks from the inside but can't be reopened until a certain amount of work is complete? That's about the containment procedures. For reasons ascribable to our human births, the time may come in which we are faced with an ostensibly insurmountable wall, thus breaking our wills. Yet, were one to be surrounded by walls, given no choice but to crawl oneself out of... Yeah, okay, great. Just don't drag other people into your problems. I probably have some other responsibilities I should be working on today, so... no. You did not have any other responsibilities. What? Cap. For a moment, it was as though the office was hit by a blackout. Then an ominous red light began to flash. Warning! Abnormality containment breach. Code red. Area. Office. Wing link. Huh? This has to be. The trumpet. The audio warning that a degree of damage, such as abnormality containment breach, has occurred at the facility. The LCE department, the group that has absorbed much of Lobotomy Corporation, has maintained this practice. It doesn't sound exactly the same, however. Is this the first trumpet? The researcher looked around nervously, taken by surprise. But the child began gravely, as though he had been expecting this to happen. You were also an excellent researcher, indeed. Even on the days you weren't on duty, you would come into the office, diligently composing abnormality experiment reports. It must have been quite exciting for you, as an opportunity to wear the Eagle Gear prototype of this abnormality was yours. corner of the child's ego gear began to pulse and twist, growing into the form of a massive mallet. He stood before the confused researcher with a vague expression that could have been either sorrow or determination. What are you even talking about? Actually, forget that. There's been an abnormality containment breach. We're stuck in here thanks to your stupid locking mechanism. My locking mechanism opens under one of the following two conditions. 1, when my work is complete. 2, when an anomaly within the office has been dealt with. The latter must be fulfilled now, it seems. It has been a fortnight since the expungement of your records. In the process of raising the attunement levels for the report, your resonance with the gear was broken, and you were devoured, having become a lure yourself. Thereafter, you were a part of the abnormality itself, forced to amble hither and thither within the interiors of this department. I was? The child nodded gravely. His dour expression was hardly surprise. The child had been fond of him. He was one of the very few junior researchers that he had been training to become a full-fledged researcher. You had never been one to establish a high level of resonance with that gear. What had lured him so, I wonder, to insist that he be the one to test it? So I am bereft of choices but to use every hour of my existence to understand this ego and the abnormality. It is about time that you are heretofore laid to rest. Wouldn't you agree? Oh. The hammer was swung, and the abnormality shrouded within leapt out of his skin like a geyser. The child continues to swing the hammer again and again. To complete this tragic abnormality suppression, so commonplace in all companies that deal with abnormalities. So, that is the story of researcher Corby. Let me just go back to the actual fight to the actual information itself, so that I could reread this and give you... Oh, sorry, that's the wrong one. Just give you a new perspective on this, because I think this is really interesting. An employee fell into panic after conducting insight work on the Fey Lantern for over 40 seconds. Observation. As soon as the attunement level of the ego gear extracted from the Fey Lantern exceeded 75% within the facility, the entity escaped from the containment unit. I do believe you'll need to overhaul the attunement manual, boss. The accident wouldn't have happened had I provided the employees with a more accurate guideline. Martin. Martin is the perspective we saw, and indeed, in the cutscene, well, in the cutscenes in the main game, we do see Martin wearing the Fey Lantern gear. This is the first time we've observed an entity breaking containment using ego gears extracted from it as a medium of escape, Martin. I failed to properly scrutinize and evaluate the relevant variables. Ergo, if anyone should bear responsibility for researcher Corby's death, it would be me. Researcher Corby. After the accident happened, where researcher Corby insisted on being the first one to put on the Fey Lantern gear, researcher Corby was afterwards devoured and used as the lantern for the Fey Lantern. From then on, Corby is forced to be a mere lure. Their body just puppeteered by the Fey Lantern whenever it escapes, so that it could
just escape scrutiny for too long. But of course, this also explains a lot more of the security measures that go off the second something goes wrong. Because with the Fey Lantern escape, there's not, first of all, you want to prevent escapes whenever possible. Second of all, with Fey Lantern escape, under any circumstances whatsoever, you're not going to necessarily be able to immediately realize it escaped. You're going to see Corby walking around. Yeah. Kind of fascinating. Distressing. Highly distressing. But fascinating.
이쪽인 것 같아요.
I think it's this way.
이곳에만 불이 들어와 있네요.
This is the only area with lights on.
적혀 있어요.
It says broadcast sector.
여기로 오는 게 맞는 선택이었겠지.
Can someone tell me coming here was the right decision?
방송 섹터로 향하는 길 이외에는 전부 막혀 있었다고.
All the other routes are blocked off, save for the one leading to this sector.
이러나 저러나.
Looks like we'd have ended up here, one way or the other. It's hard to see anything when it's this dark.
전력은 대부분 끊겨 있는 상태라
With
문이
most of
잠겨
the
있지
power
않을까요?
down, the door shouldn't be locked.
멈춰.
It's using Five Nights at Freddy's logic. No, it's just. It makes sense as a security measure when you are securing very, very, very dangerous monsters and abnormalities. Have the doors lock with the last bit of power you have. You don't want them escaping. Stop.
한 발짝이라도 더 접근하면 즉시 무력으로 대응할
Take
거야.
another step closer, and you'll be forcing our hand. A familiar voice boomed from the loudspeaker, delivering a sharp warning.
이 앞에는 보안용 지뢰가 잔뜩 설치되어 있어. 만약 그걸 뚫고 들어온다고 해도 이 안에 있는 인원을 상대해야 할 걸? 이쪽은 전부 전투생이 가능한 사람뿐이야.
It can't be Alyssa. We left Alyssa behind, and we're gonna have to find a way to unlock the spiral. This entire area is laden with security landmines. Words. Even if you somehow manage to get past the minefield, you have to face the rest of us. I'm warning you, every one of us in here is combat ready. Ah. They managed to hold up and prepare for combat.
만약 자신 있다고 해도
And if you think you're stronger than us, we have self-destruct devices. Bombs filled with super mini saw-teeth shrapnel. Wait a second. That sounds like it hurts.
잠깐, 이건 뭐라고 적힌 거야? 뭐? 나보다 악필이 심한 사람은 처음 보네.
Hold on a sec. What's it supposed to say? What the heck? And I thought my handwriting was bad.
이건 이 폭탄을 던지면 반경 100m 내에 폭발이 일어나.
Oh, here. Throwing this bomb will result in an explosion that covers a 100-meter radius zone from the detonation point. Oh, dang!
그런 폭탄은 금기 위반이라 말이 안 되잖아. 좀 그럴듯하게 적어대.
Wait, what? What? Hey, that's a taboo violation, you know? Let's try to come up with something actually convincing. What? What? Projectiles that go past a certain speed, I think is the like taboo?
아무튼 무너진 시설에 우리랑 사이좋게
Anyways,
싶은 게 아니라면
turn around and walk away right now, or we're gonna bury all of you with us under this facility. We can hear everything, you know.
폭탄은 거짓일 가능성이 높습니다.
It is highly probable that the
폭발물에
bomb is a
해당하는
bluff.
모든 폭탄은
Any bomb that falls under the category of explosives must be planted on an object or surface per the rules set by the head. Oh, I see. Okay, so it's like, that's a taboo. And then you explain, here's what the taboo is. And it's just, yeah. You can't, that's actually very, very fascinating. So basically, suicide bombers are taboo. Got it. Or suicide, or at least bombs that you throw through the air are also taboo, I guess.
많은 규제와 협약을 위반할 테지.
And that bolster the blast beggars belief. Such a wide radius is sure to break a bounty of bans and bounds, but not a taboo. Not a taboo.
그래도 보안용 지뢰는 진짜야.
Sure, but I wasn't bluffing about the landmines. Take one more step forward, and bolts of overshot electricity will make barbecue out of you. As the voice behind the microphone began to grow increasingly irritated, it also became even more familiar. I was pretty sure I heard it somewhere before.
알리사 씨 말에 따르면 이 부근에 호에나임 그 양반이 있을
According to
거라는데.
Alyssa, Hohenheim should be around here somewhere. Let me think. Familiar. Let's see. There's Sod. I don't think Sod like went through the portal. It's not Charon. That doesn't sound like Charon. No, it couldn't. Could it? It has to be someone. It has to be Ezra. Ezra. It has to be Ezra. The other thought in my head is that it's Yuri, and I'm like, no, Yuri died in chapter 1.
잠깐. 방금 알리사라고 했나?
Wait, did you just say Alyssa?
이 목소리
That voice.
착각이 아닌 듯하군요.
It seems we are not mistaken. Now I certainly recognize this voice. A rather unwelcoming voice. That voice that rather not welcome tells me that these individuals... Ah, frick! Wait a second! That's Hohenheim, isn't it? That these individuals are good to be let through. That's either Hohenheim or Martin.
그다지 반갑지 않은 목소리가
That
들리는
voice, Faust would rather not welcome,
저희가
tells Faust
접근해서
that these
무방하게
individuals
하군요.
are good to be approached. A heavy thunk, and then the doors of the broadcast sector inched open. But before we could even take a proper look at the people holed up within...
아 뭐야? 너희들이었어? 진작에 말하지.
What? You guys, you should have told us sooner.
기억나지?
Yes, it's Ezra. Yay. Remember me? Yes.
에즈라 씨.
Yes, declare exactly. Oh, it's Miss Ezra. Came face to face with Ezra, who'd video called us with a plethora of information on blood fiends prior to our mission in Lamanchaland. I more or less remember Ezra for Distortion Detective, but yeah, that's the Limbus company.
대활약을 해냈다면서?
Heard you saved the day in Lamanchaland. Yeah.
역시 우리가 도움을
And all
준
thanks to
덕분이지?
yours truly, I bet.
그래서
So,
그 너희 중에
care to tell me
있던
which one's the
무신장
blood
센터는
fiend
누구야?
extraordinaire on your team? Dawn.
네?
Huh? What?
아,
Oh.
그건
Well, that's...
안부 인사는 나중에 나누도록 하지.
Hi, Moses! Why don't we skip the pleasantries for now, Ezra? The next person to show up was Moses. I saw her in the video call, too. Team leader at LCD, if memory serves right.
아까 폭탄이 어쩌고 하면서 온갖
Or
협박을
he's
한게
the one who threatened
당신이었어요?
us with that nonsense about bombs, Ezra.
어쩔 수 없었잖아.
I mean,
근방에
what
남은
other
사람은
choice did I
우리밖에
have?
없을 거라고
We're
생각했는데
starting to believe that we were the
갑자기
only
10명
survivors out
되는
here.
인원들이 떼거지로
And
몰려오는
then,
소리가 들리니까
bam! A desert is so footsteps
저쪽
rushing
화면은
into
나오지도
the sector out of
않나 봐.
nowhere.
다 망가뜨려놨는지.
We couldn't even check who you guys were because the screens are all busted. Ah. Well, I mean, the screens might not be fully busted. They can still display advertisements.
Everybody get going! Let's see advertisements!
Let's go back. Ezra gestured towards the blank surveillance screens in the broadcast sector with her chin. They had just been full of advertisements a moment ago. The only thing they could display now.
참고로 저기 무지하게 똑똑하다는 양반이
For your information, Mr. Genius over there is trying to fix the security cameras. He said it's going to take a while with the power outage, though. It's either Martin or Hohenheim. Yes! It's Martin and Hohenheim! I didn't expect their paths to cross again for anything good, but I certainly never pictured it happening like this. Underneath the array of monitors Ezra pointed at, we found Hohenheim, looking even more haggard than we remembered. He gave us a faint, unwelcoming nod as he fiddled with a tingle of power circuits.
안녕하세요. 다치신 분은 보이지
Hi,
않아서
Martin.
다행입니다.
See? Fey Lantern gear. Hello? I'm relieved to see that there aren't any injured among you. I know you blame yourselves for Corby's death, and you have to kill Corby regularly. Whenever Fey Lantern breaks out, Corby is the lure. Martin stepped forth and offered us the greeting Hohenheim chose to skip.
그건 그렇고.
In any case, you say it was Alyssa who let you know of our location. If she's not with you, she must be either gravely wounded or already dead. Gravely wounded?
치명상.
She's badly hurt. Yeah.
하지만
But
살릴 수 있는
we're
방법은
searching for ways to
없을지요.
help her. Ishmael gave Hohenheim a blanched look as though she was taken aback by his cold certainty regarding his own subordinate's fate. We know he cares. We saw the intervalo. Searching. You talk as if you're playing a game of scavenger hunt. He only pretends to not care because he thinks it protects him, but in reality, like, he cares a lot. It might have been better to end her misery then and there. What? Haven't you seen how we handle things? She's still got a shot, so don't be so quick to throw in the towel.
이해해 주세요. 침입자 중 몇몇은
Please don't misunderstand.
사람에게 고통을 가하는
Some
걸
of these
즐기는
assailants,
것보다 더 경계하시는
they
분.
seem to enjoy torturing their victims. That's what's keeping our boss on edge. Oh,
저
yeah, that does
팀장님은
make sense.
습격이 시작된 시각에 실험실 근처에 있었습니다.
Boss and I were near the laboratory when the
돌아다니는
attack
직원들은 많이
started.
없었고
There weren't many
이곳
employees
방송
around,
섹터와 가까웠죠.
and the broadcast sector happened to be close by.
단지
Probably
그런
the
이유로
only reason we were able to find
사지
cover
멀쩡하게
here in
이곳까지
one
도망칠 수
piece.
있었을 뿐인데.
Okay.
알리스는 잘 견뎌내주고 있을 걸세.
Fairly, young Alyssa shall persevere steadfastly. Okay, also considering the fact that we were basically corralled into this area, there are, what are these splotches? What are these splotches? What is this? What are these splotches? What does that? What? Okay, putting that aside. I suspect this is a trap.
우리가 약속했네.
We have vowed to return and deliver her from death.
감사해요.
Thank you.
알리사도
I'm sure Alyssa is hanging on to your promise.
잠깐. 훈훈한
I'm
와중에
sorry to break up this touching moment,
너희가 왔다는 건
but if you're here, that color fixture should be on his way too, right? Unfortunately, he's kept occupied by a hostage situation.
지금 어디 있어?
Where the heck is he now? I wonder if he's already off to find the attackers. Ezra. Moses, who had been staring out us since we came in. I wonder what that's about. Turned her gaze toward Ezra. Team leader! If we're gonna regroup with the Red Gaze, I think we'll have more than enough fighting chance. Even without our baby bee.
그래. 하지만
Yes,
붉은
but
시선은 이곳에
it would seem
갇히지
that the
못한
Red
것
Gaze
같아.
is not here with them.
다른 이유를 말할 필요도 없이
Just the look on their
저들의
faces
표정만
is
받아야
enough to confirm that.
뭐? 아니,
What?
너희만 온 건데.
What the heck are you peeps doing here without him? We had to. Ezra's face immediately soured the moment she realized that Brigitte wasn't with us. Her voice crashed over us like that of a host shrieking at uninvited guests barging into her home. Oh.
저희도
저희만 오고 싶어서 온 게 아니거든요.
It's not like we came here on our own because we wanted to.
길잡이 양반은 발목에 붙잡혔어.
Guidebooks held up by an
그 여수
assailant.
말로는
Ryoshu says she's called the
엄지압이
Thumb Nurse Father
불리는
from the
자였는데
House of Spiders.
연구소를 급습한 자들
And probably a tough adversary
상당한
too.
무력을 갖추고 있었겠지.
Just like those who are assaulting the facility.
무시할 수 없을 만큼 출중한 기량을
Her
가진 자.
combat prowess is not to be underestimated.
아르고스 부대의
How is she
에오리알로스와
compared to
비교하면 그치?
Urialos of the Argos unit? Oh my gosh! Wait, Moses, what do you know about Audis? Huh?
큰 차이는 없을.
Around the same level, I would say. Wait,
잠깐.
you.
네놈.
If you know those
그
names,
부대와 이름을
that
안다는
means.
건.
Yeah. Moses participated in the smoke war. Yeah. The specific. I forget the name. I think it was the Udiva. That was like what Moses participated. Like the group Moses participated with. Might have been the Udiva. I don't know the pronunciation of that, so I might be absolutely biffing it. Ah! Moses didn't grace Aldous with a reply. Instead, she closed her eyes, seemingly lost in a brief reverie. Could it be that Aldous was part of the Udivat as well? The Udviat? Maybe. And soon returned to the subject at hand as if she were done sorting out her thoughts. Charon. Is she taken hostage? Yeah! Moses was able to figure out, like, what would be the only thing that'll stop, like, Vergilius from going all out? Charon. She's taken hostage.
그걸
Huh? How did you know that?
습격자를 단수로 서술하더군.
You mentioned the attacker in the singular. Perhaps just a slip of the tongue. But I suspect it was a single enemy, if not a small number. Furthermore, despite coming here without the bus driver, none of you seem particularly convinced that the Red Gaze would be able to quickly dispatch the assailant and join you. Yep.
팀장님은 딱 보면 거의 다
Give it to our
알아채신다고.
chief leader! Just one look is enough for her to figure it out. Ezra is so tall.
너희 오면서 마주친 사람은 없었어?
Anywho, did you happen to encounter anyone on your way here?
다행히 죄종들이나 인형들 외에는 없었어.
Just some Pikachulan mannequins.
잠깐.
Wait a
저희도 질문
minute.
좀 할게요.
Why don't we get to ask the questions? Ashwell barely managed to wrest control of the conversation amid the barrage of questions.
두 분은 LCD 부서잖아요.
You're
왜
both from
LCD
LCD.
부서가 있는 본사에 와
What are you
계신 거죠?
doing here in the HQ where the LCE is?
아, 그건 말이지.
Well, about that.
오늘 LC 부서에서 중요한 성과 발표회가 예정된 날이었거든.
The LCE was supposed to make an important progress report today.
무지하게 중요한 발표니까.
Apparently, it's a really important presentation too. We've been receiving bazillions of reminders about how it's a mandatory attendance event and everything. Right, team leader? Feels like everyone's overlooking just how really busy our department is.
딴지 걸어서 미안하지만 그건 무지하게 중요한
Sorry to borrow your wording, but it is indeed a really important presentation.
그래, 그쪽 성과가 중요한 건 잘
Yeah,
알겠는데.
for you maybe, but my department is also really busy. Really. Hang on. I don't think that's the crux of the matter right now.
발표는 결국 시작되지도 못했으니
The presentation did not
우리로서는
happen.
그 중요도를
As
가늠할 수
such, we are
없겠지.
unable to assess its importance at the moment.
결론적으로는 그러한 행사로 인해
Whatever is the
우리
case,
팀원들이 이곳
the event was
LCE
what
부서로
required us
모였다.
LCD members to be present here at the LCE department.
그리고 소개할 인원이 있다.
And there's one more
LCD에
thing.
들어온 새로운
Allow me to
팀원이지.
introduce the newest addition to the LCD.
우리 부서도 이제
Yeah, our
규모가
team has grown in
커졌다, 이
size.
말이야.
Take that. Okay.
자네들과 구면이라
I
들었다.
was told you'd met before. A familiar silhouette stepped forward from the opposite side. Someone we did not expect to encounter here of all places.
그대들과의 조우가 항상
Oh!
이런 난전수들의 면목이었고
Hi!
강령하셨는가?
Yeah, okay. Hang on, let me try to remember the exact. Cause she worked with the girl who loved Honglu, right? Honglu. I regret that we must always meet in the midst of plights such as this. I trust you have been well.
앵두 씨, 오랜만이네요.
Miss Engdu, it's been too long.
김 작가님은 아직 회복 중이신가요?
Oh frick! Right, that's not. Never mind. That's the disciple of Bamboo Hada Kim. Is Mr. Bamboo Hada Kim still in recovery?
모두께서는
My mentor's flesh
육신이 아문 지
has long
오래나
since healed,
마음이 맑아지기까지
but it
시간이
will take some
걸리는 것
time
같다곤
until his mind regains its former
네, 기다릴
tranquility.
수밖에.
However long we wait, endure it I must. Dang.
머지않아 좋아지실 거야.
I have faith
그때까진
that he will recover
내가
in due
그때
time.
저지른 과오를
Until then,
묵묵히 속죄할 뿐.
in silence shall I atone for the transgression I have committed. Yeah, you nearly distorted and tried to kill him. Engdu appeared to be referring to how she ran Bamboo-headed Kim through with her sword under the Nana's distorting influence. Yeah.
그래도 LCD 팀에
So,
합류해서 잘
I'm glad you
적응하고
seem to be
계시는
adjusting
것
well
같아
to life at
다행이네요.
LCD. Sinclair caught the shadow flickering across Engdu's face and swiftly stepped up to lighten the mood.
의탁하고 있는 신세지.
I would say I was
우리에겐
taken
돌아갈
in,
곳이 마땅히
but I'm
남았지
deeply
않으니.
grateful regardless. My mentor and I have nowhere left to call home,
하지만 언젠가는
but someday
반드시
we will
우두와 S사로 돌아갈 것이야.
return to S-Corp together.
저쪽도 섞이기 위해 고군분투를
Looks like
하고
she's
있나
trying her
보네.
best to fit in too.
어딜 가나
It's always
처음
hard to get
적응해가는
settled in no
힘든
matter where you start from.
이곳의 인원끼리는 얼추 안면을 틔운 것 같으니
Now that we've all grown acquainted with one another,
빠르게 다음으로 넘어가도록 할게.
let us move on to the issue at hand. Yeah! Yay! We see Engdu. I didn't immediately recognize her, so that's on me. Ah! Engdu from... Let's see. Dang. Between chapters 5 and 6. Oh. Let's see. Also the journey between chapter 5 and 6. In the sea, in the sea, in the sea, back on land, traveling to like Heathcliff's place, traveling to Heathcliff's place. And then all the way to customs, going through customs, on the way to the warp train, on the warp train, after getting off the warp train, maybe, and then B Corp. Traveling to H Corp, traveling to H Corp, traveling to in H Corp, H Corp, and then staying at H Corp before teleportation. Frick. Still, that's a long time ago for
지금
Engdu.
필요한 것은 정보 공유 그리고 그것을 기반으로 하는 줄이다.
The first order of business is intelligence sharing and deductive reasoning based on the available information.
나와 팀원들은 발피실로 향하는
My team and I were attacked in the hallway connected to the conference hall.
그놈은
That guy was...
그냥 단도직입적으로
Let
말할게.
me straight with you guys.
엄청
Super duper strong.
말벌 그 자식이 자리만 안 비웠어.
I would have stood my ground if only Hornet, that dumbass, were here. During the distortion detective story, Hornet is a grade 1 fixer who begins traveling with Moses when his former, like, when his former employer basically said, "You failed, we're firing you." So, yeah.
말벌이라면
Oh, no, they'll explain this right here. By Hornet, you're referring to
우리 막내인데 진짜 세긴 하거든.
the
얼마나
junior of our
세냐면,
team. But he's really, really strong. He's so strong that,
내가 예전에 말이야.
I've got it.
뭐였지?
There's this time when
같은데,
I,
아무튼
what
그거
was it again?
모르고 접시에 덜어놨는데
Some kind of
말벌
pastry,
그
I
자식이,
think.
아니 잠깐 등 돌렸는데 그대로
Anywho,
집어먹은
I
거야.
got me some bread to snack on later, and in that split second my back was turned, Hornet, that asshole, swiped it right off my plate.
확 열이 받아서 그대로 명치.
I got so pissed off that I punched him right in his solar plexus to get him to cough it up, and
근데 그냥
he just went
그러더니
oof
아무렇지도 않게
and swallowed my bread anyway. Like, does that make any sense to you guys? Oh my gosh. Okay. Freaking. We basically learned nothing. I shared the actual information about who Hornet is. That was just like.
잘은
Yeah,
모르겠지만
okay.
강하신가 보네.
I guess that makes him strong. For reference, if I remember correctly, Ezra is a grade 3 fixer, and Hornet is a grade 1 fixer. So Hornet is more powerful, but Hornet is a newer member to this team, so Ezra calls him the junior. Although Ezra's anecdote wasn't very illuminating, none of us bothered to ask for further clarification, as it seemed that the only way to get an objective measure of the Hornet's strength was to let her punch us in the solar plexus as well.
그래서 그분은 지금 어디 계시는데?
So, what's this Hornet up to now? Yeah? But what happened? Ishmael peeked around as though she was expecting him to pop out from a hiding spot in the broadcast sector. What happened to Hornet? We got a hint as to how, like, Moses resolved the situation that the distortion detective serial, like, left off on, which was dealing with Bloodfiend. So what happened to Hornet?
그게 말이지.
Oh, you're going to lose your mind when you hear this. Oh no. Listen up. What he's...
아직 에스라.
Not yet, Ezra. No!
무려 비밀이야.
Up to is a secret.
비밀 사항이거든.
It's classified stuff. No. Ezra trailed off awkwardly.
나는 관찰과 추리를 통해
I tend to
적을
analyze my
파악하는
enemies with observation and deduction.
어떤 무기를 쓰는지,
I try to identify
어떤
their
방식을
unique
선호하는지,
colors, the kinds of
사격을
weapons they
즐기는지
use,
피하는지,
their methodologies,
어떤 마음가짐으로
whether
전투에
they enjoy the
임하는지에
slaughter or
대해
avoid
모든
it,
색깔을.
their attitude toward battle, all of it. Unique colors. This actually directly relates to the way Moses fights. In Lobotomy Corporation, you have pale damage, black damage, white damage, and red damage. Red being physical, white being mental, pale draining life, straight up. It's like physical damage, but more potent. And black damage being a mix of physical and mental. Moses can use these just straight up puts out a cloud of like red damage or white damage or black damage, with pale damage doing like directly drawing on our life force to use that.
이를 파고들면 반격할 수 있는
Once I
적절한
have
시점을
that,
알게 되며
I can get an idea of when to begin my counterattack,
그런 식으로
or what kind of
얼추
weaknesses
길을
of
알 수
theirs I
있으니.
can exploit. And that's how I've usually opened my path forward.
하지만 그자는
But Moses inhaled sharply as though she missed her smoking pipe, which was nowhere to be seen at this moment. Oh, that's not good. Her weapon is her smoking pipe, so nowhere to be seen at this moment. That's not a good thing.
모든 것이 난잡해. 어떠한
Was
패턴도
chaotic.
볼수 없었다.
I cannot identify a single pattern in his behavior.
그놈은 껍데기다.
He is an empty shell.
사람을 죽일 때
His act of
어떠한
killing
감정도 담겨
lacks
있지
any
않지.
emotional touch.
그러니
And that
무엇도 읽을 수
is why you
없었을
couldn't get a
거다.
read on him.
반대로 너는
On the other hand,
너무나
you,
선명해 보이는군.
you appear so clearly to me.
어지간히도 뭔가를
You seem
베고
so anxious to
싶었나 봐.
cut something down. Is that correct?
산산조각
You are
났지만
broken, shattered,
파편 하나하나
but every shard is keen and transparent,
투명하니
like a hail of small blades.
마치
That
수많은
is,
칼날이 되었어.
that is not good. Oh. I'm having to explain so much. Okay. So, in Distortion Detective, the entire premise of it, what it starts on, is that Moses can see the distortions that people would form into before they distort. And part of the story is that the more clear the distortion like seems to her, the closer the person is to distorting. So the line of "you appear so clearly to me" is just, that is worrying. That would suggest that Ryoshi was close to distorting. And judging based off of this, you are broken, shattered, but every shard is keen and transparent like a hail of small blades, gives an idea of the distortion form that Moses is seeing.
끊어내고 싶으면서도 끊어낼 수
A
없어서
classic sword of many edges,
유리와 같은 거.
so fragile with its futile wish to sever away what can be severed.
그 상처투성이 손에는
What is it
뭘
that you
그렇게
grasp
주고
so
있는 거지?
tightly in that scarred hand of yours?
너 이 새끼 멋대로
Little
뭘
shit.
보고 있는 거냐?
What are you peeking into?
팀장님한테 호칭이 지금
Hey, don't talk to our team leader like... Just as Ezra was about to give her a stern warning, Hohenheim stepped in and changed the subject.
덧붙이자면 나와 여기 있는
To
마틴은
add to
실험실
that,
앞에 있었는데
Martin here and I were in front of the laboratory when it occurred.
처음 시작은 바람
At
소리였지.
first, it began with the
아주
sound of
거대한
rushing
것이
wind,
공기를 타고 날아오는
something
소리가
large and
들려.
heavy, cleaving through the
정교한
air,
기계들과
the kind of
격리실을
sound one
즐기는
should
이
never come to
곳에서는
expect from a department of
들려서는 안 될
guards,
소리였지.
so full of delicate machinery and containment units. Yeah, that would be bad.
저와 한 걸음 차이로
It happened right
걷고
before my
있었던
eyes.
직원이 두둥근
Something snaps the employee who's walking only a step ahead of me, in half. I do remember there are a couple of abnormalities in the Lobotomy Corporation that could do that. I think sound from that day. There was one that was that was actually invisible, and so like you would see the person dismember in front of you.
순간적으로 그런 생각이
And the first thing that came to my mind was this:
상체가 탈출한
did an abnormality breach containment?
하지만
Yeah.
정말 격리실에서
But if such were the
탈출이 일어난
case,
것이었다면
the alarm should have gone
경고음이
off.
울려야 했죠.
Unless if we were at the point of the invasion where the enemies, the thumb people, like released all of the abnormalities.
알리사 씨가 말해준 것과 동일하네요.
So far, this tracks with what Miss Alyssa told us.
어떤 전조 증상도 없이
She said there wasn't any warning at all before the attack.
자세히 보니 그건
Once I got a better look at what that was, I realized that it was neither abnormality, peculum, nor distortion. It was a massive scabbard. Ah, yep, those are the thumbs.
그리고 칼집이 날아온 방향에는 칼집을
When I
던진
looked
곳으로
toward where the
추측되는
scabbard came from,
태어난 표정
there stood a man who presumably threw the weapon,
책을 읽고 있었습니다.
reading a book like he was cut out on a stroll. Oh no. And the book was
마티아스.
Matthews.
그놈의 안가품 장부겠군.
He must have been reading his book of What? Oh my gosh. Wait. The Book of Vengeance is it's a middle thing. So we saw like atom mannequins from the ring. We have soldiers from the thumb. And we're seeing members of the middle here too? What the heck? That's 3 out of 5. That's 3 out of the 5 of the biggest crime syndicates in this city. Next you're gonna tell me the index is here and the pinky, and then it's just like, what even? First the thumb, and now the middle. Yeah, just... Oh.
수초 동안 멍하니 보고 있었는데
I stared
팀장님이
at him,
저를 잡아 끌었습니다.
still processing what had just happened, when Boss grabbed my arm and started running.
뒤를 다시 돌아보지는 못했어요.
I couldn't look back.
수십 명의 비명을
I
지르는
heard
소리가
screaming
들렸지만
from dozens of people, but like these could all be. What? Oh my gosh.
필요 이상으로 설명이 길던 자네는
You seem to be fond of recounting unnecessary details. I'm just. This could all be a pinky thing, though. They could be working in capacity of being a pinky. Being that the pinky is all like secret agents, kind of. Like, they all work for the pinky, but they don't know who works for the pinky. So if somebody figures out like their trigger phrase, or I don't know what it was, like the call for the pinky to gather, then they all gathered together, and we already know that like we already know that there was a member of the pinky within the like royal family of H-Core. And we know that there's a member of the pinky within the higher ranks of the thumb. So, this is either like a lot of crime syndicates coming together at once, or it's just the pinky put out the call for a lot of the members. Only after arriving here, at the broadcast sector, did I remember that Alyssa was still out there.
목숨이 위급할 때 뇌는
When one's life is at risk,
최소한의 정보만
the brain instinctively reduces the processing of information to the bare minimum required for survival. It is only natural.
하지만 그 연구
But
계획서를
how's the last person who handled that research proposal, boss?
알리사도
Alyssa should have been at the conference hall too, with us.
있잖아. 그런 걸 일일이
Hey,
따지다가는
listen.
진짜 남아 있는 게 없을 것 같거든.
Hey, listen. If you want to look back and nitpick at literally every little thing that you did in the past, we're gonna be here forever.
너무 뻔한 위로 같긴 하지만
I know it might sound like a bit of an empty platitude, but focus on what we could do right now, what we're going to do going forward. Okay? You'll have time for regrets later. That is very fascinating coming from Rodion. Hecking, miss. In the moment, my town is gonna starve to death unless I kill the tax collector so that we can make it through the winter. Only for like other people to get revenge for the tax collector by killing the entire town.
그렇네요.
I suppose so.
저희 팀장님을 한 차례 구해주시기까지 했는데
You did save my boss once, so
다른 사람도 아니고
I guess it's only
제가
right
여러분들을
that I should have more
믿어서
faith in you people than anyone else.
그 또한 실험의 일환이었다고 반박하고
I would like to
싶지만
clarify that the
시간이
saving
없으니
was
넘어가도록
a part of the experiment, but given the urgency, I will forego more detailed explanation. Hohenheim, my gosh. We know you care. We've been in the fathoms of your ego. We just, you know.
각자의 상황 설명은 끝난 것 같으니
Looks
지금까지
like we've all
확인된
caught up
정보를
then.
공유해 보도록 할까.
Good. Now, let's share what we know. Moses began laying out the situation with the expertise befitting a leader of the LCD.
오늘 이곳 본사 지하에 있는
Today,
LCA 부서에
intruders
침입자들이
attacked the LCE
습격하였다.
department situated in the basement of the HQ.
LC 전 구역이 통제불능이다.
We lost control of the entire
이곳을
LCE
제외한 모든
facility,
섹터가
and
각각
save for our
하나
current
혹은 둘의
location,
습격자에 의해 무력화됐다.
every sector has been neutralized by a single or a pair of intruders.
정상적인 의사소통이 가능할
Any
정도로
survivor
성장해
who's
있는
conscious enough to communicate
이곳에 모인
properly
습격자
is
중
already here.
그
Ah,
이후에는
oh no.
격리실까지 강제로
After the attack,
밖은
every containment
더욱
unit was
혼란스러운
also
상태.
forcibly unlocked, adding even more fuel to the fire.
사면 초가요.
We are beset by
밝힐 곳을
foes
찾는
on every
일은
side.
어디를 가든
A search for a
쉽지가 않군.
foothold is a difficult one indeed.
에이, 여기 감시 카메라만 전부 볼 수만 있어도
Darn!
사람들이 지금 어디에
If
있는지
only
좀
these
볼수
surveillance
있을 텐데.
cameras weren't busted. I'd love to be able to keep track of their whereabouts.
여러 번 말하는 중이지만 고치려고
As I've
시도
repeated
중일세.
many times today, we are attempting to bring it back to operational
의도적으로
status.
끊어진 전력을 복구시키는
You speak of
것은
restoring a sabotage power grid like it's a
안경을
task
닦는
as simple as
것처럼
wiping
쉽게
one's
말하는
glasses. Ha!
지금 가장 필요한 정보는 두 가지다.
More than anything, we need these two pieces of information at the present.
침입자가 누구인가? 그리고
One,
무엇을 위해
who are the
LC에 침입했는가?
attackers? Two, what objective brought them to the LCE?
우리가 마주한 자는 그저 명령받은 대로
The
사람을
man we
죽이는
encountered
것에만
seemed to have a
사람이
one-track
되어 있었지.
mind, squarely set on killing as ordered.
하지만 목적을 단순 습격 후 살인으로
But there are
되돌리면
far too many
의심적인
threads that
점이
point
많다.
toward a motivation more complex than infiltrate the facility and slaughter its employees with abandon. Yeah. I suspect based on like the information we have going into here, the actual objective is train Ryoshu and like bring Ryoshu back into their fold, I guess? I don't know. Moses' deduction aligned with Audis's. If the assailant's goal was truly nothing more than slaughter, their first order of action should have been to unlock the containment units.
침입자의 정체는
The intruders are...
그래.
Yes.
대략적이나마
I have enough
유추할
evidence to at
단서가
least get a general idea of whom they might be. Okay.
설명해 보게.
Do you elaborate?
붉은 시선을 붙잡았다던
There's a
엄지아비라고
thumb nurse
불리는
father
자.
who's stalling the
그리고
red gaze.
연구원들을
Then there's a member of the
습격한
middle
중이지.
who attacked the researchers.
실제로 된 인형까지
And we've seen
미루어도
evidence of the ring's
그
involvement too.
솜씨는
Yep,
아마도
I called it.
약직자겠지.
Thank you for observing and imagining, John. Given the presence of corpse mannequins,
최소로 잡아도 손가락 2개 이상의 조직이 혼재된 상황이라고.
at least
볼
2
수
or more
있다고.
fingers are involved in this attack. Well, 3 that we know of.
지
The thumb,
세븐의 우두머리 짓을
the
한
vile
것들도
cur, the
이곳에.
Kuro Kumo clan Serbs are here.
허나 이상하군.
Yet this is quite odd.
모제스 아씨,
Lady Moses,
손가락이라는
are the fingers
작자들은
not
서로를
hostile against one
접하는 자들이
another?
아닌가.
It's gonna be the pinky, right?
손가락 걸기 따위로 치고받고
Those
싸우지
ilk have no
않고서야
business coming within even a
하물며
sleeve's breadth
같은
of each
목표를
other,
움직인다니.
save when compelled to attend assemblies such as a finger bow bell, where they oft quarrel to no end.
그래. 그러니 역으로
Correct.
판단하자면
But consider this
꽤
from the
중요한
opposite
목적에
perspective.
있어서 각
There
손가락
must be something of
간부들이
enough
특수하게
importance
모였다
for the
봐야겠지.
officers of each finger to put aside their differences and work hand in hand. Okay, what is it? Ryoshu. I the heck? Wait, no, wait, you're insinuating that Ryoshu matters to all of the crime syndicates of the city, enough for them to what? Okay.
거미 혹은 거미집의 아비들.
Spiders. Or the nurse fathers of the House of Spiders. What the heck is the House of Spiders?
그들은 그렇게 불린다.
That's what they're called.
그리고 우리는 이미
And we've
그들이
just snared
펼쳐둔
ourselves into
거미집에
the web
걸린
they spun.
상태지.
손가락은
The
서로의 영역을
fingers
침범하지
rarely
않기
ever
위해
cross the
선을
line they've
그어둔다.
drawn between each other.
지금처럼
The
엉켜있는
strange
일은
entanglement
드물어.
certainly is a deviation.
아비들이라.
Nurse
그
fathers.
칭호
Was it?
의미 없이 붙여지진 않았을
Seems like a
테지.
terribly meaningful title to me.
거미집이란 곳은
Then it can be
무언가를
presumed
기르는
that the House of Spiders is a
그것.
place to
각 손가락의
raise
간부급이 모여서
something or someone.
양육이라는 행위를
To have such high-ranking officers of each finger gather at one place to nurture some. Oh God, what the heck? we're about to learn more about Ryoshi, and I'm just like, frick. The game is like, oh yeah, Ryoshi matters. Oh yeah, Ryoshi matters a lot. Ryoshi happens to matter to every crime syndicate in the city. What? Okay. What? That's... Oh.
말이 안 되나 싶지만
One might think that it hardly makes any sense. And indeed, it doesn't. But what if their purpose itself is just as outrageous? That would, paradoxically, explain how they come to gather.
리오슈라 했던가?
Ryoshu.
그곳과 얽혀 있는 것으로 보이는데.
You seem to be inextricably tied to that place.
뭘 원, I.
IKWYW. I know what you want?
아, 이건 뭘 원하시는지.
Yes! She just said, I know what you want. I got it.
괜찮다.
No need.
파악할 수 있으니.
I can understand her abbreviations.
하지만 나도 내가 아는 것을 토해낼
But I
수가
can't tell you what I know. Because
정보와 기억.
it's all broken. The place, the memories attached to it. I can see how they've shattered. Interesting.
모든 것을 기억해낼
You don't have to recall everything.
내가 제일 궁금한 건
All I need to know is what that outrageous purpose is.
말할 수 있겠나?
What is it?
나.
Me.
나를 무엇이든
To forge me into a blade that cuts through all.
그리고 나는
But I left that place behind.
그곳을
What the heck were they trying to turn you into, Ryoshu? Ryoshu, can you tell us anything more? Shame.
아쉽지만
But
여기까지.
that's all I have, Clock. Holy cow. I just realized that Ryoshu's like specific like super identity for this chapter is gotta be that, the blade that cuts all. It's not quite gonna overdo the entire like, it's not going to overcome the enormity of Heathcliff's super identity being just like like King Heathcliff, who controls the dead and is like, you know, we actually met that identity face to face, which is kind of funny. We physically met that identity. Not in that Heathcliff took over him, in that he was there, taking over someone else's body.
말하기 어렵다.
I don't remember much more than that.
말하기 쉽지
Even if I
않아.
did, it's not an easy thing to speak of. Ryoshu let out a protracted sigh just as Moses did earlier. The long exhalation of someone who clearly craved a puff of smoke. It had betrayed the aloofness she projected. Come to think of it, Ryoshu hasn't been smoking at all since we got here. Or maybe since the truck. No, it's been before the truck. She stopped smoking once the spring cultivation started. She said you shouldn't smoke around children.
시계.
Clock.
저자가 말한 것처럼.
Like she said.
그리고 네가 본
And
것처럼.
like what you've
내
seen.
머리는 엉망진창.
My mind is a mess.
나 역시 내 스스로
I have
궁금한 게
questions of
있지.
my own,
알아낼 수 없지.
but the answers elude me.
그러나 아까처럼
But maybe the
내 놈의
pieces can be
센스로
put
뭔가
together
짜맞춰질
using your
만도 하다는
hints,
생각이 들었다.
like the one you gave me earlier.
그러니 같이
So we
풀어내야
have to
한다.
solve this together.
이
This
퍼즐
puzzle.
혹은
or
방탈출을.
This game of escape room. Ryoshu muttered placidly.
거미 집의 목표가 너라면 굳이
If it
건설에
is you
진입할
the House
이유가
of Spider
없을 거다.
wants, then I must ask you to entertain this question. Why did they bother attacking the HQ? Oh? As Moses began her explanation, Ryoshu looked in her direction with mild amusement.
거미 집을 빠져나왔다는 발언은
When you
아마
said you
탈출을 의미하겠지.
left the House of Spiders, I presume you meant you escaped it.
손가락 길이의 관계성을
Members of
고려했을
different
때
fingers are hardly the
사이좋게
kind of
모여 있을
people to
위인들이
fraternize, even on a good day.
아비들은 너를 잃은 이후로도
But this alliance of
거미지들은
sorts they call the
단체를
House of
맺었다.
Spiders has
단편적으로만
persisted even
본다면
after your
네
departure.
복귀를 기다렸을 수도 있지.
At a glance, it may only appear that they were simply waiting for your return.
하지만 오늘의 행동들을 보아선
But given their
그렇게 인내심이 대단한
behaviors
지금은 보이지도
today,
않는다.
they don't strike me as a particularly patient group as a whole.
이제야 모습을
In
드러냈다는
other
것이
words,
수상하다는 거지.
I find it suspicious that they decided to act
벌써
now.
움직여야 했을 거다.
If they were desperate, they would have made the move long ago.
이건
This
때를
leads me
기다리는
to
거라는
believe that
생각이 드는군.
they are waiting for the right time.
류슈, 너를
Whichever is their
되찾든
motive,
그게 아닌 뭔가를
Ryoshu,
하든
whether it
지금은
is getting you
저들이
back
움직일 때가
or
된
doing
셈이다.
something else, the fact remains that they have chosen this particular moment to act.
저희가 만난 거미집의 아비는 류슈 씨가
The nurse
있고
father of the
본사
House of
연구소로 올
Spiders
수
we
있도록
encountered,
길을 비켜줬어요.
she made way for us so that Ryoshu could come to the HQ research facility.
그분이 류슈 씨에게 내비친 복잡한
She
감정들은
harbored such intense
하나같이
and complicated
감동했지만
feelings for Ryoshu, but
그럼에도 류슈 씨를 죽이거나
I don't think I got any
데려가려는
sense
듯한
that she was
행동은
trying to kill
조금도
or
보이지
take
않았던 것
Ryoshu with
같아요.
her. They want to train Ryoshu, and this is the next training ground.
아비들이 이곳에서 날 기다리고 있다고 한 걸
But she
보면
said that the nurse fathers were waiting for me here.
나를
So why haven't we
부러운 건
seen them?
맞다. 괴짜 탐정.
Clearly, they're here to see me, Weirdo Detective.
너 자꾸 말을.
Alright, you.
뭐야?
Hey, what the hell's your problem?
진정하게
She's Ryoshu.
저들의 대화를 막지
Be
않는 게
calm,
좋네.
please. It is best that we do not interrupt the conversation.
필시. 저 논쟁
In
안에서
intense
답을
dialogue,
떠내겠지.
shall they find and draw the
흐름을
answer?
끊지 않아야 할 것이네.
Let us not dare stem this course.
너를 자극하기 위해
It
거미집의
is a fair
아비들이
assumption
시작했다는
that the
주장에
nurse fathers of the
합당하지만
House of Spiders have attacked this place to provoke you. However,
당장의 목적은 따로
I
있다는
can't seem to
생각이
shake the
쉬울
thought
수가
that they must have a distinct objective. Yeah, I think so too. If they were just attacking here to provoke Ryoshu. Ryoshu was extremely like ready to go through and like attack people. She's like always down bad to do that. But I don't know. This place doesn't have specific ties to Ryoshu beyond like she's a member of like Limbus company that I know of. That could be enough on its own for the House of Spiders to think that's enough to get Ryoshu here. And indeed it was, but yeah, I think they have an actual objective.
류슈라는 인물만을 노리고자
If they were
했다면
indeed after Ryoshu and only
이것과
Ryoshu,
지금이 적기는
then
나뉘잖아.
choosing this specific time and place hardly seems to serve that purpose. Maybe they want the monolith? Wait a second. I just had a thought. What if they want to use the monolith on Ryoshu? Because we did hear, like, earlier on in the story, I forget where. Actually, I might just be misremembering this entirely, but, like, weren't there rumblings of, like, Limbus Company wanting to rent or sell the, like, monolith? The intervals between each of the sinners are different, but once a sinner's turn ends, another's begins, every single time, without failure. Something with the golden bow as well, then. This case has everything to do with Ryoshu. I believe, without a shred of doubt, that it's her turn. Wouldn't it be funny if it just turned out to be, you know, somebody else's turn? Like, it's actually the turn of Faust now. Yay! Once the sinners relayed my words, Moses fell into a brief contemplation and began to mutter a sequence of words.
림버스 컴퍼니, 거울, 유리창, 구엘사, 추출된 에고, 엔케팔린, 신비, 환상체, 모노리스.
Oh, yep, there you go. Monolith. Limbus Company, the mirror, the glass window, the former L Corp extracted ego, and Keflin, Cyclement, abnormalities, Monolith, Sinner Ryoshu. Oh, right! you don't call it ego gear when someone like manifests ego. You call it psychomint. That's, you know.
이건 LC 연구소에서
I can't think of too many things the LCE research study that could be what the House of Spiders is after.
당장 쓸 수 없는 정보를 모두
By
제외하면
process of elimination,
추측할 수 있는
the only
모든
reasonable
목적 중
answer that could be
가장 합당한
deduced
목적은
is as follows.
처음부터 하나뿐이다. 황금가지.
They're here for the golden bows. Yeah, that makes sense.
결국 그런 결론이
So that's how it ends. Hang on, let me give a guess. The reason they were waiting for this moment is because Happy New Year. Happy New Year, Darklings! Yay! It is currently 10 o'clock in my time, so I have 2 hours to wait. I'm sitting here theorizing and theorizing and theorizing more because I love doing that. It's part of why I wrote a fanfic for this universe. Okay, my particular theory for this is that. Did you heard? What? Let me think. My particular theory is that the golden bow was taken here as part of Hohenheim's experiment with like the LCD. They're going to see about like trying to like trigger psychomints, I guess. But the House of Spiders saw this as an opportunity to further forge the blade that is Ryoshu. So they staged this and made sure to lure Ryoshu in. Thought I knew. I did not! Well, okay, I might know. I don't know for certain, but I might know. Yeah. That everyone knows. Oh no! I'm out of the loop. No! No! Dag nabbit! Dag nabbit! Well, Darklings, you could just do the new redeem. Just put me out of misery. Yeah! That's a bird, it's a bird. Oh my gosh. Okay. So that's how it is. Okay, but let's see. Golden Bow for the experiment. Moses is right. It's become very important for us to look into Ryoshi's past, to reach in and see what lies there, but LCB's goal, its journeys, and its stories have always been bound to the same terminus, obtaining the Golden Bows. Hohenheim, where are the Golden Bows in this facility located? Experiments?
관리자님께서
The manager would like to know the location of the Golden Bows.
이곳에 실험실에 있네.
Not a laboratory in this facility. The experiments! Ah! The presentation! Hohenheim's gaze turned to me. Perhaps he was looking at the clock hands on my head.
그래.
Very well.
발표 내용에 대해서
I suppose there's
말하지
no
않았어.
way around sharing the contents of our presentation. Yes! Called it. Hohenheim's answer sounded more like a prolonged sigh.
그건
It was
황금가지
a
실험
presentation
성과에 대한
regarding our progress in the Golden Bow experimentation. Ah! Called it.
그리고 그 발표가 공개될 수 있는
And the
인원은
limited group of individuals with the clearance to access the contents of that
지금
presentation
LCB는 포함되지
does
않았어.
not include members of the LZB. Yeah, that makes sense. The sinners on the bus team are just kind of, they're kept in the dark.
황금가지를
Oi,
개고생해서 구해오는
I'll
건
be the
우리인데
ones risking our necks out there to collect these
우리한테만
bows.
제안한 건 무슨
How come we're not allowed to? I guess it would impact how, like, the sinners grow and train. What is the new redeem? Well, you have 1,250 points. That's what I'll tell you. It's an expensive redeem because I don't want people to just constantly do it. You don't have 1,000. Okay, fine, I'll do it for you. Just to show it off. Good job. You ate my hair. Good job.
보안의 범위를 결정하는 건 내가 아니네.
I am not the one who decides the scope of our security.
호헨하임 씨가 우려하는 바가 무엇인지
Hohenheim,
알고
your
있습니다.
concern is understandable.
회사는 황금가지에 대한
The
정보의
company
공개를
maintains tight control
엄청나게
over any
제한하고
information
있습니다.
regarding the Golden Bows.
혹여
There
회사의
is no
동의
way to
없이
know,
이
at this
정보가
moment,
노출되었을 경우
what the consequences of
어떤
leaking this
조치가
information
내려질지는
without the company's
한치로
explicit
알 수
consent
없습니다.
might be.
최악의 경우엔
The worst comes to
기억 수거
worst,
절차까지도
you may even be
감안해야
subject
할
to
테죠.
a memory wipe procedure. I'm pretty sure memory wipe procedures do not work on Dante, though. Like, we've seen Dante retain memories through rewritings of the entire universe. Like, come on. You know about Markley Kikimo? Ah! Did it happen? Do I need to draw it?
지금 같은 비상
Unbelievable.
상황에서 그딴 걱정부터
We're
해야
stalled
한다니.
by some red tape and exigent circumstance like this.
비밀스럽고 수상쩍은 회사에서 뭘
And
바라는
Kaneko boob events. I mean, Kaneko has boob events. I know that one. What do you expect from a company practically built on secrecy and suspicion?
그럼 감안한다고 생각하고 본론부터
Anyway,
말하지.
assuming the risks of divulging this information are understood and accepted by all parties present,
회수된 각각의 가지를
let me get straight to the
접목하는
point.
실험을 진행 중이었다네.
Make it so he could use it? The cake emote? I'll look into it. At Golden Bows, we were experimenting with grafting the retrieved bows onto one another. What? Why? What? It's a new booba bounce. Ah.
가지를 접목한다는 것은
Crafting the bows. I mean, we've seen that happen a couple times, but like, it has never been a good circumstance. That's been like, that's been a Hong Lu's grandma did that, and it was not pretty. And also, Cromer did that, and that was not pretty.
한 그루의 나무로
Then,
만들겠다는 뜻인가?
was the purpose to combine the boughs to form a singular tree? Oh! Combining the boughs into each other. I see. Okay.
연구자 앞에서는 두루뭉술하게
Nothing
남길 수
slips
없겠고.
by a fellow researcher, I suppose.
맞네.
Correct. Okay, I completely misunderstood what we were talking about.
특수한 환경에서 황금 가지를
We are
배양시켜
incubating the golden boughs under a very special environment
묘목을
to create a
만드는
sapling.
중이라네.
We haven't yet managed to
아직은
graft
한
them
그루로
together into a
완전하게
proper
접목시키지는
tree.
못했지만
No,
그리
but that
먼
horizon
일은
is in
아니지.
sight. Okay, with how powerful the golden boughs are, what? Oh god, a full tree of the stuff seems, huh? That seems like you're straight up making a world tree, like Yggdrasil or something.
그 실험의 성과를 사내의 주요
Today was the day
관계자들과
that we were
몇몇
to share
팀에게
the
공개할
successes of the
예정이었는데
experiment with certain major characters
사고가
and teams within the company. Until this happened.
황금 가지는 실험실에
The golden
있다.
boughs at the laboratory. So I'm guessing the House of Spiders wanted to take the golden boughs, and they needed to do it at this particular moment because the golden boughs would be out, but if success was made in merging the golden boughs together, they wouldn't be able to take it. Either that or they want to make the golden tree. I don't know.
그럼 실험실에서 황금가지를 먼저 찾아내
Maybe they'll get golden apples. Then we have to get to the laboratory before they do and secure the golden boughs.
하지만 섣불리
But
움직이기에는
we can't
이곳에
just
부서지는
waltz out on
적들이
our
너무
own
많지
when
않아?
this whole place might be crawling with
본사랑 더
enemies,
연락할 방법은 없는 거야?
right? Is there any way we can get in touch with the HQ right now?
본사의 지원 요청은
Did
들어갔나?
HQ even receive your support request?
1시간 전에
We did send a rescue signal to HQ an hour ago, but we have no way of knowing whether it was received.
송신기들은
The
전부
attackers
그들을
destroyed all of our
파괴해버려서
outgoing
말이지.
transmitters earlier. Now, we only receive ads!
Everybody get down! Let's get out of cabins! Why? I do. Is this the time of the stream when I bring up like a? Yeah, it's standard practice now. I have a part of the stream where I just like sit down and say, "Here's a darker topic."
it is getting close to the end of 2025 for me. So, like, it is 10 to 11. I think I gotta bring up this topic, and then 11 to 12 I'm gonna be all the happy, but 10 to 11. I think thinking about 2025, I've lived in the United States of America and spent part of the time in Canada. Well, not this year. I think it was the previous year, so yeah. Time has been odd. That's just me getting older, I suspect. But this year has been, in the United States of America, we've seen two distinct groups of people. People who are paying attention to what's happening and people to end up believing lies. "2025 scared me." On my own personal stuff, it's like, I did a lot of streaming. I had a lot of things go poorly. My life found new ways to fall apart. And I'm happy. I'm happy that, like, community was here, just helping me have something of a through line. But I watched everything go, like, wrong with my life and trying to hold on, alongside everything going wrong with the country I live in. People who pay attention realize there are stories of individuals being taken and thrown in prison from anywhere, from their jobs, from the places of worship, from the marketplace, from schools, from their homes. And I've been... Oh, hi, Brusque. Sorry, I'm just like, I'm doing my look back on 2025 for now, and then like in an hour I'm gonna do my look forward, and I'm gonna be a lot more happier about that. But look back on 2025 is gonna be a little bit, it's harder because it's like a lot of things went wrong, and then a lot of evil in like the country I live in came through and got a lot of power. I hope that moving forward, people overall can just realize the enormity of what's been happening. They can look beyond themselves and see the suffering of fellow people and realize this is not what anyone should stand for. I want people in the future to be able to take a look at the horrors that are happening and not believe the lies they are fed, but just help and be kind. Okay. In an hour, I'm gonna do happier talk. But yeah, that was my look back at 2025. It's been a lot. I've been lucky to have a really good community. And people who would help me. And listen. And just be around.
신호만 들어갔다면 LC에게 규격 외의 상황이
As long
벌어졌다는
as they
건
receive
금방
the signal,
파악했겠지.
any signal, it shouldn't take long until they recognize that the LCE is under attack by an overwhelming force.
LCA가 지원을 보냈다는 가정하에서
Assuming that the
그들이
LCA has
이곳까지
sent support
도착하는 데 걸리는
units,
시간을 예상할 수 있나?
do we have an estimate of how long it might take for them to arrive?
현재 시설 곳곳에 산재한
Even
폐쇄
if they
경로를
have to
지나는
navigate
시간을
around
모두
inaccessible
감안해
passages currently present in the facility,
10분 이내일 것입니다.
it should be no more than 10 minutes.
10분이라면
10
이미
minutes.
도착하고도 남았을 텐데.
Then they should have been here already. In other words, the signal did not go out.
신호를 받지 못했거나
They have either failed to receive the
엘리베이터가 중간에
transmission,
작동을 멈춰
or the power
다쳤을
outage has
수도
trapped the
있겠다.
reinforcements in the elevators. Oh, frick, that would be a bad thing.
우리야 소도 씨가
Yeah.
설명해줘서 뒷문으로 들어올 수 있었지.
If it weren't for Miss Sod bringing us up to speed, we wouldn't have thought of using the back door to come straight to this facility.
그런 거라면
Yeah.
통제실에서 전력 분배기만
If
재부팅해줘도
such is the
해결될
case,
걸세.
then we need to only reboot the power divider in the facility management room. Okay.
어이, 척척 박사. 이 부서의
Hey,
셧다운
Mr.
상태를
Big
복구시키려면
Brain.
저 돌아다니는
If we want to
뒤틀리는
restore this
현상
department
차들을
from a shutdown
모조리
state,
제압해야 하는
we gotta
거지.
take out all the distortions and abnormalities sauntering about, right?
완벽히 복구하기
In order to fully
위해서는
restore the
그렇다고
facility.
봐야겠지.
Yes.
이곳은
This place
특별한
has been designed to be
환상체가 하나라도
quarantined from
가치를
every other
불어넣는다면
department if even a
다른
single
부서로 갈수 있는
abnormality
모든
has
통로
escaped to its
차단제들은
hallways.
만들어졌으니
That does make sense. Whoa! Oh, that's a really good cat face. I like it.
깊이 생각해봤자 뭐가 더 나오겠어?
Eh?
현상체나 뒤틀림들이
Nice sitting
무서운
around putting your
거면
heads together
우리가
then, right?
처리해줄게.
Hey, if you guys are scared of some abnormality or distortion, leave it to us. We'll kick their butts. Okay.
무섭다고는 한마디도 안 했는데
Nobody said they're scared.
좀 더 신중하게
I'm
행동해야
just
하는 게
saying,
어떤
we
냐는
could
말이죠.
benefit from practicing a bit of caution.
역시 전력 수리부터 하는 게 제일
It would be
현명할 수도
wise
있네.
to prioritize restoring
급격들은
power to
어둠
the
속에서 더
facility.
무게를 질 테니 말이야.
It seems that these attackers are making effective use of the dark. Okay, counterpoint. If we recontain an abnormality, wouldn't they just go through and uncontain it? We don't have the people to like guard every single containment cell and be able to take out like the super ultra powerful like assailants.
아무래도
I see.
효율적인 작전 수행을 위해서는
Executive
인원
Manager,
편제를 분할하는
I am
게
of the opinion
좋겠습니다,
that we must
관리자님.
split our forces in order to facilitate our operation, given the urgency of the situation. Oh no.
우선순위만을 논하면서
The
시간을
situation looks
낭비하기에는
rather pressing for us to
좋아
sit
보이지
here and waste
않는군요.
time debating what to tackle first. Once I'm not in agreement, I'll just quickly took control of the situation.
지금부터 우리는 수색
Listen up,
정찰 및
men.
탈출을
We
준비한다.
prepare for two things: reconnaissance and extraction.
뭐?
Huh?
나가자고?
Extraction? You mean escape?
LCA 지원이 도착할
Assuming
것이라고
that the
가정한다면
LCA support will
그
arrive,
타이밍에 맞춰
it would
우리도
serve us
행동하게
best to
되면
move in
유리하다.
tandem with them to improve our
협공의
chances of
가능성이
launching a joint
높아지기
attack
때문이지.
with numerical advantage over our enemies.
또한 정황을
Also,
보아하니
we had to stay in the
이
mobile.
위치에 너무 오래
We've held this
숨어
position
있었다.
for too long. Our enemies will
적은
methodically
계속해서
kill
이곳을
and comb
들쑤시며
through the
목표를
entire
달성할
facility until they
때까지
find what they're
닥치는
looking
대로
for.
죽이는데
The more we remain
우리의 위치를
stationary,
고정해
the
놓는
more likely
것은
we are to
죽을
encounter them,
확률만 늘리는 셈이다.
and that will only elevate the risk of total obliteration.
그건 말 되네. 하긴
Mike's
쟤네들 한번
sons,
죽으면 끝이긴
besides, the others here ain't like us. Once they get killed, it's over for them.
거기에 더해 황금 가시
Another
또한
thing,
적보다 먼저
don't
회수해야
forget
한다.
that we have to reach the golden bows before our
무엇을
enemies
하려고
do.
하든 이 안에서는
Whichever
해결할
we
수
end up prioritizing, we won't get anything done by staying holed up in here.
그래.
Very
그럼 우리가 다
well.
같이 나간다 쳤을 때
Then if we were all to
제일
leave this
먼저
place
갈
at the
장소는
same
어딘가?
time,
자네
where should we
말대로
prioritize?
황금가지의 회수나 전력
We have many
복구같이
pressing
한
tasks,
번에 준비할
as you have
것이 많아
explained.
보이는데
Golden Bow retrieval, facility power restoration.
전력을 복구할 통제실과 실험실,
But the facility
그리고 손상된 회로가
management
있는
room,
복도는
to restore
전부
power to the
멀리 떨어져
facility,
있습니다.
the laboratory, and the area with the damaged circuitry are all located far from each other. Frick.
팀을 나눈다.
We divide and conquer. Aha! I've already figured out. Stream is too low. Ah! Hi. Hi, Brusque. Welcome to the stream. Ha ha ha. Your own. Yay!
황금가지의 보호.
Securing the golden bow. Restoring power. And suppressing abnormalities to clear a path for the reinforcements. They're all equally important. And must be resolved concomitantly. Interesting word. And to do so, we must split up into squads based on our expertise. Happy Bluebird! Happy! Happy! Yeah!
그래, 뭐 찬성이야. 우리는 따로 행동하는 편이 더
Yeah,
편하기도 하고.
alrighty. We work better as a separate unit anyway.
황금가지는 우리 LCB 부서가 찾도록 하지.
The LCP will be in charge of securing the golden bow. As our executive manager here has the ability to detect it whenever they are in proximity to one of them. Ah, frick. Wait, hang on. Wait!
뭐, 금속 탐지기 뭐 그런 기능인 건가?
Kinda like a metal detector.
그런 싸구려 같은 비유를.
How dare you compare the executive manager to a...
촉박하니 지금만
I'll let that
넘어가지.
one slide. Given the urgency.
그리고 환상체나 뒤틀림.
Anyway, we would like to leave abnormality, distortion, and pikachu suppression to the LCD. Oh no.
좋아, 전문이지 그거.
Gotcha! That's totally a bread and butter! Please tell me they all survive. Please tell me they all survive. Please tell me they all survive. Please tell me they all survive.
환상체나 뒤틀림 중에
How many
건몇종 정도 되지?
difficult abnormalities or distortions did you have contained in this facility?
얼추 당신
Combatants,
예정기의
I mean,
실력이면
prowess should have no
어렵지 않게
trouble
제압할 수 있을
suppressing
것이다.
most of them.
하지만 그중 이중은
Save for
많이
two! However, that might pose some trouble. No. No, we dealt with a wall already. Okay, you're either looking at a -08 rating or higher, or you have a freaking Aleph.
실험실끼리 통신할 때 쓰던 초소형
Take these
무전기를
micro
찾는
communicators with
너무
you.
멀면 신호가 닿지
We use
않지만
these to communicate between
선생님들께
laboratories.
제압 방법을 설명하는 데
While it has
쓰이는
limited
거고.
range, it should be useful enough for relaying the suppression tactic for each entity you come across. Okay.
좋아. 통신도 갖출 수
Please
있겠고.
tell me they don't have Alephs here. 2 Alephs. Like, oh no. For those who don't know, in Lobotomy Corporation, there were a range of ratings for abnormalities, but the most difficult ones to deal with were Aleph. Such that, if you were unprepared for them, they would easily wipe your facility.
마지막으로 전력 복구는 LCE 부서에 맡기도록 하지.
As for
내부
restoring
시설에
power to the
대해서는
facility,
이곳의 인원 중 제일
I'd like to
익숙할 것
designate
같으니.
that task to the LCE personnel here. I presume you are best acquainted with the layout of this facility out of all of us. Aldous. They are... I mean, they have all been trained for combat, but they're also all the least prepared to face against overwhelming foes. If they come across the House of Spiders, they're just done for.
합리적이군.
A reasonable choice.
보았던 것보다
The
더
layout of this
까다롭게
facility is
설계가
more
되어 있거든.
complicated than it might have first appeared to you. Yeah, but also if you run across... Oh my gosh.
전선들이 제대로 정리가 되지 않은
That is
혼란한
indeed
상태를
one way to
저런
describe
식으로
abysmal
엉뚱하게
cable management.
그건
Please.
엔트로피 증가
Consider it
과정의
but a
제한이라고
representation of the
생각했으면
entropic
좋겠고.
escalation
그리고
phenomenon.
안전한 상태일세.
Despite the way it looks, the setup is quite stable. Oh my gosh. Martin gave a handful of tiny radios to Aldous, who distributed them to each of us. Tiny radios like, oh my gosh. I'm just thinking about like little foot-sized radios now. Just like, it looks like a full radio, a full-size radio, but it's the size of your thumb. So I'm like,
좋아. 이걸로 상황을 계속
very well.
공유하도록 하지.
Don't forget to keep each other updated.
믿고 싶던 연기 냄새가 자꾸만 스멀스멀 올라오는군.
The acrid stench of smoke. I'd much
rather leave buried in the past keeps coming back. Yeah. Distinct objective. Shiraj. Oh no. Are we about to be introduced to a new enemy? This is only story though, it's not battles, so. Let me think. Was there anything in here that I want to explain in like the theater or the archives or anything? I do want to take a look at one thing. Let's see. One, the LCA. The most influential department in Limbus Company. Not sure what the acronym stands for, neither do I. Maybe they work in tandem with LCD for important distortion and monolith retrieval missions? A team known as the Special Operations Unit is a part of the LCA. Everyone in that team that we've seen were all tall, bulky, and dressed in black. Okay. And then we have the bus team, the clearance team, LCD, and LCE. Limbus Company Distortion. Looks like the department that specializes in dealing with distortions. This department was made to expand Limbus Company's business within the city. An employee from the LCD called Ezra actively helped us during the monolith retrieval operation. I imagine she's what Don Quixote would be like if her personality was a bit more mature. And then LCE, Limbus Company, Enkephalin. Oh, it's not experimentation, it's Enkephalin. Limbus Company's Research and Energy Generation Department. Chief Researcher Hohenheim, this department conducts various studies and research. They study the abnormalities, distortions, and even the pacatula. I sitting and studying them. Its interiors are designed somewhat similar to those of the former L-Corp Lobotomy Corporation. The employees were all wearing Eagle gears extracted from abnormalities. According to them, their gear is distinguished from Lobotomy Corp's Eagle gear because it exhibits more of each source abnormalities idiosyncrasies. That makes sense. In the game Lobotomy Corporation, the gear was like standardized. So yeah. From what I could hear from the Mirror World identities about these LCE gears, that doesn't entirely seem to be a positive thing. Apparently their minds could easily become corroded by the gear they're wearing. I feel like this technology's got some room to grow. Yeah. Okay, let's see about the syndicates. The fingers. The middle, there's nothing on the thumb here yet. Despite the fact that the blade lineage works under the thumb. Wait, no, not the blade lineage. The Kuro Kumo clan works under the thumb. Come on. Yeah. I'm also surprised there's no Pinky there yet, but I mean, I guess we don't really know a lot about the Pinky other than we've met some members of it apparently. Don't forget, the golden bells are kept within a preservation container. Take extra care when you handle it. Okay, okay. We've been working our butts off to retrieve those shiny twigs, too. We know enough about their worth not to throw them around willy-nilly. Gregor's comment did nothing to deter Hohenheim, who kept voicing his warning again and again. Makes sense. Alright, lab's that way, and the facility management room is... Ezra is tracing the available routes to guide the LCD team members who arrived with Moses. So we're gonna, like, stay with each other until, like, our paths diverge, I guess. I guess that's the key to what's happening here. I'm clearing out some of the notifications I have. Yay! While others crept down the corridor, alert for any dangers lurking in the shadows.
뭐야?
that? There's a wall dropping down. Huh? Hey, watch out, you guys. Uh-oh. Corridor was thrown into complete chaos.
싱클레어 씨, 이곳으로 오세요.
Sinclair, this way.
안 돼. 거리가 너무 멀어.
I can't. It's too far. Is everyone all right?
환상체 탈출에 대비해
frick.
설치된 격리
It would seem
시스템이
that a
작동된
quarantine
것으로
system
보인다.
designed for abnormality containment breaches has just been activated. Ah, frick. The House of Spiders has control over these? Frick. Mersault, who had been standing close by, replied in a monotonous voice. Either that or we just see, like, a abnormality. And just as you said, when I looked around,
까딱하면 벽에 깔릴 뻔했어.
that was close. That wall nearly flattened us into pancakes. Where are all the sinners?
간발의 차였구려.
We were but a breath away from disaster.
조악해.
Shabby thing.
불신앙이다.
What a WOT. What a waste of time. I hiccuped. Ah! Just when I didn't think it could get any worse, it did.
필요한 시간
Waste of time.
그런데 유슈 씨는
Where's
어디에
Yoshi,
계시는
by the way?
건가요?
Ah, frick. No. Manager Esquire. Wait, hang on. Sinclair and Don Quixote were desperately calling out from the other side of the wall. No!
아, 이렇게까지 완전히
Hey, I
단테님과
think this is the first time we've ever been so completely
처음이네요.
separated from Dante.
그럼 이제
아.
함부로 다치지도 못하겠네.
And we can't even afford to get hurt.
주변에 환상체가 등장한 것 같아.
I don't see any abnormalities around.
역시
Now they've taken over security wall controls, too.
보란 듯이 저희를
They've effectively forced us to split up.
걱정
Yep,
마십시오,
they
관리자님.
did.
사소한
Not to worry,
차질일 뿐.
Executive Manager. This is only a minor setback. Allow me to assume command of this unit for the time being. Ishmael, you got this?
네? 곧바로
Hello?
그런 말부터 하신다고요?
That's the first thing you're worried about?
걱정부터.
Should I be more concerned about Dante? Yeah. Ishmael, take control.
난감하게
This has grown to be quite the predicament. Hohenheim let out a heavy sigh.
팀장님, 괜찮으세요?
Are you alright, team leader?
그래. 다행히도
I
부상자는
am.
없어 보이는 것.
At least we have no injured among us. Ba 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 da ba 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 da ba da da. After all that planning, we ended up getting separated into completely random teams. Oh dear.
일단 나누어진 인원부터 파악.
Let's first check who we have on each side. Okay, it's me, Bersault, Gregor, and Yi Sing here. Also Ryoshu. Okay, so I have 4 sinners to fight with.
여기는
We've got
탐정님이랑 나랑
the detective,
앵두씨랑
Miss Engdu,
그리고
and me over here. And
저랑 이스마일 씨와 로자 씨
Ishmael, Rodia,
그리고 오티스
and
씨가
me.
계시네요.
Out as 2. Wow, that team's stacked.
그쪽은 나와 마톤
As for us, Martin, the assistant, LCE team members,
그리고 그
and
밖에
the rest.
변동이 있네.
I'm sorry. It's just LCE team members. My gosh.
분명히 무엇인가?
The rest? Of whom speakest
자신보다
thou?
능력 있는 사람을 인정하는 것이 어려운
It's a phrase used by individuals who find it especially difficult to acknowledge their betters.
저랑 동키호테 씨와 파우스트 씨가
Me,
계시네요.
Don Quixote, and Faust. Why is every team more stacked than mine? We have like 5, they have like 8. And 8. Like, there's no chance we could get the security wall out of our way, even with our combined effort.
안 되는군요. 역시.
The master key card doesn't work either. It should be able to override the lockdown, but even the LCE wasn't having any luck on their side.
약간의 변동이 생기긴 했지만
There has been a minor deviation,
어쩔 수 없을 것 같고.
but it can't be helped.
작전대로 간다.
Advance according to plan.
LCD를 포함한
This
이
unit, the
시설
LCD
내에
included,
돌아다니고 있는 것들을
will neutralize
순차적으로
any
제압한다.
hostiles within the facility. Wait. I'm like, I'm sorry. If Moses is with your team, Moses is in charge, Aldous. Just accept it.
CCTV를 복구하는 대로 그쪽 안내를 돕겠습니다.
We'll assist you with finding the trail as soon as we've done repairing the security cameras.
지금 말한 대로 LC
Acknowledged. The LCE and Hohenheim's team will secure the facility management room and prioritize restoring power. Yeah. Aldous, Moses is in charge, not you.
관리자님과 나머지 인원이 있는 팀.
As for the executive manager's team, proceed to the laboratory for golden bell retrieval. I got it figured.
왜 나는 제압이야? 제일 힘든
Figures I end up in the team doing the fighting. What a pain.
그럼 우리는 먼저 이동한다.
Alrighty, off we go. Yeah, Aldous, Moses is on your team. She's in charge, not you. Also, why is this smile so creepy? Why is this smile so creepy? I like how Heathcliff and Sinclair are just freaked out.
내가 앞장서도록 하지.
I'll take the lead. The rest of you, follow me. Moses is in charge for your team, come on. Moses' actual experience leading an entire fixer office, as well as being like a captain in a war. I don't actually know if Aldous has been a captain in a war, but she sure acts like it. And with that, Aldous and the LCD team's footsteps faded into the distance on the opposite side.
우리도 슬슬 이동하도록 하지.
We should get moving too. Although I think just Martin and my assistant here will be enough to restore power to the facility management room. To be fair, Hohenheim, you have fighters with you now, so this is probably for the best. And if you have problems, everybody hide in a corner and take Dawn's shoes off. Believe me, it'll do damage. We'll fix the distraction afterwards. Dawn is scary without shoes. Anyways. Out of context, that is hilarious. There seems to be a lack of proper structure in the generation and distribution of electricity here. It is regrettable that the facility lacks a backup mechanism to handle unforeseen emergencies of this sort. Oh my gosh. Faust. Don't antagonize Hohenheim. With the breadth of my responsibilities, it is only natural that I would have been too busy to be responsible for this facility's design. However, when viewed independently, the structure of the laboratory itself is... I'm sorry, Heathcliff. Put thyself not over such trifling matter, young Heathcliff.
맞아요.
She's right. With the three of us together, we'll be able to overcome whatever obstacle that gets in our way. Probably. No. That's not gonna be the case. Everyone's gonna hide, and someone takes off Dom's shoes and then hide. Quickly. As quickly as possible. And then we just consider every single person in your part condemned until the red gaze comes by to like put Dawn's shoes back on. The voices of Hohenheim and the other sinners also slipped further away into the background. Should we get a move on too? Also, I'm not gonna explain what I mean by Don Quixote.
황금 거지가 가까이 느껴지면 바로 말해줘.
Let us know if you sense the golden bow, Manager Bud. Okay. The two smokers of the group ended up in the same team. What are the odds? We might have lost Ryoshu smoking though. I'll never know how the others managed to pull through these working conditions without taking a puff. My gosh. There was a time when I partook, but I could not find any reason to maintain the habit. What the heck? Result. Cigarettes and smoking is an addictive thing. Your body constantly craves it until you kick it. And you just say, yeah, I could not find any reason to maintain it. It's like, You kicked an addiction that easily? Dang.
어라? 그래?
Oh, there was?
못했는데.
What did he smoke? Oh, that's actually an important question. Actually.
담배라고 지칭될 수 있는 것 대부분을.
Oh, yeah. That's the reasonable answer. Most things that fall under the category of cigarette. Huh.
난 1년 내내
After a whole
다른
year of
성을
watching you
사나이로만
never
알아준
walk
거야.
out of line, I pegged you as one hell of a straight-laced fellow. To be fair, he just casually mentioned that he kicked the habit like it was nothing.
필요하다면 통상적인 올바름, 올바르지 않은
I partook in both categories of activities. Those generally accepted as right, and those accepted as wrong. Okay.
나는 구인의 시절
During
동료들의
my
권위로
time among the
면목을
old
한 적이
League of
있었네.
Nine Litterateurs, I once had an opportunity to engage in a few hits of the substance at the behest of my fellows.
그게
Okay.
처음이자 마지막이었어.
That was the one
다
and
같이
only
웃음을
time.
터뜨렸지만
Every burst
담배
into
자체가
laughter,
유쾌하지
though I
않았어.
found no enjoyment in smoking itself. Okay, so you were just
처음에다 그렇지.
you're just part of a community.
매우게 뿜은 거.
Well, that's always the case for first timers. Must have been pretty tense, huh?
류슈 양은
What about you,
언제부터
Miss Ryoshu?
권력을 애용하기 시작했는가?
When did you first start smoking cigarettes? Oh my gosh. I'm just thinking of one of the oldest memes for like Limbus Company. It's basically a Gmod-esque animation of Gregor and Ryoshu standing in front of a vending machine and just going 500 cigarettes over and over again while stuffing more and more cigarettes in their mouth until it looks like they basically unhinge their jaws like a snake. It's very silly. But also, if you can help it, don't smoke cigarettes. I've read about the things it does to you. Just please don't. Every pair of eyes searched Ryoshi's face. But she didn't bother telling us her story, nor did she reveal any signs of unease or anxiety. What we saw on her face was inexplicable exhilaration, thrill, and as strange as it may seem, a fury chilling to the marrows. That does make sense. Considering that she probably had a daughter, and the daughter probably was taken by the House of Spiders, so
글쎄.
beats me.
어렸을 때부터 보고 자란 게
I've always been
그것뿐.
surrounded by cigarette smoke ever since I was a brat. Oh dang.
아닌 게 더 이상하긴 한가.
Wouldn't have guessed it any other way. Hecky. Oh no.
이번이 류슈 씨 차례. 맞지?
It's your turn this time, isn't it? I love how it's become such a casual thing about like, ah yes, each chapter relate to a specific sinner. It's your turn this time, isn't it? I'm just waiting for the moment where they're like, it has to be this sinner's turn, but everything relates to you. You know, like, I've been saying for a long while, I think Gregor and Rhodia are going to get another chapter. Possibly also, like, Yi-Sang, because Yi-Sang has everything with S-Corp. But, like, Rhodia still hasn't resolved her character arc. She hasn't gone the full distance, and a lot of, like, chapters do a lot of, like, heavy lifting for the character arcs. But Rhodia's did next to nothing for her, which makes sense. It was, like, one of the first chapters. Same with Gregor. We haven't seen a lot with Gregor's, like, story. We know that he was in the smoke war and he fought with bugs. And then past that, just... We know he's experimented on, but we don't know the full details of that. So, we figure it out.
그래.
Yeah.
너무 노골적이어서
So damn
비웃음이
obvious that it
났던
makes me scoff.
어떤가?
How do you feel, Miss Vyoshu?
과거를 마주해야 하는
To be faced with the past that stands before you.
당연히
Simple.
즐겁다.
It's exciting.
기다린 보람이 있어.
All that waiting finally paid off. Thank you for observing and imagining.
아, 그러고 보니 료슈 씨는 아까부터 담배를
Noticed you haven't smoked once
있지
since
않네.
this whole thing began, Myoshu. She hasn't smoked at all since the spring cultivation. Come on.
그래.
Right.
미리부터 연습 중이다.
Trying to get used to staying off it. Ryoshi's kicking the habit. Yes. Meanwhile, back at the transporter truck.
붉은 시선.
Wait. Hang on. Oh my. Wait. Hang on. This is no longer from the perspective of Dante. What the heck? We usually do that right at the end of chapters or something like that. But no, this is we just okay. Red gaze. Never thought you, of all people, would have one. Somebody that you care about? Either that or an ego gear.
우습지 않아?
Funny, isn't it?
이 보잘것없는 짐덩어리 하나 빼앗겼다고.
The mighty and powerful Red Gaze loses this tiny little bundle of liability from his clutch. And he's suddenly too scared to even swing a sword right. If you knew what the heck like Charon was, you wouldn't be talking like that.
그래도 이해하지 못하는 건
Not that I
아니야.
don't understand.
버릴 수도.
To have an unwanted burden you can't
수도
even
없는
push
것을.
aside or kill off shoved into your care.
원치 않게 떠맡은
I know
적이
what it's like all too
나도
well.
있거든.
I mean, obviously, Vergilius cares for Charon, but still, she's a person of extreme importance. Come on.
아니.
Well,
원했던 건
I
맞지만
suppose I did want the little thing back
그딴
then,
짐덩어리일 줄
but I never
몰랐던
expected her
거지.
to be such a nuisance. Right, you're the abusive parent of like Ryoshu. Yeah.
루치오가 조사해온 걸 보면
Lucia's been digging around.
딱히 이거랑
It looks like you don't have any connection whatsoever to this half pint here.
혹시
Could it be you've got a specific use for her? Just freaking. Vergilius used to run an office. One of the members of the office cared for Charon turning into Charon? Charon got the possibility of every single alternate version of herself shoved through, and she survived. She didn't become a Picatula. She just became Charon, the bus driver. But the fact that she survives is like, what the heck? It's so... The potential to become any fixer. The potential to become a member of any ring. The potential to have knowledge so far outside the pale that the head itself should, like, fear her. It's just hiding behind a bus driver. Like, there's a potential there to just have any possible identity thrown. Any identity at the same time. It's kind of terrifying.
목적 때문에 이러지도.
It's plain that you need her for
저러지도
something.
못하고.
Explains why you're letting that deadweight tag along. Also, Vergilius does care about her because, like, she is the remnants of the love of, like, a member of his office who died. a member of his office who died, but only after, for a brief moment of time, being anything. Being anything at all. Being any identity. Having every single possibility of every single alternate universe pass through him and be able to be all of it. Before just cocooning up, but still. That was fun to read.
이 티켓이나
Perhaps
저기
she's like my
있는 두
ticket.
분처럼
Or textbook over there.
거슬려
Pain in
죽여버리고
the ass you'd much rather kill off.
바라는 미래를 위해서
But can't because you need it to make the future you long for come true. I don't know. Vergilius either wants the office member back or like cares for Charon because he cared for the office member.
우리 꽤 공통점이
We sure have a lot in common, don't we? You're just projecting, Valentina. Also, they're so beat up. Holy cow. Look at their clothes, it's all rumbles. And look at those. That's either dirt or bruises. Dante just looks like Dante, just with blood on the shoulders. Not Dante, Vergilius. You. I know why you're provoking me with that pointless rambling. Your friends are out on a mission, and you're making sure I don't get in their way till you get to the all clear. However, just because my sword isn't cleaving across your throat. Ah! Doesn't mean I won't collect your little lackey's head. Ah, frick! It's a two-sided hostage. Oh gosh. Now they both have each other's hostages. Oh dear. Keep that in mind.
재밌겠네.
This should be interesting.
한번 해봐.
Do your worst.
내가 우리
I'm
티켓을 위해
curious to
만든
see how long the
벽은
textbook I so
특색에게서
painstakingly
얼마나
crafted for my
버틸 수
ticket
있는지.
would last against a color
나도
fixer.
궁금하네.
Aren't you?
응?
I'm interested too. Like either you're gonna get absolutely trounced or like I'm missing something. Ah no, no! We leave that. Ah. We're facing Rosate Desert. We're facing the shoes! No! Not the shoes. Frick. Not the oh. Well, you already know the affinities. Right, we only have 4 people. Okay, so Hysopack is like much less useful without Honglu. So let's see. What moves do you have? Primarily Wrath, which I guess is useful. I'm gonna give you up to 58. So we're gonna have Fire Fist Office Survivor. Frick. Okay, Mersault, let's see if you could be anything. No pride, no wrath. We got pride, but you really suck at building up charge. No pride or wrath. Pride and wrath. But I don't like the Encore. This one just kind of sucks. Because Drive goes up to like Flash Power 7. That doesn't win against anything. Like, what the heck? Clash Power of 12 is like a little better, I guess. Clash power of 14, I guess, can work, but yeah, I don't like that one. I don't like it. I don't like it. What does Chains of Others take? Where's the cost over here? It's 1 Sloth, 1 Gloom, 2 Envy. Oh, I should probably thread spin it, actually. Considering how much I use it, like, thread spinning it makes sense. Yay! Oh, frick. You gain less attack power down now. That's actually pretty good. Okay, let's see. We're gonna remove the high show pack. We're looking for Pride and Wrath. This one has Pride, but you don't have Wrath. I mean, I could do the LCE for thematics, but like, it's a tier 2. You have Pride, and Pride is the most powerful one. You have Wrath and Pride, but also this identity isn't the best. This one's okay, but it doesn't have anything I want. I'll take Spice Bush. Spice Bush is back, Spice Boy! Also, thank you for observing and imagining, John. Yeah. Okay. We're gonna fight shoes. We're gonna fight a pair of shoes. Oh! Oh, my... Oh, no. We keep running into these wait. Keep doing it each time you press a button for Yum Yums. Ah. Are they made by those nurse fathers? No, they're made by the ring.
그래.
Yes.
정확히는
To be
약제압이
more specific,
혼자다.
it's just the ring nurse father. Oh no! Wait! No! No! Are you telling me there's a ring nurse father, there's a thumb nurse father, which suggests there's a middle nurse father? What the hell would the index nurse father look like? What? Like, the index is all about following the precepts. Did one of them get a precept for, like, join the House of Spiders or something? Like, what? And then a pinky nurse father, which would be...
수축과 이온을 이용하는
I have no idea.
거기에 큐비즘
Corporism.
끼얹었나?
An arch movement that utilizes the interaction between human bones and muscles. The contraction and the elongation thereof. With a splash of cubist technique, it seems.
고약하구만.
Nasty.
보이시오?
Observe closer. Do you see them?
저것들의
Writings. Carved
글씨가
into
적혀있는
their
것 같소만.
bodies. These corpses were engraved with a wild scroll of a message, carved with a blade. They began shuffling at us in that uncanny rhythm, entirely devoid of any semblance of will.
사랑하는
Dearest.
사랑하는 우리 딸.
Dearest daughter of ours.
이 곡선을
Please pay close attention to the way the line curves.
갈비뼈라는 건
From ribs,
잘만 다듬으면
we can make blades
어떤
keener
것보다
than any
날카로운
sword.
칼이 되고
From femurs, we can make
대퇴들은
bludgeons
어떤
sturdier
것보다
than any mace.
단단한 둔기가 될 수 있습니다.
Oh god. Okay. Ryoshu had 5 dads. They were all equally abusive. Oh my gosh.
흉곽은
The thoracic cage has taken this prepossessing yet hardy shape of an arch to keep the heart and lungs from harm. Okay, you talk about the ribs?
이 몸의 아름다운 형태를
Preserve
유지한
this natural beauty of the human
몸이지는
corpus and
태초의
do not
정교한
infringe
가치를
upon its primeval,
망가뜨리지
precise
않도록.
value. This is so disturbing. Despite that all the love and care is being given in the voice,
귀중한 악기를 다루듯이
that is the reverence with which the
만들어야
act of creation must be handled. Just as musicians handle a priceless instrument.
만져보세요.
Touch it, if you
근육과
will.
힘줄의 결을 따라
Do your fingertips feel the contour of a blade along the grains of musculature, its tendons and sinews? What the heck? Yoshihide, who is Ryoshu. I think Ryoshu's daughter just gives her the nickname Ryoshu rather than Yoshihide.
가장 살고 싶어 했던 놈의 뼈가
The bones of the
가장
one most
죽이기
desperate
좋은
for
칼이
life
되었군.
have become a blade best fit to reap it.
그렇죠.
Indeed it has, hasn't it?
진가를 알아차릴
I
줄
knew from the
알았어.
fathoms of my heart that you could appreciate the true value of this piece, Yoshihide.
그 어떤 것보다 정성을
The
기울여
care put into this piece have
이
so
아이를 만들고
painstakingly
있었다.
birthed into
조금이라도 으스러지 균형이 안 맞는 뼈를 가지고 있으면
birthed?
소용이 없거든요.
I don't like that. And this world is greater than that of any other work of mine. The smallest fracture or imbalance could instantly render it useless. Oh dang.
마침내 완성된다.
Once this piece is complete,
요시히데가 썼어요.
dearest Yoshihide, I would like for you to wield it. Is her sword made of bone?
그러지.
I will.
그렇게나 노래 부르던 그 작품은
Oh, okay.
결국 완성을 못했나.
Never got to finish that precious piece he'd always ramble about, did he? Roshi muttered to herself. Oh, Oh my gosh!
최후의
You're
혈육이
wearing the
남아
shoes!
있다면 생명은
Rosate desire
어떻게든
corrosion.
보존될 테니
Yep, you're wearing the shoes. Tear and rip, rip and tear. Oh my gosh! Ha! Holy cow! This is still going ham. Like, holy cow, this music is just wah! Ah, frick. Win? Win, please. Thank you.
지식을 마저 겸여하라.
Oh, this music is fantastic. Go so ham.
어떤 상황이 닥쳐도 포기하지 마세요. 저들의 공격은 우리의 투지를 꿰뚫을 수 없을 테니.
Oh, that changed to neutral. Nice.
키워보지.
Yeah. Win, please. Win, please. Thank you. Wow.
스페셜한 기운이 느껴져. 면밀히 짚어보고 나아가는 게
Ah,
어떤
frick.
경험은
Absolute resonance, and they haven't changed, so that's not gonna help. Wow, wow, wow. 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 But frick. Ow. 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 So I feel like I should say, because they are closing in right now. After advertisements, I'll talk about like what I hope for 2026. Like earlier, I talked about what I thought of 2025, which was
Genuinely, I'm happy for this community.
저기요.
The world
움직임이
is not the best though.
멈췄는데 괜찮으신가요?
I will share what I want from 2026.
아무래도
But I'll see you after advertisements. Ah!
Everybody get down! Let's get advertisements!
Brah! So, I gotta drink some water, and I can share my thoughts of what I hope for 2026. As far as what I'm personally hoping for 2026. I am personally hoping that, like, I could put a lot more effort into my Limbus Company fanfic and be able to get most of the way through, like, the story I have planned. Like, finish most of it.
사냥이 성공적이었네요. 이 흐름대로 사냥을 끝내러 가보죠.
I am hoping desperately that
이 또한
people in my
지식이다.
community will continue to be part of the community, will continue to feel welcome. And I want to do my best to make sure that continues being the case.
걱정 마시오. 최후의 혈구 하나만 남아 있다면 생명은
I'm hesitant
어떻게라도
to
보존될
give
테니.
number goals because I don't like the idea of giving number goals to people to be like, you have to hit this amount of feathers or whatever. I will say
하지 말라.
that I hope we get more members in this community. And that anyone who joins this community will be able to, like, feel welcome. That's something else I hope for.
다시 못 살게 구는
놀라운
일은
한밤이네요.
없을 것이오.
꽤 잘 갈려.
Freaking out because
최고의 선택이었어. 관리자.
fireworks. Fireworks going on very close nearby. Yeah. It is not New Year's yet where I am, so I'm just like, jumping the gun a little bit. I don't know why I had to say it like that, but I did. So I just like jumping the gun a little bit. Regardless, I'm hoping. That's a lot of what I want to see, like, for this community. I'm hoping we can continue to be really good for people. Hi! Hi, Sakura! Dag nabbit, the fireworks are still... It has to be right outside my window, too. Has to be outside my window. Yeah. I'm hoping to be able to help my friends a lot more. To be able to be there. To hang out with people. Whether it's on or off stream, I want to be able to make friends with... I want to be able to connect with online friends some more. On or off stream, the point is I want to hang out with people. Something I especially want to do is I want to at least get, like, a public version, or at least a testable version of my code out for people overall to enjoy. That's something I'm hoping for as well.
순수했던 나날로.
즐거움.
So
언제나
yeah,
순탄치 않았고
just
때로는 어설펐지만
I'm not too worried about growth of my Twitch channel or growth of, like, oh wow, that hit like heads on every single coin flip. What the heck? Yeah. But anyways, yeah, I am.
스페셜한 기운이 느껴져. 면밀히 짚어보고 나아가는 게 어떤가.
I hope that this community becomes bigger over time, and that we welcome in new members, and that whoever new joins this community is kind and understanding to all of its members. Dag nabbit, Gregor just got staggered, frick. No.
아이씨, 좀 피하면서 하라니까. 야, 저걸
I
정신
am
차릴 때까지
very much
앞에서
struggling with
시선
this
좀
right now, actually.
끌어줘야겠어.
거치적거리지만 마.
흐드러졌구려.
Yeah. Ah! Ow. Wow.
어떤 사람들은 상처를 통해
와.
성장한다고 하오. 나의 벗들도 그러리라 했소.
I also kind of want to hang out with people in my community a little bit more. Just like, I haven't been able to do that too much. I've tried. For even more personal goals than that, I hope to get a job. I want to be able to afford things. Some of those things being stuff I would directly contribute back in this community. Like, I want to be able to save up for a new model
이 또한
to
지식이 되도록.
replace the one made by Cosmin that I stopped using a while ago. That one no longer matches up with my design. Plus, replacing it will help me move on from some of the pain that occurred in this last year. That's a personal thing, though.
다들 얼굴이 썩은 동태 마냥. 이번엔 방어적으로 가시죠.
Fireworks. Yeah. Look at that gluttony resonance. Yeah. We've got some wrath resonance, and then we got gluttony. No, frick. The wrath resonance just lost the clash. Ow. Hello. Oh no. It's Celestial Ludenberg.
감동적이지 않을 수 없네.
다시 못 살게 구는 일은 없을 것이오.
Oh no.
무지에서 도피하지 말라.
근방의 싸움은 우수했소.
Give me a second. Celestia Ludenberg, I appreciate you, like, jumping in. I'm gonna time out you for a couple seconds because I'm not a fan of the fact that you jumped in here and your first thing to do was drop a fan fiction, like, link to your work. Time you got for 10 seconds. Because it wasn't that big of a deal. But, yeah. Please engage with the community and ask before if you share that kind of stuff. Ask before you share your own work and start, like, self-promoting. That's what I will say.
거치적거리지만 마.
Which does remind me that, like, on my Discord, I hope to see more work that people have been doing. Like, because in my Discord, a lot of people are creatives, and it's kind of awesome.
피어나라.
Oh, which I suppose I should drop a link for that here. Yay!
방금 좀 똑똑했다. 옛날에 조직에서 싸울 때도 두뇌파로 적을 다 밀어버리는 놈이 있었지.
27 Tremor. All of these are gonna be mass attacks. Let's go. Yeah, each of these take 7, for mass attack, so it's 21 cost, which would normally be out of the case. Yeah, what's Urge? A 5 plus stack take 30 SP damage. Oh. Well, you're at 4, so hopefully we're not too bad.
피워보지. 이외 특별히 첨언할 이유도
I had to save everything. I'm working on it.
이란.
I'm also hoping, on a general level, that the country where I live, the United States of America, is able to like
꽤잘 갈렸고.
recognize the horrors
끝이.
that have been occurring and be able to take solid steps to fixing the problems.
동료들 상태에 신경 좀 쓰셔야 할 것 같은데요.
Just
관리자님.
be able to sit down and say, no more.
이 또한 지식이든
We don't need suffering to be a staple of us. We don't need suffering to be something that is associated with us. I will make my effort to like try to share that sentiment with everybody around. Hopefully it'll reach somebody and they'll like take the steps to like make the world a better place. Turn 10. We might be on the last possible turn. We're probably on the last possible turn for like EX. Let's see if I got EX. Yeah. I am a hopeless. I am a hopeless hoper. I want the world to be blah, 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 blah. I want the world to be better. I can just hope. Oh my gosh. The fingers. I'm also almost out of Enkeflin, but like, I suspect we're reaching the end of the first part. It's just, holy cow, this has been, I've been going for 9.5 hours. Dad's stopping at every opportunity to explain everything I want. Yeah. Oh, right, I should also, yep, there we go. I will promote my own fanfic. The elevator up ahead is operational. I can see the light of the elevator beyond the lockdown door. If power has returned to the elevators... That means the power management team was successful. It can only mean that Hohenheim has arrived at the facility management room. Then... Yes! LCA is here! Once the elevator doors opened, LCA agents began pouring into the facility in perfect order. They immediately began hacking and shooting down anything that got in their way. Oh no. There wasn't the slightest hesitation in the movements, as though drilled into them over countless rehearsals. Oh no. From the way they never failed to deliver a killing blow to any target that so much as twitched, even when it was already mangled beyond recognition, I could tell they were seasoned veterans with years of combat experience. I began to grow certain that these fighters could brush aside any obstacle we faced with ease. Dante, problem. You look like an abnormality. Also, everyone with you moves, so...
LCA 특작팀이라 했나?
LCA Special Operations Unit. Was it? They sure know how to clear a room. Testing, come in. Oi! Give me that! Oi! Oi! You alright, mate?
아이 깜짝이야.
Ah, the heck?
조용히 말해도 잘 들리니까
No need to
소리
shout in the
지르지
mic,
말자고
Heathcliff.
히스클리프 씨.
We can hear you just fine. Apologies. Oh, right. This is probably Hohenheim. Apologies. My assistant's temperament leans on the more impatient side. Oh, great. Heathcliff was back to being the assistant. Okay. Sinner Odyssey's conjecture was correct. After arriving at the facility management room, we have been observing the hallways through the device here. The video feed's quality, well, it leaves much to be desired, but the LCA has arrived at the sector.
그래. 우리 눈앞에도 보인다.
I don't think that's a good thing. Like, the LCA is gonna help clear the facility, yes. We need to be out of the way of that. Can confirm that on this end as well. We have visual on the LCA units past the lockdown shutters. But all I've managed so far is to remove one security wall in your path. It has nothing to do with restoring the internal elevators leading to other departments.
그렇다면 이제 부상자들을
Whichever may be the
안전한
case,
곳으로 올려보낼 수 있는
does
것인가?
this mean that the wounded can now be transported to safety? Not quite. But they managed to send the LCA down here by unknown means. The entire facility has to be restored in order to return upstairs. No. Frick. Okay. It is indeed a relief, however. It seems that the agents have been deployed to each sector. Thank you for observing and imagining! Yay! They should be able to secure the rest of the survivors. Do the stretchies. You got it! Ah, stretch!
저들이 도시 내에서도 알아주는 전투 집단이라더군.
Hang on, I need to do ultra stretches. Okay, a stretchy. Time to hydrate. Yay! Though I've never been one to be interested in the art of killing and battling, particularly these without even a tangential relation to research. I have heard that they are a rather formidable combat force, even by the standards of the city as a whole. That makes sense. Ryoshi, do you want to fight them?
정면.
Eyes forward. The lights flickered and... Three LTA agents who were advancing while covering the front of their squad simultaneously fell to the floor without so much as a scream. Huh. That's not good. Huh. Looks like the LCA is, down. Like a broken lamp, the light past the security wall continues to flicker. Between each flicker of the malfunctioning light, the outline of the intruder's weapon seemed to shift into a different shape. Huh. At first, the shadow stretched into the sharp tip of a pick. Then, after several more flickers, it took on the familiar outline of an axe, very much resembling Rhodius. You're kidding me. Wait a second. In chapter 2, all of the, like, at the end of the miners had picks, and then we have an axe. Let's see if this goes beyond, creates like a three-peat, or like if it's nothing. Ah, frick. Okay. Ah, frick. Okay, give me a second. It is likely that they are LCA's reconnaissance specialized units. Most likely in the same vein as the team that arrived at the Monolith retrieval mission. Also, they're all dead.
아니, 그렇다 해도 저
Recon
정도로
team or
숙련된
not,
부대를
how did the intruder manage to wipe out such a well-trained team? All on his own.
호에나임군. 듣고
Hohenheim, do you hear us?
들린다네. 이쪽은 아직
Indeed. Has the LCA taken care of the situation of Meridian? No.
절대 복도로 나가지
You
마시게.
mustn't step foot out into the hallway.
왜 그런가?
Why might that be?
단말로
Ah,
확인해보니
I just watched the LCA Ada's take on an abnormality with quite impressive precision. To suppress such a tricky entity in mere minutes. Fascinating. This calls for an additional comment on its observation log. Maybe we could see that log later?
이쪽으로 파견된 LCA 지원 병력은 전멸했다.
The LCA reinforcements sent to our sector. They're dead.
방금 뭐라고 했나?
What?
개방된 야전 상황이었다면
For this battle fought in an open field, even the LCA's reconnaissance team alone would have sufficed to avoid defeat. However,
거미줄에 걸려 있다는 사실을
this is what
잊으면
happens to
적골이
prey
나지.
who forget that they've been snared in a spider's web,
저들은 자신들이
They'll
지극히
never fight
유리한
uneven
곳으로
ground.
먹잇감을 끌어들인다.
always drawing their prey to locations where they have the absolute
같은
advantage. They wouldn't have lost in an open field, you say?
가정조차 의미가
It's meaningless to speculate
그런
over
일은
what'll
애초부터
never happen.
일어나지 않을 테니.
Ah, frick.
봐라. 먹잇감이
Look,
자신이 가장
His
잘
prey
사용할 수
ensured their
있는
demise
모드로
by walking into
직접
his
걸어
hunting ground.
들어가지 않나.
What Alyssa had described earlier was becoming more and more apparent to us. A relaxed but disciplined gait. Yeah. The man, after having slaughtered dozens of LCA agents, slowly turned around to face us, his sharp dress shoes lazily clomping against the floor. Oh gosh. He seemed to have been aware of our presence from the get-go. Oh no. Light dances across the glossy surface of his white mask. Wait. No, that's not... That's not Roland. That can't be Roland. It looks like Roland. Has a mask like Roland, but the mask is wrong. Also, the gloves appear white, not black. That's... Oh no. Don't be the Black Silence, please. We'd be screwed. We'd be so screwed if that's the Black Silence. But it's not a black mask. It's not black gloves. Please be okay? The weapon constantly changing kind of matches up with what we know, but no, it's fine. He returns a smile in response to Ryoshi's furious wrath. Then his lips part, soundlessly mouthing a sentence word by word. What do you mean his mouth's part? That's a mask! Hi, sweetheart. How did your reviews go?
딸, 훈련은 어땠어?
Hey, sweetheart. How did your training go?
똑같아. 지루해.
Same old, dull and boring.
아빠, 팔에 상처가 났는데
Dad,
직접
that
입힌
wound on
거야?
your arm. Did you do that to yourself?
아, 맞아.
Ah, yes.
나이프로 내 팔을
I had to stab my
관통시키면서
opponent with the
상대를
knife 38
38
times through my own arm. Oh my
두
gosh.
번째부터는 정말
The
아프더구나.
20th stab was where it really began to hurt. Oh my gosh. Show me the face. Prove to me that's not Roland.
그거 알아, 딸?
They say that the pain of burning
자결통은
hurts at least 100 times
더
worse than the pain
고통스럽다고
of
하더라.
getting stabbed. That doesn't look like Roland? Did you know that?
그러니 누군가를 처리해야 할 땐
So,
불은
when you have to
사용하지 마.
take care of someone, I hope you won't use fire. That's terrifying. It's said with, like, said with care and love. Also, young Ryoshu. Oh my gosh.
그들이 고통에
Lest their
몸부림치면서
death be
너만을
slow,
저주하며 지옥으로
and their
떨어질
dying
텐데.
breath curses your name on their long descent into hell.
적어도 마지막엔
Don't they deserve to watch their lives flash before their eyes in relative peace?
알았어.
I'm gonna look up a picture. Hang on. That's not Roland, right? That's not Roland. Let's see. I don't think so. That's not Roland. That's not Roland. There is a small resemblance, but it's not Roland. It's not Roland. Hang on, let me show you the picture I'm looking at. That's way too big a picture. What the frick? Why are you so zoomed in? Holy cow. Why is it so zoomed in? Here we go. That's a picture of Roland. There is a slight similarity with like the hair and such. But everything else is no. Okay. It's a mistake I make because I haven't seen Roland for a little bit, so yeah.
가까이 와보렴. 얼굴에
Come
긁힌
closer.
상처가 있구나.
You've got a scratch on your cheek.
발렌티나의 수업 중에 생긴
It
거겠지.
happened during Valentina's class,
그는
didn't
너무
it?
과격해.
Her methods are simply too
상처의
violent.
개수가 곧 훈련의
She's the kind of
척도와
teacher who
비례한다고
uses the number of
생각하는데
scars as a measure of training, intensity, and effectiveness.
흉이 안 지게 잘
Let's
치료해.
take good care of that wound so it doesn't scar, okay? Says the guy with 38 stab wounds through his, like, arm.
그러던가.
Whatever.
아니 방금 LC와의 무전대로라면
If what LCE has told us through the transmission is true, then the executive manager is in danger.
오티스, 저도 걱정은 되는데요.
I'm just as concerned as you are, Aldous, but yeah, they can't actually do anything. This is the team that's turning on the power? Is this the power team or is this the... No, this is the destroying distortions and abnormalities team.
당장 우리 쪽도
We're not
만만치
exactly
않은
out of the
상황인
woods
것 같아요.
yet, either.
그건 복구된 CCTV 화면인가?
The security camera feed's working again.
네, 이
Yeah.
앞을 비추고 있어요.
Look, it's pointed
근데-
right in front of our door, but
자네도 와서 보게.
come
내
see.
기억이 틀리지
If my memory
않다면
fails me not,
이런
then
복수가
this man's attire suggests he is
중지?
the middle. Oh, frick. Yep, there we go. That is the middle. Yep. So we have the middle, the ring, the thumb, and then... Ah, frick. Is the person right in front of Dante, like, the pinky? Like, maybe the pinky... I don't think the index.
저쪽에서 전멸당했다는
I guess
사람도
we now know what happened to the LCA in the other sector.
이건 거의 죽이다 못해 사람을
Yeesh, this
부서뜨리고
guy's
있는데?
practically tearing people apart.
뭐라고 자꾸 큰 소리로 떠드는 것
Is he
같기도
shouting
하고.
something?
소리가
I can't quite hear what he's saying through the feed.
요시히데.
Oh no.
요시히데라고
He is
계속
shouting
외치고 있군.
Yoshihide. Repeatedly so. Oh gosh.
그리고 웃고도 있어.
As he fills the silence between them with a boisterous guffaw,
입을 크게 벌리고
face split
몸까지
into a wide
들썩이며
grin, body convulsing with
무엇이
laughter.
그리도 즐거운 것인지
What joy does this madman
광인
find
것
in this
같은데.
carnage? Heck. Okay, so what you're telling me here in this chapter, Ryoshi has 5 fathers and they're all coming for her. Oh no. God, that's an insanely powerful kick. Flung that guy all the way to the other side of the hallway.
선명한 화면은 아니지만
The footage is pretty blurry, but
의체일까?
do you think he's got a prosthetic leg? The one that's just nothing but chains? Maybe.
아닌가?
Maybe
강화문신을
not.
몸이 전부 뒤덮일
I
때까지
guess the leg
버티면
covered
저런
completely in
모양이 될 수도 있을 것
augmentation
같고.
tattoos could look something like that. Huh. That's actually scary. Okay.
울 아빠 곰발바닥 보고 있구나.
Run, run, run. Ooh, are you looking at Papa's mighty bear paw? Brody, there's an Asian in the middle right behind you. A little middle sister? A big middle sister?
누구야?
Who the heck are you?
나는
Who am
키라라고
I?
해.
Hi, I'm Kira.
기척도 없이.
A covert approach.
전투 준비.
Men, battle positions.
아니야.
Oh,
우리 아빠
you guys
보고
got
있는 거
all
아니야?
wrong. You're watching my papa work, aren't you? Thank you for everything imagining, Jod. Is your arms folded into your jacket? Or do you just not have arms? Or maybe they're going behind?
방해 안 할 거야. 싸우지도 않을 거고.
Don't mind me, Kay. I'm not gonna pick a fight with you guys. I mean, you have a sword on your back. How do you draw it if you don't have arms?
그런 중요한 일을 하는
I
거라면
just hang
내가
around
되게
here
다져야지.
when you guys get the important stuff done. Carry on and watch him work.
아빠라고? 저
Your
사람이?
papa. That guy's your dad?
맞아. 진짜
Uh-huh.
놀라게
Isn't he
멋지지.
like super badass?
너네 방금 봤어?
Yo, did you guys see that?
완전 간지.
Gosh, that took straight up fire. So dope.
나도
I've
따라하는데도 잘안
been trying to recreate that myself, but it's not the same, you know?
어떻게 저런 강속구를
How's he
벽
doing
끝까지
that?
처박혀야지?
Totally folded that guy up and tossed him like a baseball all the way to the other end of the hallway. Heck.
학살에 마치 놀이나 경기 따위
To treat a massacre as no different from a game or sport.
불쾌하기 그지없는
What a
무례배라고.
contemptible scoundrel you make.
다음 쪽이야?
So you're into that kind of character, huh? Sick!
나도 좋아해.
Don't break the fourth wall.
일주일 전에 나왔던
I'm a huge fan of him too! Did you read the latest issue of The Cloudburst Blade? There's this new character who talks just like you do. Like lifting his bamboo hat, he goes. Oh no.
뭐야? 너도
Wait,
모르는 거야? 그 작품?
you don't know The Cloudburst Blade?
주위에
Oh
계속
man,
추천하는 중인데
I've been trying to sell it to everyone I know. But I was interested. One of them's obsessed with training all day. One of them talks with the sword all day. One of just wanders all over the place all day. And the other one, you know what she said? I think the story indulges far too many logical fallacies. What the heck kind of book review is that? Like, bro, who wastes time nitpicking about what makes sense and what doesn't when reading a comic book? Gosh, I don't think I'd ever vibe with that girl. Brah. Hee.
아무튼 그거 본 사람
Anywho,
있으면 손 들어볼래?
has anyone here actually
나랑
read The
아니,
Cloudburst
네
Blade?
시간만 같이 떠들어주라.
If you did, well, If I may have but 4 hours of your time, good sir.
그만.
Enough.
가짜는 헛소리로
If you
구슬려질
thought
정도로
you could distract us with your
우리는
nonsensical
모르지 않다.
prattling, think again.
아까부터 화면에 잡힌 게
Caddis,
없어요.
I don't see the middle nurse
저
father on
사람이
the
자기가
feed
말한 대로
anymore.
중지아비의
If she's his
제자라면
apprentice, then
어이 딸내.
oh gosh.
근처에서 놀고 있으랬더니
Uh-oh.
왜
Uh-oh.
이렇게 멀리 왔어?
Uh-oh. Oi, kiddo! What are you doing all the way out here? How about I ask you not to wander too far?
돌겠군.
Rat.
무전이 더 들어오지 않는 건
No more transmissions. They've all gone quiet.
이보게! 이스마일군!
Hark! Young Ishmael! Young Abtis! Wherefore doth none respond?
느낌이 좋지 않네요.
This is bad. We don't even have the manager with us. We're on the dark.
아무래도 시설 복구를
We
서둘러야겠네.
must make haste and restore the
차단벽
facility
제어권만
to its
들어온다면
operational
서로
capacity.
협력하기 용이할
The
텐데.
sooner we obtain access to the security wall controls, the sooner we can coordinate with each other.
마침 이 근처에도
As the luck would
소실된
have
게
it,
하나가. 바로
we
이거.
should be able to locate one of the lost pieces of circuitry in this room. Is this an aberration on mountainous mining bodies?
이것은
These remains.
약지 조직원이 지나간
The ring has
흔적이
made its mark here.
보이는군요.
Oh no, it's the ring. It's the ring, dude. Huh.
야,
Oi!
빤히
Don't
쳐다볼
force
필요는
yourself to look so hard at them.
아니, 역겨움이라는
No.
감정은
Disgust
내게
and
큰
emotion
영향을 주지
holds
못해.
very little sway over me.
다만
It's just that,
팀장님,
boss,
일일이 누구의 얼굴인지
don't.
헤아리지 마세요.
Don't look at their faces and try to tell who's who. Martin knows. Martin knows that Hohenheim cares as much as Hohenheim tries not to.
그래,
Right.
무심코 한
I lost my
말이라도
focus for a moment there.
계속하지.
Let us carry on.
할 말이라도 있나?
But is there anything you wish to say to me?
드물게도 파우스트 역시
This is highly
호hen하임의
irregular,
말에 동의하고
but it
있다는
seems that
생각이
Faust
드는군요.
also expresses agreement with Hohenheim. Not you, Faust, but a different Faust.
뭘?
Agree with what?
이럴수록 빠르게 시설을 복구시켜야
That we
한다는
must
것을
restore the
말합니다.
facility with as much haste as we can employ. Heck. Norse fathers. Oh no. I am clear with intent terms, yeah. Heck. Seven of the lowest level identity training tickets. That's
순수했던
I
나날로
cannot quite do that. Leaving behind the perpetrator of the carnage, greeting Ryosho on the other side of the security wall. We had no choice but to make our way toward the lab.
류슈양
Miss
답하기
Ryosho,
싫은 물음이라 하면
perhaps this question of mine is one you might not wish to grace with an answer. And if it indeed is, do feel free to let it float past.
아비란 자들 보는 어떤
But what is your connection to these so-called nurse fathers?
단순히 그대와
Your relationship with them does not seem to have been brewed in mere bad blood. Water!
방금 전 그대의 표정은 조금
And in the change in her countenance I sensed a flash of something almost imperceptible.
모든 조각이 맞물려진 것은
I haven't put all the
아니지만
pieces together just yet, but I'm pretty sure they actually raised you?
그들은 말
They
그대로
were
아비
nurse fathers.
나라는 검을
My
피하려면
fathers who forged the
내
sword that I
아들들이
am. Ah, frick. But that's not good.
가서 할 수 있는 건 다 해보고 오라고. 저거 다 한 주먹거리도 안 되는 놈들이니까.
We're fighting more ring auto mannequins that got corrupted by a pair of shoes.
아직 버티나 보자고.
와, 와, 와. 와, 와,
놀라운
와.
원룸이네요. 적을 완벽히 파악하고 있으신 거군요.
아.
이만하면 순환이죠. 바람도 딱 좋네.
But one thing. Hang on, I'm gonna turn up the audio for a second. Wah! Ba 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 ba! Happy New Year! It finally hit midnight for me. I've officially joined everyone else in 2026. Yay! Ah! Ah! Yay! Hey, I gotta go make like an actual announcement on my Discord. Just be like, everyone, Happy New Year! Yeah! Happy New Year! Wah! Okay, let's finish this. I really do hope to get through this part in one stream, but I'm also looking at this and I'm like, am I truly capable of such a feat?
이 또한 지식이 되도록.
It's been a 10-hour stream so far. Wah! Ba-da-da. Ba-ba-dum.
감동적이지 않을 수 없다.
와, ow.
해결사 영웅기에 이런 구절이 있었지. 어디
Ba-da-da-da-da. No. I could have dodged that. I could have dodged that Yi saying. Ah! Bra-bra. Bra-bra. Hang on, I do this.
거치적거리지만 마.
I'm gonna get more tremor on Yi saying, and using is gonna do like mass attacks that is gonna help. Frick. Ow. No! No! Why are you losing all of your like favorite matchups? Why? Well, Yi saying is able to do. No. Yi saying is able to do.
본인에게는 그 친구만큼의 말솜씨는 없지만 그들의 수심을 최대한 위로해 보겠네.
Wherefore art thou making such pleased wrinkles in thy face? Ha ha ha.
키워보지.
The heck. Yeah.
덜 갈았었나?
There we go. Now we're starting to win the, like... Once we start to win and we get our SP up, then it's basically gonna become, like, cascading effect. Wow, wow, wow.
어라? 저쪽에 비틀거리시는 분이 보이네요.
There's 9 and we're halfway through.
이만
Let's
편히
hope the
지켜주겠다.
cascading effect kicks in soon.
이 또한
Otherwise, I'm just kind of out of luck. I'm not gonna hit the. There we go.
지식을 마저 겸용하라.
28. We have 36. That's pretty high up there.
꽤 잘 갈렸고.
Yeah, this is beginning to look like it's working out.
하나
Wow,
붙었네.
wow, wow.
이렇게 묻혀가다 보면
Wow,
어색
wow,
끝나는 게
wow,
싸움인
wow.
법이지.
Wow, wow, wow. Ba-da-ba-da-ba-da-ba.
이 또한 지식이 되도록.
Wow, wow. Ah, frick. You're still stuck at 20. No. No. Yes! Yes! Aha! There we go. Frick.
나의 것들은 괜찮은가?
Hit the ball once. Lots of deaths.
일격에
Also,
저렇게나?
hit this one. Yeah.
방금
Well,
건
well,
봐야겠는데. 내가 아무리 덮어놓고
Let's see.
달려드는 놈이라도 이건 좀 아니야. 언제까지 버티나 보자.
No. Dang it. Oh my gosh. Gregor, you were so close to death. Holy cow. You were so close to death, Gregor. Ah, no. Okay. Good job, you saying. Next turn is going to be great for mass attacks. We're sitting at 8 turns remaining. Therefore, mass attack, mass attack, mass attack, mass attack. Please.
피워보지.
So yeah. Welcome to 2026. Where
못 살게 구는
I
데가
hope
없을 것이야.
everybody, including me, do all that they can to make the world better and to realize it. To realize a better world. In whatever ways, big or small, that they can.
지식을 마저 무지에서 도피하라.
효과적이네요. 이 방식을 기억하는 게 좋겠어요.
검을 덜 갈았었나?
랜덤 프레스 선택이었어 나리.
바다보이.
약점이 뻔히 보이는 게로군.
바다. 바다.
방금 좀 똑똑했다. 옛날에 조직에서 싸울 때도.
Oh, cool. We have all of this to deal with you.
밀어버리는 놈이 있었지.
Also, Cracker's almost dead. It's fine, though. Possibly fine. It might not be fine. Look at this gluttony chain. It's massive.
언제까지 버티나 보자고.
So much gluttony. Watch as this particular enemy just gets demolished by everybody. Yeah. Bye bye.
아, 여기선 이런 공격이 잘 먹히는군요.
개화하였구려. 이
Yay.
순간을 어딘가에 담고 싶군.
We're at stage 18. It's the vision of Kaplan. Oh no. Take some lunacy. I have plenty of lunacy to go. Try just bloop. But it was Happy New Year. Happy New Year. Average level 57, recommended 58. That seems like a very small difference.
다 온 것 같군, 실험실.
Looks like we're here. It's the lab.
LCD나 LCE 쪽은
The LCD and LCE haven't reached out again since that last transmission.
좋지 않은 일에 휘말린 게 아니길 바라오마.
I can only hope that no misfortune befell them.
관리자, 혹시 느껴져?
Hey, manager bud. You picking up on anything?
먼저 가져가기라도 했다면.
I mean the golden bow. If those people got to it before us. Not yet. I don't think they did. It's still in there. Is that right? I guess I should be glad we still have a chance. Gregor bubbled on in a gloomy tone. Hohenheim will be relieved to hear this. We stepped into the lab. The lights were off. It was completely dark inside. Oh. If the assailants were indeed after the golden bow, what could they possibly want with it? Also, did they get here already? I don't see the golden bow. I was deeply engrossed in my thoughts when I noticed that Ryoshu had stopped in her tracks. Ryoshu? The stench coming from up ahead. A sickeningly familiar one. Even in the glowing darkness of the unlit lab, Ryoshu seemed to notice something out of place. You smell something. I don't smell anything other than your sick. She's not smoking, Gregor. Oh. Yeah. You've not been smoking for a hot minute. Yeah. Only silence welcomed us in the lab. We couldn't hear any breathing, but there it was, without a doubt, the stink of cigarettes and a chilling, disembodied sense of dread we couldn't exactly put our finger on. When I left that place, I remember feeling a strong contempt for someone. It had to have been. Ryoshu started muttering as though she was gripped by the chill. I noticed she wasn't speaking to me, though it seemed as though she was wading through a bog of mutilated memories to cling to her emotions at that moment. Dehu's star, you... All along, you wanted to make me suffer to the bitter end, haven't you? What audacity. You think I'm the one making you suffer, Yoshihide. You do realize that you've always been the one obstacle in my life, don't you? Oh my god, this is so bad. Oh dear. This is the only way for us to get even. Frick, it's the index. No, oh no. Yoshihide. This is clothing usually fitting the index. It never stops. The precepts never stop? Yeah. Sound of the fetter on my feet. Rusted and heavy. How it clinks and rattles. Yeah, you're chained in because the index forces you to follow just... In that vision of the past, Ryoshu raises her sword in an agonizingly slow motion, unsheathing the blade that we have never seen revealed before. A white blade of such unfeeling purity, devoid of even a trace of mercy beneath its pale edge. Oh! In the split second, I was blinded by the glint of the blade. Ryoshu clutched the hooded figure's jaw in a crushing grip. Then, without a moment's hesitation, she drove the blindingly bright sword into the figure's mouth. Oh! That's not good. Ryoshi pulled the sword out in a single swift motion. Bleh. The figure coughed out a thick glob of blood and a piece of her sliced tongue. I could see them rolling the advertisements. Ah!
Everybody get down! That's the advertisements!
Did the advertisements run? I don't know if they did. Did the advertisements run? I wasn't paying attention. Yeah. I'm going to assume they did, and if I hear the alarm, I'm gonna know they didn't. Unless if an hour passes, in which case, you know, yay. But she spat out more than just a bloody chunk of flesh. A guffaw hacked its way out of her mouth. The triumphant laughter of one who had just seized the victory of one's life. With a deep, ragged breath, Ryoshu let the sword fall from her grip. She stood, rooted in her spot, staring at the flailing figure with a look of pure confusion. ISOTPITA. In search of... In search of the... In search of the prize? No freaking idea.
과거의 악취가
Oh.
만연한군.
Insidious stench of the past in the air. And right now, right before Ryoshu's eyes, the vivid presence from the memories of the past came to life in the form of a white silhouette. Oh my gosh. Oh, it's glitchy. Look at that. Her hand slowly brushing lips beyond which no tongue laid, as if to remember the absence of the organ that Ryoshu had so mercilessly cut off. Like a lone watchman who had been keeping vigil, awaiting our arrival. The mouth that lost its tongue faced Ryoshu without opening even once. But I think I heard a whisper of a hollow sigh escaping between her lips. Is this the index? I mean, the clothing, the pure white clothing and the massive weapon seems indicative of the index.
나는 나의 5 아비로 인해
Because of
이
my
세상에서
5
가장 소중한 걸
fathers,
놓고 왔다.
I leave behind the single most important thing in this world. Oh my god, wait, she was raised by all of the 5 fingers of the city. Uh-oh. All 5. That's...
그러니까
And that is why
되찾아와야 한다.
I must take it back.
다시 만나게 되어 진심으로 반가워, 류슈.
The... ring? Not the ring. I suppose we haven't seen the ring one. The pinky? Or is that just how the index dresses in, like, the other parts of the city?
라고
Such were the
주인님께서
words my master
말씀을
bade me
전하셨사옵니다.
to relay. Oh, your index.
소시아비.
Your pinky! Oh no. The pinky nurse father.
주인님께선
As my master
이 비천한 자에게
expects not from my insignificant self. Your pinky.
자연지사 소생은
I am but a
정확히
blade,
녹슬어가는 검과 같아
rusting amid the quiet turn of
하루가
nature.
번대롭고
doomed to ever endure the dullness of today's and the emptiness of tomorrow's.
그 무렵 그대가 거미 씨를 따라 이리 오신
And therein, owing to your pursuit of the spider's thread,
이렇게 주인님의 뜻을
I am once again granted a chance to carry out my master's will.
혀가 길군.
Another talker. Piss off. As their apprentice approached us, Ryoshu's nurse father slowly stepped away toward where the container of golden boughs lay nestled, emanating a soft glow. Ah, frick.
준비가 끝났사옵니다.
Wait, what happened? What's that in the background?
잊진 않으셨겠죠?
The preparations are complete. I trust you have not forgotten the plan. Heck. Oh, that's bad. What the heck are you? Maybe you're the index? Word that nurse father had left, a figure clad in steel armor entered. Or maybe you're just the pinky nurse father, but given a body of steel. What the?
기술이 접목된 무구라기엔 상당히
The armament looks a little too crude to be a piece of gear imbued with advanced technology.
싱클레어군의 집.
It looks akin to the torture device we had previously seen in the basement of Sinclair's home. Okay.
살도, 피도, 뼈도.
No flesh, no blood,
드러내지 않고
no bones to
상대하겠다.
show. In a fight?
내게 보여줄 예술치고
For an artwork meant for my
네
eyes,
격이 떨어지는데.
its aesthetics are lacking in class.
이런 상황에서의
Keeping your mouth
침묵은
shut, even in a moment like this.
아름답지 않다고.
They did not teach you there's no beauty to be found in it.
그자.
I want him here.
약자비는 어디에 있지?
Where is the ring, nurse father? Okay. The armored figure answered Yoshi's question with the swing of the huge sword. We need to take care of this, quick. And track down the golden bough. Let's fend them all off.
제법 미학을 깨우쳤군.
They're starting to pick up the rudiments of aesthetic clock.
단 얘가
Watch as
무엇인지
it demonstrate the meaning
보여주지.
of AOS. All out slicing? All or someone?
걱정 마시오. 최후의
Oh,
혈기
heck.
하나만 남아 있다면
The Pinky Apprentice run.
어떻게라도 보존될 테니.
Okay, let's see what you have. Swerve, gain 8 poise at combat start in the skill slot. Using these skills, main target of an attack skill, gain 4 fewer poise. Okay, so I want to target that. On evade, gain all poise. Frick. Oh, listen to music. Clash win, gain +1 poise. Reflect. Clash lose 1 poise count on hit, gain +2. Okay. The conditions are met for a lot of things. Okay. Trained to inherit the name of a star. After attack skill end, deal number of slash coins that hit critically times 10. Slash damage against each target cannot be staggered due to this damage. Okay. Encounter start gain 50 Moonlit Azure Blade. 5 shield for every stack, plus 1% damage on critical hit for a stack. Oh. That's a lot of damage. That's a lot of damage. Next unit has Moonlit Azure Blade, gains 1 effects. SP does not drop below 0. Frick. Convert any SP damage taken into boom damage. Okay. Save for SP changes due to base vectors. When a clash against targets that aren't Ryoshu, clash power -2 take 20% less damage from targets other than Ryoshu. Okay, fixed panic and panic recovery, that makes sense. Studio's poise potency is capped at 25.
singular focus of mine. Any excess points once the game past 25 will be converted to Moon and Azure Blade. Okay. I'm just listening to the music like, oh, it's going ham. Okay, let's start. Yeah, I win. First one, I win. You have a lot of defense. But yeah, based on all of your effects and all your skills, I want to clash against everything. Because otherwise you're gonna get a lot of points really fast.
걱정 마시오. 최후의 혈구.
You still gain points, so like that's.
어떻게라도 보존될 테니.
Oh look, we have a couple attacks. Nice. Deal plus 50% damage on critical hits. Inflict slash fragility. Gain Azure Moonlit Azure Blade. Gain poise. Okay, so it seems like your entire deal is deal crits that do extra damage as much as possible. Okay, sanity. Oh. At low sanity, you lose poise. Nice. Decreases after winning a clash. Decreases after losing clash. Okay, so just standard fare. I don't see anything that's super effective yet. Okay, let's see. I don't know what Lust does. So I can figure out Lust here. There we go. Wah! Did I see hydrate? Oh, that was 56 minutes ago. That was like an hour. I'll take a drink anyways because I didn't notice again. Ah! This has the feeling of like the last stage of the last stage of this particular update. In which case we'd wait like a week for the next update. Ow! Staggered. Oh, the stagger sucked. Oh right, you don't get staggered for the first because that's your unique thing. Stagger times pass. Skill slot +1. Deal plus 10% damage to the house despite its enemies. When staggered, immediately recover from stagger at the start of next turn. Cannot retreat. Okay. And you have erudition. Oh wait, that's something from yeah. Yeah, erudition. That's just the thing that Result has here. I am hecking adoring this music. It's so hype. Oh my gosh. Ah. Yeah. Nope. Dang it. Why? No. Dang it. Dag the nab. Dag the nab so hard. Dag the nab so freaking hard. Why? No.
Ah. Dag the nab. Ah. That is so bad. Well, you're gonna gain a lot of points because I can't focus on your things. I have to focus on getting rid of your.
그러니 우리도 아무런 위협 없이 대처할 수 있을
Get
것이다.
hit with an apple. Frick. What is your... Okay, it seems like you just normal resistances, unless it's like pride and envy is increased. Inefficient to blunt. What are your attacks? Okay, Fall Star Slayer. Ah! Can clash with the skill regardless of speed, that's good. Deal plus 1% damage for every... wait, how much do you have? You have 35. That's a lot of extra damage. Oh no. Plus 1% for every 10. Okay, so that's plus 3%, okay. Clash use deal minus 80% damage, and damage dealt by the skill cannot stagger. Okay, so... I want to make sure I stagger, and I'm gonna try to hit with an apple to do it.
이 또한 지식이 되도록.
Yes! Aha!
이봐, 버틸 자신 있어?
Get hit with an apple! Ah! Suck the apple. That's still a lot of damage. I'm happy I got the decrease, but like... Oh, you have 1 health left, Ryoshu. Oh my gosh. Okay. Neutral struggling. Favored. Favored! I'll take it. Favored, I'll take it. Who do you target? Result. Favored, result. Yay. I just send it. Yeah! To be fair, if Ryoshu gets hit by... Oh. Oh, you don't die. I kind of wish I had Yiseng's Fell Bullet on now. Because this is the exact circumstance in which Fell Bullet is amazing. Ally can't drop below 1 health. Nice, just keep shooting though.
언제나 순탄치 않았고 때로는 어설펐지만 여러분과 함께하는 여행은 늘 제 마음을 설레게 만들었답니다.
아하.
그렇게 여기서 멈추고 싶지 않아요.
The Ring Apprentice, Albina. While facing the Pinky Apprentice and the Ring Apprentice. Frick. Okay. Fascia, my precious artwork. Turn in at 2 Corpus Ingredients. Unique charge. Corpus Ingredient inspires next turn, then gain artwork Fascia. When affecting bleed with attack skills, inflict additional, and then gain 4 base power. Oh dear, that's not good. If this unit has artwork Fascia, use a powerful attack this turn. How do I get rid of the Corpus Ingredient? This unit is hit by an attack skill before using the power. For that, gain 1 impact rattled armor. Use 10 final power for every stack. Oh! I want you to try to use a powerful attack, and then I need to hit you before you use a powerful attack. At 3 stacks after using Repressed Flash, loses its effect and becomes staggered until next turn. Okay. Corpus Metas Material. Minus 30% HP, SP damage from all of these. Minus 30% to stagger threshold raised by Tremor. Oh, that's just... You're less affected by all the statuses, got it. If the unit isn't staggered, gain 2 protection, 10 defense level, and shield HP. Every time this unit uses Repressed Flash skill, this counter gain 1 fewer protection, 5 fewer. Okay. So, you become
You slowly lose your abilities over time. If this unit isn't staggered when hit by the last corner of attacker, activate the following. Field pierce damage at 20%! But... What? Is this dealt against my person or you? I don't... Upon entry, heal 30 SP. And you recover from, like, stagger once per turn. Once per encounter. The ring, the fingers, house of spiders. This one's house of spiders, but it's also the pinky. When hit by attack skills, inflict +1 bleed count on the attacker. Oh dear. That... Huh. 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 It actively hurts to fight you. I see the point. I see the point now. Okay. Okay. So it actively hurts to fight you. And if I ignore you, you gain a lot of poise and do a lot of damage with it. I see. I have Dimension Shredder, I'm not... Okay, let's just throw this at you. I mean... Yoshu can't fall below 1 HP, apparently. I don't know why. I don't see why. But I do plan to use and abuse that. Blood coins? Yeah, I'm just gonna use the blood coins and I'm just gonna say, oi! Your blood coins ain't crap. Because, yeah. Okay. Okay, I'm gonna use and abuse the fact that I don't think Ryoshu can drop HP below 1. So... I have been accidentally pushing my computer in. That's not good. Accidentally pushing my computer. I don't want to do that. Okay, that's truly test if like... Yeah! Ryoshu just can't drop below 1 HP. Let's just use it if you set. Good shit. Yay! Let's see, make sure your poise doesn't go up enough. And decrease your... Yes, decrease your moonlit as you're played. Okay, that's go good. What is this? Oh, frick. You're getting corpus ingredient, so... You gotta do a massive attack when you do, like, 2 corpus ingredients. And at that point is when I want to jump in and, like, annihilate you. I need Wrath. I need Wrath and Envy. Okay. Gregor, I need your help. Please give me the Wrath I need. None of my people here actually have Envy, do they? Frick. That's not good. Do you have Envy? No, you do not. Frick. Okay, we're gonna have to work on Wrath here. We're gonna have to work purely off of Wrath. Oh, right. Ryoshu, you should focus on targeting this because
For some reason that I can't figure out, you can't have your actual, like, health decrease below, like, 1. So, we're just gonna take advantage of that. Heck. Well, that's fine. Ow. 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 Yeah, this doesn't matter. This would be the perfect time to have the Yi Sing's fell bullet. Because then I could just be like, heck it. Shoot Ryoshi over and over again. And it'll do more damage to everybody else. Like, come on. Oh, right. This is also hitting the ring, and that's giving you lots of bleed. That's right. Oh, powerful attack time. Wait a second. Hang on. 70 attack. But if I look at the projected damage of that attack, it's 184 to 457. Thank goodness it is single target. Oh, and you're using Full Star Slayer at the exact same time. Frick. And it's a blood coin. Of course it's a blood coin. Who's liable to die? Yi Sing is liable to die. Okay. Is Yi Sing targeted by... No. So, Yi Sing can't even... Oh, but anyone can... Right. Anybody can, like, attack it. In which case, Dimension Shredder, that one, you get a last hurrah, you think, before you fall to pieces. Okay, I can't focus on you, but then again, you are out of Moonlit Azure Blade, so that's actually really good for me. You're about to get more from your poise, though. Which is not the best. Wait, is this how combat start? Well, you're not getting shield. But this is combat start, yeah. Combat start, which means you're gonna have Moonlit Azure Blade. A couple of them, actually. Dagnab. Regardless. Ah. Okay, we're just gonna attack you. Attack you and hope it's fine. Fire. Fire. Attack. Attack. Make sure Ryoshi takes the brunt of it because, yeah, I'm not gonna win this. Ah, heck. Ah, heck. That's bad. That is very bad. Such chanting colors. Path is intent on boarding all 10 to memorize it. Ow. Take that! Get your... I attacked you before... Oh, good. Well, good thing you only attacked one person. Because otherwise, this would hurt badly.
전 진짜 아프겠는데. 야, 괜찮냐?
Just let Ryoshu take 308 damage. Holy cow. Good job, Ryoshu. Good job. Good job. Good job, Ryoshu. You're gonna cause everybody to die. Frick. Uh-huh. Heckies. Heck. Frick. Heck. Heckies. Heckies. Heckerson. Heck. Frick. Heck. Frick. Heck. Heck. Frick. Heck. Heck. Heckies! Heckies Heckerson on a hacker stick! Ah!
피워보지. 지식을 마주하고 겸용하라.
Heckies Heckerson on a hacker stick. Ah. I wonder if this is gonna be an occasion of Ryoshu can only die when, like, everybody else has died? Which should make this make more sense. These blood vessels are sufficiently thick, not fat at all? What?
피어나라.
Also, yeah, you think is really close to being dead.
복을 구하고 싶다면
One more mass attack and he's
정성을
just
들여
gone.
빌어보시오.
One more any attack and he's just gone. Also, yay, results not gone.
옛날에도
That's
이럴
good.
때가 자주 있었지. 죄다 빗떡이 되어가지고 죽을랑 말랑.
Let's see.
그래도 도망가는 건
Okay,
모양
Ryoshu, you
빠지던데?
take the front two, and then you also take the back one as well. You just... This feels silly, and not like the intended way to fight this battle. Oh my gosh. Okay, let's see. Can I at least get a dominant? Yes, I can. Try that. Throwing that, yeah. Okay, Ryoshu, be the pincushion. Ryoshu, be the pincushion. It works. Good job, Ryoshu. I'm sorry, Ryoshu. Ow. Yep. Good job, Ryoshu. Oh, this is... I don't know why.
마지막 기회예요. 생각 잘하세요.
Is this something that you have? Can you not kill Ryoshu? No? No. And Ryoshu only has Scent of the Past, but that doesn't say anything about can't be killed. Do you have something that says Ryoshu can't be killed? Takes minus damage from targets other than Ryoshu. No, there's... Oh, also, you get minus 10 final power, which is beneficial now. Yay. Yeah. Yeah, Yixing isn't gonna manage to do anything. So I need Gregor to make sure that she gets hit before her attack can go off. Yixing can't do anything about it. Who's that targeting? Yixing. There we go. Who's that targeting? More salt. There we go. Go for the... That's neutral. I do this on you? Yeah, that should work. That should work.
키워보지.
Yay! Yay! Stagger! 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 I hardly know her.
이상이 무엇이라 생각하시오?
Stab. Pull. Wah! Ra! Ah, come on, you seem like you're so close to staggering. Also, you now have 2 of the minus your power on this. Not enough to like fully.
소생의 쓸모는 다 있어.
에이, 이러다 죽겠네. 뭐 시계 대가리도
Ah,
있으니까
you're leaving.
먹지 말고 일단
Great.
밀어붙여보자.
Haha. Actually, frick. You still do damage to every single person who attacks you. Dang it. Yeah. Frick. Let's see, which one is it? Iron Maiden Spikes. If the scene is a stagger, when hit by the last corner of attacker, activate the following. Deal pierce damage by 20% of sequence damage and inflict 2 bleed. Damage from this effect cannot stagger the target, but... Yixing's gonna die. Let's just pretend Yixing won't die. Then it's gonna be okay. Holy cow. Hopeless and hopeless. Well, at the very least, a lot of the damaging stuff is not aiming for a coin that's gonna clash against it. Yep. There we go. You have damage. Yep. And Miyoshi just takes it. Miyoshi just freaking takes it. This is very oddly fascinating. Also get hit with an apple.
이런 건 몽둥이가 약이지. 두드려 패. 에이, 이러다 죽겠네. 뭐
Y'all get killed at this rate.
겁먹지 말고 일단 밀어붙여보자.
No. No, it may look that way, but no. Yixing's the designated survivor here. I don't know why, but Ryoshu can't be killed, so, like... I'm just kind of taking advantage of that to an absolutely absurd degree.
피워보지.
Yeah, we actually should have bled out like several times over by now, but nah. Yeah. Yep. But. I'm just Byoshu. I don't even know. Oh yeah, we're on turn 14. I suspect. Ah! Here we go. Oh, everything dominates it now because it's that 2, but we're gonna make it worse. Everyone's going to attack you. Therefore, you're gonna have 3. And your entire thing is gonna be basically 0.
이 또한 지식이더니.
Yep, there we go. You're at 3. 30 power down on your repressed flesh move. Ha! There we go. This drops to 0. Yay. Oh yeah, Mersault now takes this, but Mersault is the defendy like identity, so it's fine. Taking love Daichi.
쉽겠네. 뭐 시계 대가리도 있으니까 겁먹지 말고 일단 밀어붙여 보지.
Is staggered. Everyone, go for it! Ah! Everybody, fuck him up! Ah!
언제까지 버티나 보자고.
Oh, there we go. Wait, what? No! Turns. No! You're kidding. No. No. I missed the EX. The EX is probably like finished within 15 turns, and I just missed it. Multiply the damage from the Iron Maiden spikes passive by 20. Okay, we have Designated Survivor. Everyone else is gonna... Bye. Bye.
이 방식을 기억하는 게 좋겠어요.
Yep. Haha! Oh, hey, you have an actual face. Huh.
계획에 없는 행동을 삼가라고.
Refrain from any deviations from the plan. Has my humble self neglected to impress upon this matter many times? She was about, or I guess it was about to go like ham.
보여? 파시아도 두근거리기
See?
시작했어.
Fascia has begun to pulsate.
오랜만에 보는 떨림이야.
I haven't seen Fascia tremble like this so in a long while. Why did you give her some time to chat?
그런 사사로운 욕망의 표출.
This plan involves no
이번
outward expression
계획이
of such selfish desires.
맥박을 놓치며
Yeah,
달아오르는
Albino was about to go
살들을
ham.
구경만 하는 그런 계획.
The plan that involves only the observation of the warming, reddening flesh while our own heart beats slow.
파시아는 거슬리나 봐.
That plan isn't as
품질이
flashy as lacking.
팽팽해졌어.
Her tendons have tightened.
주인된 자들의 뜻에
Yet she
따르기
must
위해서는
learn to remain tranquil
이런
before
흔한
these
장면은
common beats if we are to
소유하지
adhere
않아.
to the wills of those who are our masters.
마에스트로님의 영영 되찾을
I've
수
been
없는
so
아이에
curious
대해
of the
늘
maestro's
궁금했었는데
child, forever lost.
조형 정도는 준비해 볼 수 있지
Why not let us
않겠어?
at least prepare a maquette?
뜻을 헤아릴 줄도
It has
모르는
become
마음이
apparent
있기에
that this glorified executioner does not know her place. Clearly, it is about time her branches are pruned. Oh no! With that, the man who stood in our way leaped toward the pulsating greatsword of flesh and delivered a powerful strike.
다행이라고 말해야 할지.
This may be our stroke of
저들끼리
fortune.
싸우느라 정신이
It
없는
seems
것
that,
같고요.
in the chaos, our present has slipped our mind. Ah! The golden bow! Felt like a dull pain squeezing through the ground of my mind. I turned toward the spot from which the sensation surged forth. Ryoshu, are you okay? And saw Ryoshu standing there. Uh-oh. In her eyes burned hatred and fury, a glare that would easily have had me believe that she would unsheath the sword from her back at any minute. At the receiving end of that glare, oh no, was the veiled figure who had been watching our battle without a word. The Pinky's nurse father simply stood there, meeting Ryoshu's wrathful gaze. Frick. My speech, it is going away. Ah! As she did in the fragmented memories. Then she withdrew into the shadows, the darkness slowly eating away at her shape, before disappearing from our sights.
단테, 황금가지는 찾았어?
Dante,
이 틈을 타.
have you found the golden bows? We must... No. We were too late.
Ah.
No! I felt the dull pain in my head lift as I pointed at where the veiled person stood. No! The golden bows that should have been there were gone. Oh, that's bad. Oh, that's so bad. What remained in their place were dozens of cigarette butts, the same kind that Ryoshu smoked, piled up like a thick layer of dust. Oh, that's so bad. Also, this is gonna be my loading screen for the next week, looking at merit. Oh, God.
내가 뭘 했어? 돌아와서
Oh,
모조리
yep, here we go.
불태울 거라고 했잖아.
That's the end of part 1. That took a while. It was worthwhile, but that took a while. Limbus Company lasted since last year. Oh my gosh, it was so long. Ah! It felt less like 11 hours and more like a whole year. Although, to be fair, it was 11 hours. There have been 380 eggs so far. Hey, that's more than a whole year of eggs. Well, that's what I could say. I went as far as I wanted, and as far as I wanted was simply... I finished, and I didn't finish before the new year, so I'm just like, awesome. That being said, oh, I'm flying above the ground. An egg a day would keep the doctor away if he threw them at them. Okay. Let's see. Who do I raid out to? There are a bunch of people who are alive right now. Could raid out to someone who's playing Limbus Company. Let's see if there's like anybody who's playing Limbus Company that I am interested in seeing. Well, let's see. I saw myself. Frick. I also saw my viewer count, and that was... That is not generally a good idea. Hacky. Okay, but I see something who interests me. Oh, they have pre-rolls on. Frick. Let's see if they're good, though. I saw my viewer count, and I'm like, oh, that is not pleasant to see. Wow. I'm waiting for the pre-roll ads to go through. Holy cow, they're long. That is not generally the best thing. Ba-da-ba-da-ba-ba-da-ba. Okay, let's see how they are. Ah, frick! Ah, frick! Let's see. I like the model. Okay, let's go. So anyways, thank you all so much for watching. Please remember to always be awesome, always be kind, and keep observing something silly can happen. Like on Friday. We're gonna do Focus Friday. So anyways, I will see you Friday, hopefully. Have a happy new year. Fantastic. I've been streaming for the past year. Oh dear. Much like the raid message me. That's a 2 comrade. Or hang on. Limbus raid. Limbusy raid. Yay! There we go. There we go. So make sure to copy that message, paste it, put whatever emotes you want in the beginning and end of it. And thank you a lot for watching. It means a lot to me. Bye!